Hey everyone, welcome to FanFic Canon. Thanks for hitting play. I'm thrilled to bring this fan-made story to life for you. If you enjoy the ride and want more narrated fanfics, smash, subscribe, and tap the bell so you never miss an episode. And if you want audiobook of a novel of your choice, join my Patreon. Request any title that's freely available online, and I'll produce a full narration just for you. Now, let's dive into today's adventure.
October brought with it a damp chill that seeped through the castle walls, leaving Hogwarts uncomfortably humid. Ravenclaw Tower, perched high above, was better off. But Slytherin, buried beneath the Black Lake, suffered the most. Cassandra had been complaining for days about the musty, wet air and had taken to staying in her room. The gloomy weather coincided with an outbreak of influenza among the students, pushing Madame Pomfrey to her limits. The hospital wing overflowed, and she rushed tirelessly between beds. Luckily, Professor Snape had brewed a stimulant that worked within hours, though it came with a curious side effect. During recovery, steam continuously puffed from patients' ears. Ethan couldn't help but find it amusing when he saw Cho Chang's ears quietly smoking, especially since she had only fallen ill after practicing Quidditch in the rain. Quidditch, it was almost an obsession at Hogwarts. Students from all four houses fought for training grounds, even in downpours. If only they channeled that determination into academics, Hogwarts might rival its golden age of magic. That Saturday, Ethan emerged from the room of requirement after a long day of work. He had been pouring himself into alchemy, focusing on remodeling the McLaren F1. Lockhart's commission could wait until Christmas. For now, his project shell and engine were done, and he had even built in invisibility, flight, speed boosts, and internal expansion. What he hadn't yet added were the intelligent logic systems or a thinking personality. Tired and restless, Ethan decided dinner and a good rest would do him better than more tinkering. Outside, rain hammered against the castle windows. It had fallen for days, flooding the Forbidden Forest and triggering mudslides that ruined his Acromantula venom harvest, a frustrating loss, given the venom's recovery cycle. When Harry stumbled in, soaked and mud-streaked, Ethan raised an eyebrow. "Harry, it's pouring. Why are you Gryffindors still training? Aren't you afraid Madame Pomfrey will catch you?" The matron had banned Quidditch practices in the rain, yet the Gryffindor team, true to form, refused to obey. "We can't help it," Harry sighed. "What called us out?" Slytherin was there too. He went on bitterly about the Slytherin team's Nimbus 2001s. Sleek, jet-like, and lightning fast, they left Gryffindor's outdated Nimbus 1700s choking on their wake. Facing them with such a gap was hopeless. Ethan shrugged. A Nimbus 2001 costs 388 galleons. Gryffindor has plenty of wealthy students. If they care about house pride, they could buy them and lend them to the team. No one would need to donate outright. Harry perked up. "Then I'll do it. I'll buy 7 myself." Ethan stared. "Donate?" "I said lend. 7 brooms would cost 2,716 galleons." Harry waved it off. "I can afford it. I've got piles of gold in Gringotts." Ethan smirked, half in envy and half in exasperation. Rich second-generation wizard, indeed. Did Harry ever stop to think how that made Ron feel? Speaking of Ron, Ethan asked after him. Harry explained that Ron had been practicing spells late into the night, abandoning wizard chess, and even eating more than usual. His grades had improved, and he hadn't embarrassed himself in class lately. Ethan could hardly believe it. Ronald Weasley, diligent? Perhaps being humiliated by his own magic had lit a fire in him. Before they parted, Ethan advised Harry, "If you're serious about those brooms, give Hagrid your vault key. He'll fetch them for you." Harry nodded. "I'll talk to him once the rain stops." Later, Cedric caught Ethan at the Ravenclaw table. "Come on, you're coming with me. Hot pot at the Hufflepuff common room. If it works out, we'll have it for the Halloween feast." Curious, Ethan followed. The moment he stepped inside, thick steam clouded his vision. Dozens of cauldrons bubbled with broth, filling the basement with fog and heat. With a flick of his weather magic, Ethan condensed the steam back into water, clearing the room to reveal Hufflepuffs clustered happily around their cauldrons. York, flushed and grinning, gave him a thumbs up. Only you could fix that. Soon Nellie, the enthusiastic house elf behind the Hot Pot project, hurried over. He had been experimenting with the bases Ethan had taught him: spicy, mushroom, tomato, and the spread was impressive. Alongside mutton and beef, there were beef balls, shrimp balls, and magically prepared tripe. Even the dipping sauces had multiplied. Ethan sampled a sesame-coated slice of mutton and nodded. Delicious. The students will love it. Cedric was already eating greedily, too busy to speak. Ethan chuckled. It might be unconventional for a Halloween banquet, but Hot Pot had a way of bringing people together. Hogwarts' usual feasts were grand but static. This would be something different, something joyful. The only one who might protest, Ethan thought wryly, would be Snape. Inside the room of requirement, Ethan's expression was grim. For the next while, don't wander around. Stay in groups when moving through Hogwarts. And don't come back here. When we're done today, I'll take you straight to your common rooms. Hermione frowned. What's going on? Ethan's tone carried weight, as though something dangerous was lurking nearby. Dangerous enough to make even Hogwarts, the so-called safest place in Britain, feel uncertain. Dumbledore's presence alone was supposed to keep threats like Voldemort at bay. So what could possibly slip past? Ethan exhaled slowly. The Acromantulas told me a monster has entered Hogwarts. They're terrified. It's their natural enemy. The others stiffened. Hermione's brows knitted. A monster? What kind of monster could frighten them? Ethan hesitated. A basilisk. He hadn't come to this lightly. The rain had stopped yesterday, so at dawn he ventured into the Forbidden Forest. Aragog himself confirmed it. The younger spiders, normally fearless explorers, had panicked and scattered before they even crossed onto the castle grounds. The only creature capable of that kind of fear was a basilisk, and all signs pointed to Ronald. His sudden diligence, his obsession with practicing spells, uncharacteristic, unless he'd come under the influence of something darker. Somehow, Ron must have found the diary that should have belonged to Ginny. Ethan couldn't explain why he hadn't heard the basilisk's whispers, despite his own gift of Parseltongue. Still, he knew the truth. The beast was loose. For him, it wasn't insurmountable. As long as he avoided its gaze, he could bring it down. A well-aimed Gungnir would pierce even its scales. But for the others, one accidental glance could mean death. Penelope, for instance, she'd learned to form sparks of lightning, but was far from summoning a true Mjolnir. Against a basilisk's resistance, her magic would barely scratch it. Harry had survived in the original story only through sheer plot armor, blinded eyes, the Phoenix's timely arrival, a legendary sword, and even then he'd nearly died from venom. Anyone else would have perished long before. Cassandra cut in sharply before Hermione could ask more. Don't push. It's a XXXXX level beast. If you want to measure your strength, start with Onyxia. She'd pin you in seconds. Hermione pressed her lips together, torn between curiosity and reason. Cassandra was right. Knowing wouldn't help. Better to follow Ethan's warning and stay away. Penelope added quietly. Ravenclaw's records even mention Myrtle. A student really did die here 50 years ago. Hogwarts wasn't always safe. Dark arts once flourished in these halls, and even professors were cruel. Compared to that, Dumbledore's Hogwarts is paradise. Hermione sank back, reluctantly silenced. Later, Ethan and Penelope stepped aside for practice. Today's goal, the Patronus charm. Penelope lifted her wand. Expecto Patronum. Silver mist spilled out, lasting barely a minute before dispersing. She sighed. Still no corporeal form. Don't be discouraged, Ethan said. At least you've reached the first stage. I can't even get that far. He tried everything, summoning happy memories, following the incantation to the letter, but nothing ever came. Even recalling moments from his past life hadn't helped. Gaming all night, KTV with roommates, even that ridiculous one-stop service he and his friends once joked about. None of it sparked the emotion needed. It frustrated him endlessly. If even Umbridge, a petty, malicious toad of a woman, could summon a feline Patronus, why couldn't he? Snape himself, steeped in darkness, had mastered it out of love for Lily. Clearly, The spell didn't require sainthood. Expecto Patronum. Penelope tried again, but only mist emerged. She bit her lip. For a 6th year, time was running short. She wanted the strength this spell represented, not just for herself, but to secure her place in the Ministry of Magic. Wizards who could summon corporeal patron uses were always valued. Ethan nodded approvingly. It's progress. Most Hogwarts students wouldn't even attempt this spell, let alone manage what you've done. Still, the failure gnawed at him. The Patronus wasn't just protection against Dementors. It revealed something deeper, tied to one's animagus form. And he wanted to know his. But until then, he'd have to admit it. In this magic, talent wasn't on his side. It was still raining heavily in Hogwarts on Halloween Eve. But this did not affect the joyful atmosphere of the little wizards attending the Halloween dinner. Like last year, the little wizards woke up early in the morning and smelled the sweet and tempting smell of roasted pumpkin in the corridor. In the hall, the decorative bats and dark clouds had already been set up. The huge pumpkin provided by Hagrid was carved in the shape of a human face lantern, floating in the air, adding a little atmosphere to today. In addition to these, Ethan also heard a rumor that Dumbledore had booked a skeleton dance troupe to entertain everyone. I can only say that this old ****ch has a bad vision. Who wants to watch a few skeletons perform after hiring a skeleton dance troupe? With his spare money, it is better to invite the Vila dance troupe, which is in line with the taste of most people. In addition, Fred and George also told me at lunch that they were warned by Professor McGonagall. If she is unhappy again on Halloween this year, it will not be as simple as deducting points. She didn't mind inviting Mrs. Weasley to Hogwarts for afternoon tea once a week with a house elf pickup and drop-off service. Having afternoon tea and talking to her about her children's performance in Hogwarts. And by the way, Mrs. Weasley can come and see her baby son. The children are all in school, and Mrs. Weasley is probably bored at home alone during the day, so she won't refuse this proposal. Professor McGonagall, as the vice-headmaster, has this ability, and the twins know this very well. After receiving this warning, Fred and George rushed over without stopping and told Ethan that he must not do anything this year, and to stop if he has any ideas. If Ethan's tricks are counted on the two of them, then 02 is completely finished. They really don't want to see their mother in Hogwarts at all, and once a week, how can people live? This is more unacceptable than punishing the two of them to clean the corridors that were soiled by the dung eggs. Ethan didn't have any ideas this year, so he agreed. Last year, I wanted to complete the achievement, so I did this. Now the achievement of the prank has been completed, and Ethan is too lazy to do anything else. Unless there's a bigger stage, he is not interested. Ethan, I heard that today's dinner will not be pumpkin pie, but hot pot. Did you start it? At the Ravenclaw long table, Cho Zhang looked at Ethan with a strange expression. She lived in Daxia when she was a child, so she naturally knew a lot about hot pot. Even in Hogwarts, when the weather was cold, Ethan took them to eat in the room of requirement. But now Hogwarts combines Huxia hot pot with local festivals here, which looks weird no matter how you look at it. You have eaten 2 meals of pumpkin today. Haven't you eaten enough? Although he felt a little different, Ethan thought it was not a big problem. The banquet at Hogwarts was not a serious banquet, but just a group of little wizards eating and drinking together and having fun. Is there any difference between Western food and Huxia food? That's not the case. What I don't understand is how did you get Dumbledore to agree to this? God knows how surprised she was when the Hufflepuff students next to her said that the dinner today was hot pot. She also learned from them that Ethan had contributed to this. According to Qiu Zhang's idea, Dumbledore should not be able to accept this novel way of celebrating the festival. In fact, this was facilitated by the house elves. I didn't tell Dumbledore about this. What are you two talking about? So happy. Penelope came from behind and sat down on the left side of Ethan. We are talking about hot pot. I feel good. In this way, Qiu Zhang and Penelope were on the left and right, with Ethan in the middle, and they started chatting. Terry and others who were sitting on the other side, not far away, looked at this scene and gave Ethan a thumbs up. They could still chat so happily instead of fighting with their wands. They really have some skills. Some of the beautiful seniors in Ravenclaw are still single. Should we go and learn from Ethan? The three guys had a heated discussion about this. While they were chatting, Dumbledore came over with the professors, which also meant that the dinner officially started. Dumbledore waved his wand, and the long tables of the four colleges, including the teachers' seats, were filled with steaming brass crucibles, with alcohol lamps burning underneath, and the rest of the seats were filled with hot pot dishes and dipping sauces. Ethan, who was always paying attention to Professor Snape, could clearly see that his face suddenly darkened when he saw this steaming crucible. Although Snape didn't understand what was going on, with his knowledge, he knew that this was definitely not brewing potions. Excluding making potions, was this using the crucible to cook food? Thinking of this, Fenop waited for Dumbledore with murderous eyes. Dumbledore already knew all this and agreed to it. Does he know what a crucible means to a potion master? Looking at the colleagues around him who were not surprised, they were all using tongs to serve the dishes and mix the dipping sauces, so I was the only one who was kept in the dark. Snape really couldn't stand this grievance and didn't want to endure it any longer. He stared at Dumbledore with his eyes without any emotion. Great Headmaster Albus Dumbledore, do you know what you're doing now? Eating hot pot. It tastes really good. Severus, come on, sit down and eat together. Slow down, or the rings will be gone a while. Dumbledore, who was using chopsticks to put beef, mutton, beef balls, and other meat dishes into the bottom of the tomato pot, looked up at Snape blankly after hearing the sound and replied. From this skillful action, other professors all used tongs and forks. Only Dumbledore used chopsticks, and it was clear that Dumbledore had made a lot of hot pot in the office. Perhaps other professors, under the leadership of Dumbledore, had eaten this hot pot a lot, looking at their skillful actions and Dee's impatient eyes. Thinking about the recent big drop in temperature, the continuous rainy days, and the steaming crucibles in front of him, Snape was more and more convinced that this idea was true. Hot pot. This is a crucible, an important tool for potions class, and the most important friend of the potion master, not a hot pot. Snape broke down and showed an angry expression. In the days when he lost Lily, only potions and crucibles kept him company, and he did not allow anyone to use the crucible like this. Most importantly, he was not taken with him. This feeling of being excluded was really G uncomfortable. Severus, I think you can listen to everyone's opinions. Dumbledore gestured for Snape to look down. You regard the crucible as a partner and friend, but others don't think so. The crucible is just a tool. How to use it is up to its owner. Whether it is used to make potions or cook, it is a personal choice. Even if someone sells the crucible and uses it as a urinal, it is also their freedom. Anyway, this is what Dumbledore thinks. Turning his head to look at the little lions who were struggling and about to fight. The little snake had no aristocratic style and was sweating profusely while eating. The little badger went to the long table of other colleges to recommend dishes to others. There was also Ethan, who sat in the front row of the long table of Ravenclaw, served by two little witches on the left and right, but his attention was obviously on him. Snape was silent. If it was in the potion class, he would definitely deduct points without hesitation, but now he couldn't find a reason. So, Severus, hurry up and start eating, or you can only eat some green leaves if you're late. Dumbledore, who was still eating meat and not eating any vegetables, knew to give way at the critical moment. Now Snape obviously wanted to attack, but didn't know how to attack, and it would be embarrassing to retreat. You are the headmaster. You have the final say, Snape said coldly, then returned to his seat and began to eat with McGonagall and others beside him. Not to mention, although it was spicy, it was really delicious, and the more he ate, the more he couldn't stop. 983. Speaking of which, why is Dumbledore's pot different from his own, and why is McGonagall's not red? That's it. Ethan deliberately chose this seat, close enough to the teacher's seat, so he could eat as much as he wanted. He thought Snape would get mad. I really overestimated you, Snape. When everyone had almost finished eating, Dumbledore waved his wand, and all the cauldrons, plates, and unfinished dishes disappeared. Even the table was wiped clean, and then all kinds of desserts and candies covered the table. The lights in the hall dimmed at this moment, and a small team of 12 people climbed onto the high platform in front. The skeleton dance troupe that Dumbledore specially prepared for today officially debuted. The little wizards below also gave warm applause. Ethan listened to the conversations of the little wizards nearby and learned some things about the skeleton dance troupe. The skeleton dance troupe is actually similar to ghosts. They belong to dead wizards, but they did not go to the underworld or become ghosts. Instead, they became such a unique existence. Before death, they were a team and were also engaged in the dance industry, but they were not very popular at that time. They really became popular after they turned into skeletons after death. Especially on Halloween Eve, reservations are made several years in advance. If Dumbledore had not been so shameless, he would not have invited them to perform at Hogwarts on Halloween Eve. It's just that Ethan can appreciate their taste. Can dancing in a small dress really look good? No matter how good their skills are, these skeletons are not ornamental. As the lights on the stage started, the skeleton dance troupe began their performance. Because they got rid of the constraints of the flesh, they could do all kinds of movements, but Ethan still couldn't appreciate it. It was not as interesting as the sexy dance of a young lady. As the performance of the skeleton dance troupe ended, the Halloween dinner also came to an end. Ethan, Xiaozhang, and Penelope followed the crowd out of the auditorium, surrounded by people discussing Hot Pot and the skeleton dance troupe. A shrill scream attracted everyone's attention. The little wizards immediately started to riot and ran to the location of the scream. What happened again? Today's Halloween dinner is really good. I ate Hot Pot, watched the performance of the skeleton dance troupe, and I could join the fun after it was over. But everyone who ran to the screaming location was stunned and silent. Could it be that the Halloween theorem happened again? The troll that was supposed to appear last year was interrupted by Ethan and was left unfinished, because it was probably solved by a professor. This year, Voldemort's Horcrux diary was taken over by Ronald. The plot has been changed, so nothing should happen. While eating Hot Pot, Ethan also saw Ronald inside, but Harry was still not at the Gryffindor long table. Ethan was not surprised by this. Harry should have been invited by the ghost to attend their banquet, just like in the original book. Why didn't he bring Ronald? Ethan didn't know. With a puzzled mood, Ethan pushed through the crowd and squeezed in. Filch and his cat. Penelope, who was following behind Ethan, frowned at the scene in front of her, a little bit unbelievable. Then she looked at Ethan suddenly. A few days ago, Ethan said that a monster appeared in Hogwarts Castle and asked him and others to be careful. I didn't expect something to happen so soon. It was Filch again. But Penelope and Xiaozhang looked at each other and didn't say anything. The little wizards around were also full of horror. There were deaths in Hogwarts. Even though Ethan fought so hard last time, no one died. Ethan glanced at Harry, who was standing alone in the middle of the corridor full of water. At this moment, he was facing everyone at a loss. In front of Harry was Filch lying on the ground full of water. His oil lamp was placed on the ground not far away. In front of Filch was Mrs. Norris hanging upside down, and her right hand was stretched forward. Ethan could see his expression, angry and worried. After petrifying Mrs. Norris first, Filch found out and was also petrified when he came up to check. The scene should look like this. Ethan could feel that Mrs. Norris and Filch were not dead. Are they so lucky? Seeing the eyes of the basilisk through other media will only petrify, but to save your life, you just need to remove the petrification. In other words, they all saw the eyes of the basilisk through the stagnant water. Is it really such a coincidence? Or does this young Tom not want to kill people at this moment? At the dinner just now, Ethan saw that Ronald was eating Hot Pot very enthusiastically, and little Tom could not control Ronald to control the basilisk. The notebook was on someone else. Did Ronald really learn well? Soon, Ethan overturned this idea. If Ronald could stop playing wizard chess and Quidditch and start studying, then he should suspect that he was possessed by that old man. There was only one possibility. After the Skeleton Knights began their performance, all the lights on and off the stage were turned off. It was not easy for the little wizard to leave the stage at this time, and Ronald seized this opportunity. The Chamber of Secrets has been opened, and the air is the enemy. Be alert. You are the next one. You should. Draco Malfoy, who also squeezed to the front of the crowd, looked at Harry coldly, reading the bright red font on the wall in front of him word by word. When he was about to add a sentence, he suddenly thought of something and quickly swallowed his words. Then he ran to the back. Hiding behind the two followers, Draco finally breathed a sigh of relief. He was almost carried away by Harry just now. Fortunately, he didn't say it out loud. Ethan ignored Draco. He looked arrogant, but he was actually too timid. He couldn't achieve anything. Even if he wanted to be a villain, he was not qualified. He could only be a comedian. Accompanied by a low sound of footsteps approaching, the surrounding little European teachers made way for a passage. Snee, dragging a black cloak behind him, walked in with a gloomy face. He was still the first to arrive at the scene. After taking a look at the surrounding situation, he stared at Harry. His voice was emotionless. "Potter, did you do this? What kind of physique does this kid have? If there is any problem, it must be him." Snape felt that Harry was up to something again when he didn't see this unlucky child at the dinner. Then there was a scream here, and Snape's first reaction was that something happened to Harry again, so he hurried to the scene. Sure enough, it was related to Harry again. "No, Professor, I didn't do it, really, believe me." Harry waved his hands vigorously, and the panic and fear on his face could not be concealed at all. After attending the Death Day party of Headless Nico, he heard that damn voice on the way back. The whole thing was about tearing, killing, and starving. In order to find out the situation, he came here, but he didn't expect to meet Filch and his cat who were attacked. And then the crowd just came out of the hall after the banquet and saw himself at the crime scene. "Ethan, Ronald, believe me, it really wasn't me. I wouldn't do this just now, Seeing that Snape didn't believe him, Harry turned his eyes to Ethan and Ronald. I believe you." Ronald's face was pale at this moment, and he stuttered. People around him didn't care, thinking that he was scared by Filch's appearance. "Professor Snape, I don't think this has anything to do with Harry. He just happened to come to this crime scene. Can you prove it?" Snape's cold eyes shifted to Ethan. He had been looking for an opportunity to deduct points from him for a long time, but he didn't expect that he would dare to rush into his hands. This is the culprit that caused Slytherin Academy to fail in its attempt to break the record of the longest consecutive championship in the school forest since the founding of Hogwarts. He was slippery and couldn't grasp the opportunity to deduct points. He knew all the questions asked and couldn't find any faults in brewing potions. Over time, Snape treated Ethan as if he didn't exist. "I didn't expect him to be so stupid today. I can't prove anything. But do you think Harry has the ability to do this? This is the biggest truth. Harry is really a loser now. It is precisely because he is a loser that he can clear himself of suspicion." Snape laughed directly and looked at Ethan with sarcasm. "The idiot Potter really doesn't have this ability, but you do. So you want to say that the murderer is you? Adrian?" Ethan didn't expect Snape to be so shameless. He was sitting in the front row of the Ravenclaw table, right under the professor's noses. "I don't believe he doesn't know. Be careful, or I will sue you for defamation, Professor. Many students of Ravenclaw can prove that I did not leave the auditorium during the dinner." Harry looked at Ethan gratefully. This was completely using himself to attract firepower, and he was right. "I don't have that ability." At this time, Dumbledore also rushed over with his professors. All the professors who came to the scene fell into silence. Such vicious incidents have not happened in Hogwarts for many years. Only Harold wandered around to highlight his presence. It must be a spell that killed them. It is probably a transfiguration torture curse. I have seen others use this spell many times. It's a pity that I was not there at the time. I happen to know how to solve the spell and could have saved them. Stop! They are not dead yet. Dumbledore interrupted Lockhart's performance directly. How do you find such a person to be the professor of defense against the dark arts? I'm taking a closer look. Is he really not dead? I didn't see it clearly just now. It's been too long. I can't tell for a while. Lockhart was a little embarrassed and wanted to fool around, but now, except for his fans, no one would pay attention to him at all. After carefully checking the situation of Filch and Mrs. Norris, Dumbledore said to the young wizards who were watching around, "Everyone, under the leadership of the prefects, return to the dormitory in an orderly manner, and then Harry, you, and me Lockhart hurriedly stepped forward. "My office is the closest to here, Headmaster. You can—" Before he finished speaking, he was interrupted by Dumbledore. "Thank you, Gerald." The silent young wizards separated to both sides to let Dumbledore and his group pass, and Lockhart said something on the side. Hermione wanted to go forward to find Dumbledore several times, but she finally held back. The source of her information was Ethan, and Ethan's source of information was the magical animals in the Forbidden Forest. The Forbidden Forest is not allowed to go, and there will be punishment if you're found. Hermione is now used to being caught without violating the rules, this hidden clause of Hogwarts. But if she goes to find Dumbledore like this, Ethan will definitely be implicated in the end. And she was the witness. Ethan was punished to go to detention, and Ravenclaw, good, was deducted points. Hermione couldn't accept such a result. Finally, she decided to keep this secret in her heart. "Ethan, will this happen again?" Hermione did not follow the Gryffindor team back to the dormitory, but pulled Ethan to a corner. Even if Filch was not dead, he must have a big problem. Otherwise, he would have been cured on the spot to appease the little wizard. Although she decided to conceal it, she still didn't want such a thing to happen again on campus. If this happens, Dumbledore will definitely take it to heart, and he will solve it. Ethan was ready to find an opportunity to collect the basilisk. Although it was not very useful, it was still powerful enough, so he would just collect stamps. I think so too. Since Dumbledore noticed it, he would definitely solve it, and it was not her turn to worry. After thinking it through, Hermione jogged all the way and caught up with the Gryffindor team. Ethan took out the Marauders map again, but there was no basilisk on it. During this period, Ethan took out the Marauders map several times, but there was no trace of the basilisk. I don't know if it doesn't show magical animals or for some other reason. To go to Slytherin's Chamber of Secrets, Ethan only knew one way, but there was a ghost squatting on that road, and he had to get rid of it. Saturday. Today is the first Quidditch match of this school year at Hogwarts. Slytherin versus Gryffindor. Although Ethan doesn't play Quidditch, it doesn't affect watching the Quidditch match. On the way to the Quidditch venue, the little wizards were still discussing the Chamber of Secrets and the attack on Filch. Harry had long been cleared of suspicion and released. This matter is the hottest topic in Hogwarts in recent times. People are talking about it everywhere. It is probably that the four founders of Hogwarts, Godric Gryffindor, Helga Hurlbach, Salazar Slytherin, and Rowena Ravenclaw, founded Hogwarts together, and then their teaching philosophies conflicted. Salazar Slytherin is only willing to recruit pure-blood students and wants to drive all Muggle-born wizards out of Hogwarts. In the end, the four founders quarreled over this, and Salazar Slytherin left the school. But before leaving, Salazar Slytherin built a secret room in Hogwarts, which was unknown to the other founders, and left a monster inside. When the time is right, Slytherin's heir can open this secret room and use the monster left by Salazar Slytherin to eliminate the Muggle wizards in Hogwarts. This statement is widely recognized by young wizards. This also caused many Muggle-born young wizards to be in danger, and the Half-Bloods were also very worried. Only some pure-blood wizards were arrogant during this period, and they were proud of it. It can only be said that Slytherin was misunderstood quite a lot. The four colleges and four concepts were determined at the beginning of the school. They represent the direction of everyone's progress. Wizards at their level have their own persistence, and it is impossible to shake the concepts of others. What's more, the four people were friends before the school was founded. The secret chamber left behind is most likely a legacy for future generations, and its function is to protect Hogwarts, but it was opened by Voldemort 983, which caused everything to change. Ethan, aren't you worried? Terry has not been eating well or sleeping well these days, and he is worried that he will be the next target, as he is also a Muggle-born. Michael is not much better, and he is a little anxious. Only Ethan seems to have nothing happened. In the morning, he is still arguing with the senior from Ravenclaw, and in the afternoon, he is running to the corner of the classroom with the Slytherin. Today is a day off, and he sleeps until he wakes up naturally and is not affected at all. What are you worried about? As long as Salazar Slytherin didn't leave his ghost in the Chamber of Secrets, there's nothing to be afraid of. Ethan replied indifferently. Ethan didn't know what level the four founders were at, but they were definitely not better than Old Dunder. It was estimated that only Helena and Barrow knew some inside information, but they obviously wouldn't tell. Of course, this didn't make any sense. The condition for becoming a ghost was to be a wizard but afraid of death, and obviously the four founders would not be like this. Everyone guessed that it should be a magical animal of the XXXXX level, and only they could live so long. Terry replied in a daze. Yeah, why didn't I think there were ghosts? Ghosts can live for a long time. Just look at Cuthbert Bins. Michael, do you think what Ethan said is true, that Slytherin's ghost was released in the Chamber of Secrets? Legend has it that Slytherin left Hogwarts after building the Chamber of Secrets. So how could his ghost be in the Chamber of Secrets? Michael looked at Terry with an expression of looking at AR ******D and said helplessly, That's right, then it's still. Ethan ignored the nonsense of several roommates, and after arriving at the Quidditch venue, he went straight to the seniors and sat down next to them. Ethan, who do you think will win today? Now all Gryffindor members have changed into Nimbus 2001. Xiao Zhang, who was holding his cheek with his hand, had a face full of worry. Roll F******************* G rolled up. After Slytherin updated his equipment, Gryffindor followed. Should Hufflepuff follow their lead? The same goes for Hogwarts. They should set a rule that Quidditch training equipment doesn't matter, but the broomsticks must be uniform. Gryffindor, right? They've been training hard lately, and they've even changed to Nimbus 2001, so they should be confident. Ethan randomly said one. He couldn't let Xiao Zhang know that Harry bought Nimbus 2001 for the whole team at his suggestion. Harry was also fast. A few days after Ethan talked to him, Hagrid brought him 7 brand new Nimbus 2001s. What did Davis say? He didn't want to replace Ravenclaw's broomsticks? Roger Davis, the captain of the Ravenclaw Quidditch team, is a chaser. He's also a young wizard born in a pure-blood family, but his family isn't that famous. He didn't say anything. I really envy that Slytherin and Gryffindor both have big dog owners. Now only Jean and Ravenclaw has a Nimbus 2000. Hufflepuff's situation is not much better now. Among them, only Cedric has a Nimbus 2000. The two houses can be said to be brothers in distress. It was almost 11 o'clock. 2 teams, 14 members arrived at the stadium one after another, waiting for the referee Queen Hooch to announce the start. But today's weather was not very good, hot and humid, and the weather was terrible and gloomy, not a suitable day for competition. But even so, it still couldn't resist the enthusiasm of the little wizards. The moment the Quidditch players came on the field, the atmosphere on the scene reached its peak, and cheers and applause were everywhere. At this moment, Gryffindor had the support of 3 colleges. The students of Ravenclaw and Hufflepuff, led by the players of their respective colleges, despised Slytherin. There were a lot of boos and jeers mixed in with Slytherin, who made the Slytherin Quidditch team the first to break the rules and use the Nimbus 2001. Listen to my whistle. Ms. Hodge cast a loud spell on herself. 3. At the whistle, 14 players jumped into the gloomy sky together. As the commentator of the Hogwarts Quidditch game, Lee Jordan came on the court. Marcus Flint held the ball at the beginning. Angelina Johnson and Oliver Wood surrounded him. They wanted to use the left and right pincer attack tactics. They succeeded. The quaffle fell into Oliver Wood's hands. What happened to Harry Potter? It was a close call. He was almost hit by a bludger. Something is wrong. The bludger is still chasing Harry Potter. What's going on? Fred Weasley, great job. He successfully hit the bludger to Slytherin. Wait, the bludger was hit to Slytherin by Fred Weasley. Why did it come back and still chase Harry Potter? It must be that Slytherin cast a curse on the bludger. Otherwise, it wouldn't be like this. There has never been such a bludger. Never. Lee Jordan watched this scene and shouted loudly on the stage. At the same time, Gryffindor also applied for a timeout. The little wizards below were also talking about it. Just as Lee Jordan said, they had never seen such a bludger, and they only focused on one person hitting it. Ethan, you said that someone cast a curse on the bludger. Xiao Zhang frowned. She was also a seeker. If she encountered Harry has no way to solve such a problem. being entangled by a bludger. How can he compete with others for the golden snitch? There's a high probability that it is. Ethan didn't know whether the house elf had a problem with his brain. Was it trying to save Harry or kill him? Controlling the bludger to injure Harry, so as to achieve the goal of sending Harry home seriously injured, but he didn't think about whether Harry could still survive after falling from high altitude. And this house elf was unqualified in Ethan's opinion. Even if he could get a precious house elf by some means, Ethan would not do it repeatedly. It's raining. Ethan took out a piece of chocolate directly from his pocket, and the moment he took it out, the chocolate turned into a long-handled umbrella. Ethan opened the umbrella in his hand, and Xiao Zhang and Penelope also leaned towards Ethan and cast a protective spell on them. Luna here, looking at Luna sitting alone in the rain in front. After Ethan cast a cleansing spell to remove the rain, he added a warming spell and handed her an umbrella. This set of spells was still a bit too difficult for a first-year wizard. For example, Cassandra and Hermione did not need Ethan to worry about them, and they were completely self-sufficient. "Thank you." Luna smiled and took the umbrella handed over by Ethan, still looking as lively as ever, even when she was just caught in the rain. The rain was getting heavier, and the Gryffindor team on the field did not know what the result was, but the game continued anyway. The bludger continued to chase Harry, and Fred did not protect Harry closely, but went to Wood's side. Ethan noticed that at the edge of the field, the rain seemed to be blocked by something, and a small part of the ground was dry. If it wasn't raining, it would be hard to find. "Penelope, wave the umbrella. I'll go find Professor Flitwick." After handing the umbrella to Penelope, Ethan conjured up another umbrella and walked to the front of the Ravenclaw audience. "Professor Flitwick's place," and pointed out the strange place to him. Soon Professor Flitwick went to Gryffindor to find Professor McGonagall. As for the result, it was not something Ethan needed to consider. When Ethan returned to his seat, he just saw Harry rushing towards Draco and grabbing the golden snitch from his head. This also meant that the game was over. But Harry couldn't control the flying broomstick at all because he was holding it with his legs, causing him to fall into the mud. What happened next? Ethan could only mourn for Harry and silently return to the Ravenclaw common room. Lockhart walked towards the injured Harry, and Professor McGonagall took the remaining 3 deans to the place Ethan told them. Quidditch, the quaffle is red, and passing through the opponent's ring will get 10 points. This is the job of the chaser. There are 2 bludgers, which are smaller than the bludgers and will jump around by themselves. The beater holds a bat to protect his teammates from being knocked off the broom by the bludgers. Terry walked into the common room, looked around, and soon found the target. "Ethan, Malfoy is looking for you outside." Ethan, who was chatting with Penelope, looked up at him. "Do you know what it is?" It has been more than 2 months since the start of school, and Ethan and Draco Malfoy have basically had no intersection. What does this person who suddenly came to find him want to do? I don't know about that. When I returned to the common room, Malfoy caught up with me and said he wanted to meet you. Now he is waiting outside. Well, I know. There is nothing to do now, so I can go and see him. Even if Draco has any tricks, he only dares to do it to Harry. Seeing that Ethan did not intend to leave immediately, Terry said again, "Ethan, you just left early, and you don't know what happened. When Harry Potter fell just now, he just broke his hand, but after Lockhart's treatment, Harry didn't even have a bone." Although he was worried about the news about the Chamber of Secrets these days, he was still indispensable in the front line of eating melons. He was a staunch anti-Lockhart party. After the first offense against the Dark Arts class, he used his big mouth to spread Lockhart's deeds throughout Ravenclaw. After that, he witnessed his black history several times. Terry really couldn't understand what Lockhart was thinking. He was slapped in the face for pretending to be cool more than once or twice. Now he is still doing it. Does he really have no tricks at all? So much so that he is now a general against Lockhart's fans. I saw Lockhart go to Harry and knew the result. By the way, how are the professors? At that time, Ethan mourned for Harry. It was no wonder that he was tricked by Lockhart. Fortunately, the injury was not to the head. Otherwise, Lockhart would have killed Harry directly with a failed healing spell. Professors and others? Several professors hurried to the southwest corner of the Quidditch field, and then came back, but their faces were very ugly. For this matter, Terry just glanced at it and didn't pay much attention to it. After all, the big head was still Lockhart's performance, and there will be new topics when we go out later. Returning empty-handed, that is to say, the professors still haven't caught Dobby. It seems that the professors have been too lazy after not experiencing a decent battle for so many years. Otherwise, it would have been controlled remotely and would not have been given the opportunity to apparate. But what level is Dobby among house elves? He was able to go to Malfoy Manor, save a group of people from a group of Death Eaters, and was stabbed to death by a thrown dagger. How could he defend himself? With doubts, Ethan left the common room of Ravenclaw. At this moment, Draco Malfoy was circling at the door, looking impatient. Malfoy, what do you want me to do? My father wants to see you. He is in Hogwarts now. Do you have time? Draco looked at Ethan with a bitter face. He just came off the field and was asked by his father to come and invite Ethan. Today is really unlucky. It's all Harry's fault. If he hadn't focused all his attention on him, he wouldn't have missed the golden snitch above his head. In the end, not only did he lose face in front of his father, but his teammates also blamed him for not seeing the golden snitch, which led to Harry's chance. Slytherin lost the game with a score higher than Gryffindor. Catching the golden snitch is 150 points more, which is 15 goals. Okay, take me there. Ethan thought for a while and agreed. The Malfoy family invited him several times. Last school year, Draco personally invited him, and there were several invitations during the summer vacation. He didn't have time, so he didn't go. Now that he has come to Hogwarts, he is very sincere. I'll take you there now. After saying that, Draco led the way in front, fearing that Ethan would return. All the way to the third floor of Hogwarts, he stopped in front of an office with a plaque on the doorframe that read Hogwarts Director's Office. The entire plaque was shining with gold, which was probably to show the status of the directors. Although the directors of Hogwarts have no presence in the plot, they still have some power. At least they can interfere with the operation of Hogwarts and even dismiss the principal. Dumbledore was dismissed, although he was finally promoted and Lucius himself was driven out. But it also proves the power of the directors. After all, they're the big guys who provide financial support behind the scenes. Opening the door of the office, Ethan walked in directly, and Malfoy stood at the door and didn't dare to come in at all. A wizard with light golden hair, cold gray-blue eyes, and a pale pointed face was already sitting on the sofa in the reception room. He was rubbing a wand decorated with a snake head in his hand. It fits the image of a wizard noble. Mr. Adrian, it's our first meeting. I came here specially to get to know you. Lucius Malfoy put away his arrogant face. He knew who to be arrogant to and who to bow to. A person who has the ability to grow into a person like Dumbledore and Voldemort, although he dare not underestimate him. Besides, the Wally family has already placed their bets in advance. Draco said that they even lost their daughter. Now they are promoting Ethan Adrian everywhere, and they even applied for the awarding ceremony of the Merlin Knight's second-class badge for him at Christmas. The Wally family is willing to pay such a high price, which proves the extraordinariness of this small network. If you enter the market late, you may not even have soup to drink. The last time I placed the wrong bet, it caused the family to suffer heavy losses. Whether it can recover depends on this time. I should get to know Mr. Malfoy. I should have visited him, but I didn't have time some time ago. Lucius gave him face, so Ethan couldn't show his displeasure. This is a little gift I brought this time. Lucius couldn't deny what Ethan said. Maybe he didn't have much time, but he didn't really want to accept his family's invitation. As far as he knew, Ethan went to the Waller family after returning from Nicholas Flamel. When he left, there were still several days before the start of school. If he had this idea, he would definitely come, but he didn't. You're too polite, Ethan said as he handed the gift over. I didn't want to accept it at first, but it was really tempting. An ancient book, Nibelungen, much larger than ordinary books, and the material was a bit like dragon skin. It was a treasure of a pure blood family at first glance. The second one was a pocket woven with gold thread. If I guessed correctly, it was filled with gold galleons. It was really quite rough and direct, flattering, and using money to open the way. Ethan also knew a little about the Malfoy family. They came to Britain with William the Conqueror in the early days and became nobles. They also obtained a large piece of land in Wiltshire as a fiefdom, and they still hold this land now. For quite a long time, they maintained close relations with the British royal family, which ensured their prosperity. Until the early 18th century, the Malfoy family reached its peak in the wizarding world. It was not an exaggeration to say that they were all-powerful, but it was no longer possible after entering the 19th century. Since the generation of Lucius's father, the Malfoy family has entered a period of decline, but a lean camel is still better than a horse. Mr. Adrian, if you have time later, you can give Draco a few words, and you can give him anything to do. What Lucius wants to do now is to let Draco get in touch with Ethan. The two are of the same age, which is more appropriate. Lucius couldn't help but get angry when he thought that Ethan and his son were the same age. This son was really spoiled. Others worked hard to learn and improve themselves, but his son only knew Potter and Quidner. Today, he was embarrassed to the extreme. He came to watch Draco's first Quidditch show, but no one knew what he was doing. The attention was always on Potter, and he didn't even know that the golden snitch was above his head. 0. Asking for flowers 0. For this, he donated 7 Nimbus 2000 once. He was simply blind at that time. That's no problem. The misunderstanding between Draco and me has been resolved, but he is still avoiding me. When he becomes the Minister of Magic in the future, the support of pure bloods will definitely be indispensable. Although it's a little early now, it's not impossible to win over Malfoy. I'll tell him. Lucius showed a smile on his face. If he could get in touch, he would have the opportunity to make friends. I heard that Mr. Malfoy was once a Death Eater. Suddenly, Ethan changed the subject. There is no such thing. This is just a rumor spread by some people who slander the Malfoy family. Lucius denied it immediately. This identity cannot be acknowledged. Needless to say, he also knew where Ethan got the news from. It must be a few Weasley children. Only their family has this saying. It's better if it's not. Then Mr. Malfoy, do you know the news that Voldemort is back? Lucius' pupils suddenly dilated. He knew that Voldemort would come back sooner or later, but he didn't expect it to be so soon. What Voldemort gave him was a Horcrux. He saw that it was difficult to make. He had the method of making Horcruxes at home, and he had kept it well all these years until this summer. 0 thinking of this, Baishio suddenly broke out in a cold sweat. In addition, as a Death Eater who was cleansed 10 years ago, he also lost his Horcrux. Voldemort will definitely doubt him after his return. At that time, he will continue to walk. Voldemort's dark road, or the road of whitewashing, is gone forever. It seems that neither is good, and there is no place for him there. Mr. Adrian, you are joking. Everyone knows that Voldemort died 10 years ago, and it was Harry Potter who killed him. Everyone knows this. Even though he was panicking to death, Lucius still pretended to be calm and looked at Ethan. The remnant soul attached to Quirrell that I dealt with last semester, he claimed to be the Dark Lord, wanted to get the Philosopher's Stone to revive, and said there was something inside. Kr. Lucius opened his mouth in shock, pointing at Ethan, a little at a loss. What is the relationship between these two people? He has confirmed that Voldemort is back, and the remnant soul knows that there is something with him, and the enemy cannot have any contact except Voldemort. Don't worry, I'm not in the same group as Voldemort. I used the spell on Harry to destroy Voldemort's plan to seize the Philosopher's Stone. He probably hates me now. I just want to know what he put with you, and where it is now. Lucius took a deep breath and finally compromised. His identity as a Death Eater could not be slowed down here. He immediately told Ronald about the diary and how it was put on Ronald, but he didn't say what the diary was specifically. He only said that it was given to him for safekeeping. He didn't understand it either, only that it was a dark magic prop. Although it was unknown how long it would take for Voldemort to be resurrected, he had to invest in Ethan, but he had to leave a way out for himself. The Horcrux was Voldemort's Achilles heel. Ethan could know, but he couldn't reveal it himself. Ethan also figured out why Voldemort's Horcrux diary was on Ronald. Fred and George paid for Ginny's new textbooks, wizard robes, brass crucibles, etc., but none of them were on Ronald. Ronald still used old books except for the textbooks for the defense against the dark arts class. When Lucius and Arthur had a conflict in Flourish and Blots, Lucius took advantage of the chaos to hide the diary in Ronald's old book to take revenge on Arthur. Hiding it in a new book is too conspicuous. No matter how you think about it, it is impossible for the diary to be in the new book. It's still the butterfly effect caused by me. If the twins are still poor, the diary will not reach Ronald. On the night of meeting Lucius, Ethan came out of the room of requirement. He just sorted out the gifts Lucius had given him. The old book Nibelungen was a bit strange. It did not record any spells or profound knowledge. It was more like a record of poems and sacrifices. Ethan had not understood it yet. In the bag made of gold thread, Ethan guessed correctly that it was gold galleons, and it was a huge amount of 50,000. It was worthy of the generosity of a family with a 1,000-year heritage. After taking out the Marauder's map and looking through it and finding no problems, Ethan put it away and cast a disillusionment spell on himself. Along the way, Ethan's goal was clear: the abandoned women's washroom on the second floor of Hogwarts. That is, the women's toilet. Even though it was abandoned, Ethan didn't want to be discovered coming here, so he was very careful all the way. Ethan would never do that. When Ethan entered the abandoned women's restroom, the first thing he saw was a huge circular pool, surrounded by a circle of faucets and wash basins. The passage to the secret room was inside it, but it had to be opened before the passage below would be revealed. When he came to the circular pool, Ethan began to feel around on the faucet. He remembered that the switch was a faucet with a snake mark. Soon, Ethan found the target, a faucet with a snake tattooed on the side. Based on the pool and faucet, Ethan could be sure that when Salazar Slytherin built the secret room, this was already a women's restroom. Otherwise, it was not a toilet. What was the purpose of building so many wash basins? 1, 2, 3. But Salazar Slytherin still set the entrance and exit here. Is there any unknown habit? Or he left Hogwarts because he was socially dead after this habit was discovered, so he had to leave. Otherwise, why would a normal person, an old man, set the entrance in the women's bathroom? Who would believe that he didn't have some tricks? But Ethan couldn't verify it. Now, there's another problem waiting for Ethan to solve. Myrtle is still living in a toilet in this women's bathroom. To be precise, it is in the toilet, which is really quite explosive. When the passage is opened later, I don't know if it will attract her out. In order to avoid being seen by her, it is better to get her out. Immediately, Ethan took out a handful of stones from his pocket and sprinkled them on the ground. These stones turned into big black rats in the moment they landed. Not counting the tail, each one is 1 foot long, and the 2 front teeth have burst out. The eyes are scarlet. Just looking at the appearance is definitely quite bluffing. Ethan stood aside and directed the mice to get into the toilet, ready to scare her out. This Myrtle was quite timid. She would scream and cry loudly at the slightest thing, and was the target of the Peeves' bullying. As expected, as soon as the mice got into the toilet, Myrtle jumped out in panic, floating in the air and making a piercing noise with her sharp voice. When she found that these mice were still following her and rushing towards her one by one, Myrtle panicked completely, running out while screaming. The mice below also chased after her directly, staring at Myrtle with scarlet eyes, as if they would not stop until they tore her apart. This transformation will last for a while, except Ethan took the initiative to cancel it. Otherwise, he could catch up in a day. This is also because he doesn't want her to come back too soon. Although Myrtle's going out like this will make a little noise, no one cares about her at this moment. After the incident in the secret room, little wizards who wander at night have become quite rare, and even if there are some, they will not meddle in other people's business. Song Jean thought it was a prank played by Pippi Kong on Myrtle. As for Filch, he was still lying in the school infirmary in a petrified state. There was no one patrolling at night. The Mandrix and Sprout's greenhouse were not mature yet, so they could not be used to make a potion to remove petrification. As for why he didn't go out to buy mature Mandrix, Ethan didn't know. This opened. The faucet with a snake pattern immediately emitted a burst of white light, and then began to rotate rapidly, and then the pool also moved, until the water in the pool completely disappeared, revealing a very thick water pipe, the kind that people can just crawl into. Fluorescent flash. A ball of light appeared in Ethan's hand, emitting a continuous and stable white light, and was thrown into the pipe by Ethan. This is a way to use the illumination spell. Unfortunately, the pipe was too tortuous, but it was impossible to find where the ball of light had slipped to in a breath. After using the illumination spell again, Ethan fixed it on his hand and jumped directly into the pipe. In the original book, he jumped directly in, so there shouldn't be any problems. As soon as he jumped into the pipe, he rushed down quickly. The whole pipe was still sticky. In addition to the pipe where Ethan was descending, there were many thinner roads branching off in all directions. There was no doubt that the basilisk appeared in various places in Hogwarts through these pipes. All the way down, Ethan didn't know how deep he had fallen. Suddenly, the water pipe became horizontal, and Ethan knew he was coming. At the moment when he rushed out, he immediately adjusted his body and stood firmly on the ground. If it weren't for his physical fitness being strengthened, he really couldn't do this step, and he would inevitably fall down. Looking around, this is a stone tunnel, but the walls and the ground are a little wet and sticky, quite humid. Could it be that it leads to the bottom of the Black Lake? According to Slytherin's personality, it is not impossible. Clean it up. A white light flashed, directly cleaning the stains that Ethan had just slid down from the pipe. After doing this, Ethan walked forward along the stone tunnel. Crack! A rat skull was crushed by Ethan. Soon, Ethan found another big guy, lying motionless at the other end of the tunnel. Ethan knew there was a snake monster here, but he was still cautious and threw a repulsion spell. The red light directly penetrated the giant and flew deep into the tunnel. After confirming it, Ethan went directly to the snake monster and collected it. Although the snake monster of the basilisk has not been found to be useful yet, other snake monsters can be used as medicine. If this XXXXX level can't be used, it's a bit unreasonable. Not long after, Ethan came to a solid wall with a large bronze manhole cover on it. There were small snake sculptures carved on the manhole cover, and the eyes of these snakes were all inlaid with sparkling emeralds. It was another alchemical product, and the material was quite sufficient. It was not easy to break it violently. Salazar Slytherin really favors his own family. For these two doors, wizards from Slytherin's academy alone cannot open them. They must be opened by a parrot. And in Great Britain, only descendants of his family have parrot, or there is a certain probability after marrying into their family. It was clearly meant for his descendants, but unfortunately Voldemort came. This open. A snake began to move and crawl, and the other snake heads retracted one after another until all the snake head locks retracted and the thick door was opened. Then there was another pipe inside, but Ethan was not in a hurry to go in. Instead, he began to dismantle the door. Ethan could still use many of the materials. These emeralds contained good magic and could be used to make excellent alchemical props. And there was a lot of goblin mithril mixed in the door, which was the highlight. How could Ethan let it go? Only after the entire door was dismantled and put away did Ethan walk into the pipe and come to the location of the Slytherin secret room. This was a very dim room. In the pools on both sides, there were rows of stone pillars with entangled snakes carved in them, towering to support the ceiling in the darkness. Although it was underground, there was indeed light coming in. Needless to say, it was still Slytherin's masterpiece. Walking to the front, there was a huge statue in front of him. It was an old, monkey-like face with a sparse long beard that almost reached the hem of the wizard's robe, carved from stone. Hiss! Air! Just when Ethan wanted to observe carefully, a hissing sound came from the mouth of Salazar, Slytherin's statue. This made Ethan alert, and he closed his eyes immediately. I just don't know if the successor it mentioned is Little Tom, or if everyone who goes to the Big File secret room is a successor. Hiss! Am I the successor? Ethan didn't feel hostility, and the basilisk didn't get close, so he talked to it in parcel tongue. Hiss! Yes! Hiss! Did someone come here a few days ago? He let you out and hurt someone. Hiss! A red-haired successor came here. I obeyed his orders and left the secret room. Hiss! He and I are both successors. Who do you listen to? According to what it said, those who can enter the secret room and have parcel tongue are all successors. But in the original book, Little Tom controlled the basilisk, and once Harry chased him to the point where there was no way up to the sky or down to the earth. Either the basilisk would listen to whoever awakened it, but when it did not receive an order, it would also obey the words of other heirs. The authority was not as high as the awakened heir. Secondly, they were all heirs, so they would naturally help whoever they had a good relationship with. Yes, I'll listen to you. You are more like the master. It seems that the second rule is true. Under the condition of being an heir, whoever they have a good relationship with will be the one they listen to. Now that he can choose himself without hesitation, it is probably because of the animal affinity. Yes, do you agree to take you away? You will be fed. Since he can be sure that this snake can listen to him, he will naturally not let it go, and food is really worthless in the world. Buying food in the Muggle world is even simpler. Just find a farmer and pay him to drag him to the designated place. Yes, I will leave with you. The basilisk's voice this time is quite urgent. It seems that he has been hungry for a long time. He would not stay in prison here if he can get food and accommodation. Ethan directly changed the box with the traceless expansion spell back to its original size and used the floating spell to pull out a wild boar and threw it in front of the basilisk. The wild boar weighed more than 500 kilograms, so it should be no problem to show it to him to fill his stomach. This was thrown by the winged demon 2 days ago, but Onyxia didn't like to eat this thing. It was originally prepared to feed the Voldemorts, but now it can be fed to the basilisk. Hiss, can you control the petrification of your eyes? After waiting for a while, Ethan asked. Hiss, yes. Hearing this answer, Ethan dared to open his eyes. At this moment, the basilisk's belly was slightly bulging, and the whole snake head was lying on the ground with a satisfied look. Hiss, what instructions did the red-haired heir give you when you went to the castle? Hiss, non-lethal petrification. It seems that this little Tom is not trying to kill people, but to cause panic. 1.5 He knew that if someone died, Dumbledore might send the students home. He and several professors are dedicated to solving the hidden dangers in the castle. It is not so easy to put the blame on someone now. Not everyone is as stupid as Hagrid. After asking clearly, Ethan directly controlled the basilisk to crawl into the box of the traceless extension spell. After doing all this, Ethan walked into the Slytherin's open mouth. This is also a tunnel, but not long. Soon Ethan came to a more spacious place. As soon as he came in, he covered his nose. There was a strong musty smell and fishy smell. It seems that this is the lair of the basilisk. After searching for a while, he found a bronze statue of the basilisk in the corner, which looked like the basilisk just scaled down. Hiss, open. The bronze snake sculpture emitted a burst of white light, and the whole wall began to tremble until a door was revealed. Ethan walked in. The space was not small. There were bookshelves, desks, and tools necessary for alchemy and potions, but there was nothing else. Apparently, this place has been completely looted by Tom. Tom didn't want the newcomers to find any gifts from Slytherin here. Ethan was not to be outdone and started demolishing everything related to alchemy, especially the eyes on the snake-like statues outside, and some magic patterns were all shoveled away. The original Slytherin materials were still sufficient. At daybreak, Ethan, who had finished looting the Slytherin chamber, returned to the bathroom. After reciting a spell in parcel tongue to restore the bathroom to its original state, Ethan lifted the transfiguration curse, and the mouse turned back into a stone. Finally, he cast an invisibility charm and returned to the Ravenclaw dormitory quietly. Lying on the bed, Ethan looked at the panel. Just now, in the hidden little room of Slytherin, he completed an achievement. The mystery of the millennium, Slytherin. Ambition and wisdom converge here, and the light of glory never ends. As cunning as a snake and as agile as a fox, the pursuit of power never hesitates, and the road to glory is sonorous. In order to achieve the goal, he never hesitates. The belief in identification burns in his heart, and the road of dreams never deviates. Achievement goal: successfully reach the Slytherin chamber, 1/1. Achievement reward: random ancient potion formula. Ethan did not expect that the chamber that has been looted by Voldemort can still get rewards. If he had thought of it earlier, Ethan would have rushed in when the first graders just got Parseltongue. The lottery result was not bad. It was worthy of being an ancient potion. The effect was simple and crude, similar to ancient magic. The blood of magic power was the famous minister of the tongue potion. It could integrate the blood of magical animals into the body of wizards, so that wizards could obtain some of the abilities of magical animals, as well as a stronger physique, more powerful magic, and more powerful vitality. It could be said to be an all-round improvement. The effect was much higher than Bruno's magic enhancement potion. This fundamentally changed the qualifications of a networker. It was better when I didn't know about this potion before. Now that I know it, it makes Ethan wonder if many wizards have the blood of magical animals. Among them, the Dumbledore family is very suspicious. They are very likely to have part of the Phoenix blood, and it has been passed down. Otherwise, it can't explain why the Phoenix will appear when their family members need it. Moreover, the strength of several members who appeared was quite strong, not to mention Albus Dumbledore. Aberforth Dumbledore was able to intervene in the battle between his brother and Grindelwald, whether in his youth or middle age, which was enough to represent his strength. Dumbledore and Grindelwald were extremely strong at the time. It was generally recognized in the wizarding world that no one except Dumbledore could stop Grindelwald. If any other wizard went up, he would be killed in seconds. Aberforth was able to intervene in the battle between the two, which showed that even if his strength was not as good as those two, the gap was not too big. Ariana Dumbledore was also because 3 Muggle boys did excessive things to her, causing her magic to go out of control and eventually become an Obscurial. However, ordinary Obscurials do not live beyond the age of 10, while Ariana lived to the age of 14, and she died in the melee between her 2 brothers and Grindelwald. It was unknown who accidentally injured her, and she died, not because of the death of the Obscurial degree. Ariana was not an exception. Creston is Aberforth's son and also an Obscurial. He lived to adulthood without any guidance or help. 2 consecutive members of the family, both Obscurials, broke the rule that Obscurials cannot live beyond the age of 10. Can you say it's a coincidence? There must be something special about it, and it can be inherited in the bloodline. If it's the bloodline of the Phoenix, it will show super vitality and magic. In addition to a few members of the Dumbledore family, there are also other people who have the abilities of magical animals. Grindelwald's prophecy. This is the ability of the invisible beast. In the book Fantastic Beasts and Where to Find Them, invisibility was once confirmed to have the ability to foresee the future. As for Trelawney, who is also said to have the ability to predict, it is estimated that the awakening is defective and sometimes works and sometimes doesn't. Nymphadora Tonks's ability of Metamorphmagus is probably also the awakening of the ability of the atavistic bloodline. I don't know whether it is the ability of the Kelpie or the ability of the Bogut. Both can transform. Queenie and Luna are born with legilimency. Others may not be able to learn it hard, but they are born legilimency masters. They're different from others and must have something special. There is no doubt that this is the ability of the Cat Panther. The eyes of the Cat Panther have the effects of hypnosis and legilimency, and it is agile and strong. It is definitely a good bloodline choice. These are still known, and no one can tell how many are unknown. What's more, some magical animals have nothing special, just strong bodies and abundant magic power, which can't be seen. Nowadays, those who have obtained the formula of this magic blood Ethan, this is also a very small group of people. According to the information in my mind, the overall brewing time of this magic blood is 3 months, which is shorter than the time required for the Felicity Potion and the Purification Potion. The main material is the blood of magical animals, and a large amount is required, which needs to be added every week. The added blood is the blood of magical animals that need to obtain the target bloodline. In addition, the number of potion materials required is also quite large. The eggs of the runes are themselves XXXX level magical animals, and their eggs can stimulate the brain's reaction, so the value of the runes, eggs, and potion making is quite high. The powder of the horn camel is also a XXXX level magical animal, and the number is rare. There are few. When we went to kill Grindelwald, the last pair of horned beasts with reproductive ability in Newt's box, plus their cubs, are already on the verge of extinction. It is another difficult thing to deal with. The rest can be obtained with gold galleons in Diagon Alley or Nocturne Alley. It's just a matter of how much money you have. Augur feathers, horns of divine beasts, syrup of heartworms, pus of bobwood tubers, poison hemlock essence, explosive liquid, fairy wings, water of the Lethe River. Horn powder of horned beasts, this is rare on the market, but it does not mean that pure blood families do not have it. According to their temperament, rare things will definitely be collected. Whether it is the Wally family or the Malfoy family, they should have it. Didn't Lucius say that he could tell Draco if there was anything? It shouldn't be a big problem for him to handle it. Although the Rinskin eggs are scarce and in high demand, Dennis and his friends, or the connections of the pure blood families, can get them. It's just a matter of time. You don't need to worry about the materials yourself. The rest is to choose magical animals. Ethan now has a volley bat, a volley demon, a fire dragon, and a basilisk of level XXXXX. Other magical animals are not a big problem for Ethan. There are many in the Forbidden Forest. If you don't like them, you can buy them outside. You just need to think carefully about what to choose. Those below level XXXX are not considered. Although there are many good functions, most of them are clown level. Among them, Ethan's favorite is the Phoenix, which has Nirvana Rebirth, Fire Control, Strong Vitality, and Apparition that ignores restrictions as long as you can get 10 or 2 of them. But it's probably not realistic to bleed the Phoenix every week. With its small body, I'm afraid it will have to be Nirvana in advance, which Dumbledore certainly won't work. There are not many choices left. Basilisk, Fire Dragon, Cat Leopard, Thunderbird, these magical animals can bring about a direct improvement in strength. After a little thought, Ethan decided to choose the Fire Dragon. Although its functionality is a little worse, its physique, magic resistance, and magic power are all the best in the XXXXX level. But now I have to go to bed first. There is no class today, Sunday. In the afternoon, after entrusting Draco to help get the horn of the horned camel, Ethan returned to the Ravenclaw common room. He called Penelope, Xiaozhang, and Luna to an empty dormitory. Since this achievement is Millennium Mystery, Slytherin, there must be Ravenclaw, Gryffindor, Hufflepuff, etc. Otherwise, there is no need to mark Slytherin specifically. But where are the remaining 3 secret rooms? This reward is still very attractive. If there's a chance to get it, Ethan will naturally not let it go. I've never heard of Ravenclaw having a secret room. Penelope shook her head and said to Ethan. I was quite surprised to learn that Ethan had just gone to Slytherin's secret room and took the basilisk away. But I didn't ask Ethan how he found it, and he could speak Parseltongue. Slytherin's secret room is a legend in Hogwarts, but there is really no news about Ravenclaw's secret room. Luna's ethereal voice sounded in Ethan's ears. Ethan, according to what you just said, it takes 3 Parseltongue passwords to open Slytherin's secret room, which means that this is something he left for Slytherin or his family descendants. Then will Ravenclaws be the same? I just haven't heard of any family of the Ravenclaw Queen. Ethan thought about it and decided to tell it. Anyway, he had revealed enough. MS. Ravenclaw's daughter is MS. Gray, the ghost of our school. She stole Ravenclaw's crown and left Hogwarts. MS. Ravenclaw was ill in bed and asked Slytherin's ghost Barrow to take her back. She concealed her loss. No one knew that the crown had been stolen. Unfortunately, before the two met MS, Ravenclaw died of sadness and serious illness. Luna thought for a while, and then slowly said, maybe the secret room was left to MS. Gray. Unfortunately, MS. Gray has become a ghost, and there are no descendants left. Then the person who gets a recognition gets the crown stolen by MS. Gray opens Ravenclaw's secret room, right? People are selfish, and the best things are left to the people they care about most. Obviously, Ravenclaw does not hate his daughter, but is sad that his daughter does not understand him. Then when he is seriously ill, the things left behind must be for his daughter or descendants, and the key to open it is a family heirloom. So we have to find a crown of Ravenclaw through MS. Great. Xiao Zhang said in disbelief. MS. Gray is very proud and doesn't want to communicate with students like the ghosts of other colleges. She likes to be alone and is not easy to get in touch with. It's hard to get news about the crown from her. No, I've found the crown of Ravenclaw. Ethan's words attracted the attention of the three girls. It's okay to know so many secrets, but he even found the crown of Ravenclaw that had been missing for 1,000 years. This is a bit too much. Then they thought of a possibility. As the daughter of Ravenclaw, MS. Gray has been in Hogwarts for nearly 1,000 years. It's not surprising that she knows more. Well, Ethan and MS. Gray. They have heard the story that Xiao Zhang passed on from Daxia, so it's not impossible. I got it by chance in the room of requirement. Ethan looked at the people whose eyes were getting more and more strange and hurriedly explained. If you have a Ravenclaw crown, you could try to wear it on the statue in the common room. I have a bust of MS. Ravenclaw at home, and a portrait of her in the common room, but they all wear crowns, except for the statue in the common room. Maybe the crown needs to be worn on the statue as a key to make it a perfect work, and the passage to the secret room will be opened. Even if it is not, it doesn't matter. After Luna finished speaking, she stared at Yilin with her slightly convex eyes. Tonight, when everyone is left, you can try it. Even if the crown is made into a Horcrux, I don't know if it can still function as a key. Ethan is not sure about this because he doesn't dare to wear it on his head. At night, when only Ethan and others were left in the Ravenclaw common room, a gorgeous crown made of gold, with a winged eagle carved on top and a dim gem inlaid in the middle, appeared in Ethan's hand. Is this the crown of Ravenclaw? The moment the crown appeared, Penelope and Xiao Zhang stared at the gorgeous crown in Ethan's hand with excitement. The symbol of Ravenclaw Academy, it is said to have the ability to increase the wisdom of the wearer. The importance of wisdom, any little wizard of Ravenclaw can understand. It can be said that after obtaining this crown, you can see the ladder to heaven, and the rest is just for you to walk down. I feel that this crown is not good, and there's a voice in my heart telling me to stay away from it. Luna frowned at the crown and Ethan, and her two very light eyebrows were about to frown together. I don't really believe in my intuition. This is definitely not a good thing, so don't touch it. Even Luna began to doubt whether this thing was Ravenclaw's crown. It looked very similar, but the crown shouldn't give her such a feeling. Luna's feeling is correct. Ravenclaw's crown has been made into an evil black magic prop by a senior, so that it can't be worn on the head now. As for whether it still has the effect of the key, I can't guarantee it. Ethan showed the small line of words at the bottom of the crown to the others temporarily. Extraordinary wisdom is the greatest wealth of mankind. It was a bit unexpected that Luna could sense that something was wrong with the crown. The three girls also stepped forward and carefully observed the crown. The appearance and motto were all inch by inch. Afterwards, Ethan used the flying spell to send the crown to Ms. Ravenclaw's head under the gaze of the three girls, and put the crown on her, making the whole statue appear in a perfect state. In an instant, an inexplicable light blue light illuminated the entire Ravenclaw common room, and the source was the statue of Rowena Ravenclaw. The Ravenclaw statue, which was shrouded in blue light, began to move slowly to the left, revealing a blue light circle below. It was impossible to see what was under the light circle, but it should also be a passage. In terms of style, it was much higher than the sewer pipes of Slytherin, worthy of being an academic researcher. The Ravenclaw secret room requires the Ravenclaw crown that has been lost for 1,000 years to open. No wonder there is no legend about it. Luna's guess is right. Penelope looked at Luna deeply. She, the class leader, hadn't thought it through, but was seen through by a new student. Under this seemingly crazy appearance, there's amazing wisdom. Does anyone want to go in? Ethan looked at the three people and said slowly, "The things left inside are most likely books, alchemical tools, or some of Ravenclaw's research ideas. It is unlikely to be the inherited power in fantasy novels. It doesn't matter how many people go in." "I won't go in." The three women looked at each other and said, and took a step back. The crown was found by Ethan, and the secret room was also proposed by him. What's inside should belong to him. "Okay, then I'll go in." Ethan saw that the three people really didn't want to go in, so he didn't hesitate and jumped into the blue light circle, just like he jumped into the water pipe last night. It was like jumping down from the upper floor. There was no sense of distance, and he reached the bottom in an instant. Ethan looked up and saw that there was no blue light circle when he came, and there was a ceiling above. Fluorescent flashing. The soft white light dispelled the darkness, and Ethan found that this was a very large enclosed space. There were book collection areas, work areas, etc. divided by regions, and even the same beds as Ravenclaw's dormitory and some daily necessities were seen in the corner. There was also a portrait hanging in the front with 2 men and 2 women on it, and they looked like the 4 founders when they were young. So this is Ravenclaw's private room? And after thousands of years, everything here is the same as before, without dust or traces of time corrosion, as if someone cleans it regularly and someone lived there not long ago. The moment he had this thought, Ethan was also shocked by himself. Could Rowena Ravenclaw really be alive? But it seems a little unlikely. If she were still alive, she would not let her daughter wander alone in Hogwarts Castle. She would either bring her with her or find a way to revive her. And with Rowena Ravenclaw's guidance, Helena would not be so easy to save the crown that was fooled away by Tom. While Ethan was still looking around this space, the few people in the Ravenclaw common room all looked a little anxious at this moment. Not long after Ethan jumped down, the statue of Rowena Ravenclaw began to move, returned to its original position, and pressed the aperture under the statue. Now the blue light has stopped, and the whole of the Ravenclaw common room looked the same as usual, except for a crown on the statue. What should we do now? Xiao Zhang looked at Penelope in a state of bewilderment. The passage was pressed underground by the statue. Could Ethan come back? Let's wait and see. If Ethan hasn't come back by the time class starts, we'll go find Professor Flitwick. Penelope was also a little uneasy. It shouldn't be life-threatening, but Penelope couldn't guarantee that he would be trapped somewhere and unable to come back, because the way back was blocked. This was the wealth that Ravenclaw left for his descendants. There might be tests, but it was unlikely to endanger his life. As the founder of Ravenclaw Academy, he would never harm the young wizards of his own academy. I can only hope that Ethan can find his way back quickly. Senior, do you need to cover this crown? Luna pointed to the crown, emitting a faint light on the Ravenclaw statue, and said to Penelope, "This is too conspicuous. Anyone who comes here will definitely see it. Cover it up." Penelope used transfiguration to conjure up a wizard hat for the statue of Rowena Ravenclaw. Although it looked a little suspicious, Penelope believed that she could fool him. At this moment, Ethan had come to the center of the secret room. Before he reached the book collection area, torches suddenly stretched out from the walls around the secret room. The flames in the torches were not the normal bright yellow, but light blue. At the same time, a crystal ball on the workbench began to flash azure blue light. Ethan stopped and watched all this, obviously triggering some mechanism. As the azure blue light became more and more dazzling, Ethan couldn't help but cover his eyes with his hands until the azure blue light stopped flashing, and then he put his hands down. In front of him was a witch in a blue robe, quite tall, with black hair and eyes, and a stern face. She was probably in her early 30s. She looked much younger than the statue in the public lounge, and had a 9/10 image of Ravenclaw in the portrait in this secret room. 980 years later? The witch frowned slightly. This time span far exceeded her expectations. Why did the Chamber of Secrets, which should have been opened quickly, take so long? Are you Ms. Ravenclaw? For the founder of Hogwarts, she is still worthy of respect, and Ethan couldn't tell Ravenclaw's current state for a while. I am not Ravenclaw herself, but a magic mark she left here. Ravenclaw's tone was full of regret. She didn't hide these 10 points at all. This is not just a magic mark, but also a little soul fragment, which was left specially for seeing Helena again. Unexpectedly, it still didn't work, and it took nearly 1,000 years to be activated. But she was also prepared for the person who came was not Helena. Also, who made the crown into a Horcrux. Suddenly, Ravenclaw's face changed, and she became cold. When she just revived, she was receiving the news, and she naturally noticed the crown on the statue. This was made by herself, and she had worn it for many years, so she was very familiar with it. The soul inside was simply too dazzling. Ravenclaw doesn't mind who makes a Horcrux. She can do it herself, but she just doesn't do it, and it's not a taboo. But you shouldn't make your crown into a Horcrux. This is the most powerful dark wizard of our time. The Horcrux he made 50 years ago was hidden in the Room of Requirement, and I found it. Now he has 10 remnants of his soul, and I don't know where he is hiding. To be precise, it should be more than 40 years ago, but it's almost the same. How is Helena now? You should know who I'm talking about. This is what she cares about most at the moment. Not long after sending Barrow to find Helena, she died of illness. It wasn't until 1,000 years later that the soul fragments were awakened, and what came was not her own blood descendant, which she could sense. To be able to find her own secret room and obtain her own crown, she must have investigated herself. The fact that she has a daughter is not a secret, and those who are interested can still find out. Ms. Helena is now aliased as Ms. Grey, a ghost of Ravenclaw, and should still be wandering in Hogwarts. Ethan told what he knew, but how many years have passed without knowing the news of your daughter? Ghost! Ravenclaw was dazed for a while. He didn't expect that when he heard the news of his daughter again, it would be like this. Becoming a ghost. Everything here has nothing to do with Navy Na. If you pass the test, you will inherit everything here. Are you ready? Remind you, there's only one chance. If you fail, you will be sent away. There will be no second chance to test. Yes, I am ready. Ethan nodded affirmatively. But if Helena was here at this moment, Ethan wondered if he would not need to take the test and directly obtain Ravenclaw's inheritance. As Ethan finished speaking, the portrait on the front wall began to float without wind, until it was 3 meters away from Ethan. The black and white halo spread from the portrait. Ethan did not dodge, but stood upright in place, completely enveloped by the two-color halo. You can get out if you pass the level. If you fail or have not passed it after an hour, you will be teleported away. A voice sounded in Ethan's ears, and at the same time, the world began to fade in Ethan's eyes, and then recolored, and finally turned into a black and white mirror space. This scene, Ethan felt a little familiar, a bit like the illusion space that Creston was pulled into when he went to fight Dumbledore. But it was also a little different. After all, Ethan had not really experienced Dumbledore. And opposite Ethan stood 4 familiar figures, just like them in the portrait when they were young. Rowena Ravenclaw, a tall witch with black hair and black eyes. Helga Hufflepuff, a witch with red hair and blue eyes and a kind face and a little fat. A young man with gray hair, gray eyes, and a rebellious face, Salazar Slytherin. A muscular man with red hair, green eyes, and a strong body, Godric Gryffindor. I fight the Big Four. Although this is only the version after the ultimate weakening, it is a bit unreasonable that no student is tested like this. Ethan did not take action, and the opponent did not take any action either. It seemed that he was waiting for him to take action first. According to Ethan's observation, this did not seem to be a living thing with its own thinking ability like the portrait of Hogwarts, but more like a puppet with a set program. At first, I thought it was a test of learning, but I didn't expect that I had to take action after all. Mjolnir. As he raised his hand, a hammer flashing with endless lightning suddenly appeared in the air and smashed down with the force of thunder. The wide attack range made it impossible for the 4 people to hide. Armor and protection. All protection. Hufflepuff and Ravenclaw raised their wands, and 2 barriers were deployed in midair. Bang! Bang! Thor's hammer directly crushed the first barrier, and in a burst of blue light fragments, it continued to move towards the second barrier. All protection. Immovable. Slytherin took action, and when the second barrier was about to break, he immediately filled it up and reinforced it. Gryffindor directly transformed into a majestic lion, with sharp teeth and claws bared, rushing towards Ethan. Bang! A crisp collision sounded, and the huge lion's head plunged into the blue barrier. Even the nose was deformed, and the barrier was also knocked to ripples. This is Ethan's alchemical tool, engraved with armor and protection. Although the strength is not as high as his own, it is suitable for use at this moment. Crows gather. Ravenclaw also launched a counterattack. Dozens of black crows circled above its head and rushed towards Yilin from all directions. Unlike his own crow storm, this should be an improved and upgraded version of the flying bird flock. After a brief contact, Ethan almost judged the approximate strength of the 4 Hogwarts founder puppets. They're stronger than ordinary adult wizards and will not cast too high-end magic. They cooperate well, but their thinking is relatively rigid. It really hit the aorta with a knife. Grinder. The lightning gun appeared in front of Ethan, and the moment the blue barrier exploded, it struck like lightning and exploded the huge lion's head that had not yet reacted. A large amount of black juice splashed everywhere, and the lion without a head also fell to the ground, turning into a pool of liquid like ink. At this time, the black crows also flew over Ethan, and Hufflepuff and Slytherin also freed their hands. The former was a blazing red flame, and the latter were 2 pitch-black giant pythons, which simultaneously blocked all of Ethan's escape routes. A wisp of white flame emerged from the tip of Ethan's wand, but in the blink of an eye, the entire mirror space was turned into a sea of fire, and everything was burning in the flames. The crows and the black python were instantly wiped out. The red flames were assimilated, and Hufflepuff, Ravenclaw, and Slytherin turned into black smoke and disappeared the moment they were enveloped by the flames. Ethan kept hearing the sound of clicking in his ears, and there was no doubt that he had passed the test. The strength of the 4 founders was nothing to Ethan, but for other young wizards in Hogwarts, it could be said to be a nightmare level of difficulty. If the test set by Slytherin at the time was equivalent to the one Ethan faced today, how did little Tom pass it? Ethan absolutely did not believe that little Tom, who was still studying at Hogwarts at the time, could face 4 beings who were stronger than ordinary adult wizards, and the 4 of them had a tacit understanding. Did Slytherin let him go, or did he increase his difficulty? Finally, the entire space broke, and Ethan returned to the secret room again. Ravenclaw was standing in front of him, holding the portrait of the 4 founders in his hand. Looking at the surprise in Ethan's eyes could not be concealed. She could see the scene just now. She didn't expect that this little wizard had such strength and could directly break through the level she set. Although I am very happy that a promising little wizard appeared in Ravenclaw, this was not what I thought when I set this level. It is impossible for the little wizard to pass it with hard power. He must use wisdom, just like his motto. In the setting, you only need to guide Gryffindor or Slytherin's magic to accidentally hurt each other, and the 2 will fight, and then Hufflepuff will step forward to stop it. The only one you really need to face is yourself. As long as you can solve the one who represents you, you don't need to pay attention to the remaining 3, and they will die in the Civil War. These are all set in the program. It depends on whether the teacher can bring in the affab relationship between Gryffindor and Slytherin. In her era, Gryffindor, and although the 2 Slytherins often quarreled, there was no big dispute. However, the little wizards in the lower schools disliked each other and wanted to suppress each other. They would trample on each other whenever they saw an opportunity. This has become a kind of spirit. Ravenclaw believes that as long as Hogwarts exists, the relationship between Slytherin and Gryffindor will continue to be entangled like this. It's a pity that my preparations were in vain. I encountered such a monster and forcibly broke through my own barriers. Compared with Ravenclaw, he feels more like Gryffindor, reckless, fearless, and likes to use brute force instead of thinking. Tell me about the situation of Hogwarts and Ravenclaw over the years. After hanging the portrait back to its original position, Ravenclaw took Ethan to the rest area. There were only 2 things worth her missing, Helena and Hogwarts. Helena was already a ghost, and Ravenclaw had given up the idea of meeting her. Meeting after 1,000 years would not leave her anything but trouble. Hogwarts was like her own child. She chose the address and presided over the construction. Ravenclaw also wanted to know how Hogwarts was doing after 1,000 years of development. After being awakened, the information collected was limited to the means left by herself in this secret room. She could only check the current Ravenclaw Tower, but she could not know the current development of Hogwarts and what major events had happened in these years. After all, What we observe are appearances, and we cannot directly read the memories in the little wizard's mind. Ethan could only say what he knew, most of which were the contents of a history of Hogwarts and a history of magic, as well as some of the current situations of Hogwarts. When he heard the current headmaster when Dumbledore put most of the books in the restricted area into the headmaster's office, Ravenclaw's face turned black. Because of a bad apple, the road of the little wizards behind was directly blocked. The headmaster was unqualified. The establishment of the restricted area was originally proposed by Ravenclaw. When the library was established, it was to provide a better platform for more outstanding, hard-working, and unordinary little wizards. This is to facilitate the growth of young wizards and give them more opportunities to choose the right path. Whether you get the professor's approval openly or secretly go to read, this is allowed. If it were like Dumbledore, there would be no need to set up the restricted area, and there would be no need to spend so much effort on it. The process of collecting many books is quite easy. I'm very glad that Ravenclaw has a student like you. After that, Ravenclaw turned into a blue light and disappeared in front of Ethan, leaving only a crystal ball, which was the one that emitted light at the beginning. Ethan held it in his hand. The method of how to use it has appeared in Ethan's mind. Hogwarts is alive, and the headmaster has extremely high authority, but some places are still beyond reach, such as Slytherin's secret room and now Ravenclaw's secret room. Holding this crystal ball, you can freely enter and exit this secret room in the Ravenclaw Tower. You only need to use magic to activate the crystal ball, and a door connecting here will appear. In other words, everything in the secret room of Wunjian now belongs to Ethan. At the same time, an achievement is also completed on the panel. Millennium Mystery, Ravenclaw. The eyes of wisdom are shining with stars. The sparks of thinking never stop. The ocean of knowledge is bottomless, and the heart of pursuing knowledge never stops. Achievement goal: arrive at Ravenclaw's secret room, January 1st. Achievement reward: immediately ancient magic. Ethan immediately drew it out. Exorcism spell is a very interesting magic. Just as its name suggests, it is used to expel, control, and kill spiritual creatures, including ghosts, peeves, dementors, etc. There's also a soul slavery contract, which completely controls the life and death of a soul. In the Ravenclaw common room, a blue light door suddenly appeared, attracting the attention of Penelope and the other two. Under the hopeful gaze of the three, Ethan walked out. "Ethan, are you okay?" Penelope hurried forward and looked at Ethan. "What can I do?" "The door just led to Ms. Ravenclaw's private room, and now I inherit everything in it." "What does Ravenclaw's room look like?" Hearing Ethan say this, Luna immediately came up and asked, "This is Ravenclaw's room." She and her father admire Ravenclaw very much. There's also a bust of her at home. They think she is the smartest person and are very interested in everything about her. "Wait a minute, I could take you to see it." If Ethan introduces it bit by bit, it will be difficult for him to explain it clearly, so it is better to take them all in. Ethan did not intend to make this knowledge public. A lot of the knowledge in it is taboo for modern wizards, but it is not a problem to spread it among his own people. Ethan glanced at it casually, and before he could read it carefully, he saw Ravenclaw's notes on soul research. This thing may not matter in their era, but it is definitely strictly prohibited by Dumbledore and the Ministry of Magic now. "Can you take us and see it?" Cho Zhang looked at Ethan with wide eyes. He was really surprised. There was no little wizard in the 4 academies who did not worship the founder of their academy. Being able to enter her private room was definitely a plot worth looking forward to. "I have obtained the permission to enter it, so I can naturally take you in." Speaking of this, Ethan took out the crystal ball. Ravenclaw's Chamber of Secrets is equivalent to a special space similar to the Room of Requirement. Of course, it does not have the function of the Room of Requirement. It is just a space attached to the Ravenclaw Tower. It cannot be found outside and can only be entered using special methods. Just like the Room of Requirement requires inner needs and walking back and forth in front of it 3 times as a key, the crystal ball in Ethan's hand is the key to the Ravenclaw Tower. He can use it anywhere in the Ravenclaw Tower, and both are part of Hogwarts and are shrouded in its magic. As long as Hogwarts exists for one day, they will continue to exist. Really? Quick, take me to see it. Penelope also stepped forward with excitement. Knowing that he could enter Ravenclaw's private room, he really didn't want to wait any longer. Wait, I'll take off Ravenclaw's crown first. Ethan waved his hand, and the flying spell was successfully used. Ravenclaw's crown directly pushed open the wizard hat on it and flew in Ethan's hand. Before, he couldn't get the fragment of Voldemort's soul in the Ravenclaw crown. The only spell that could restrain it, the Fiendish Fire Curse, would destroy the crown together with it. Now he has obtained the Exorcism Curse, a special spell against spirits, which can completely eliminate the identity of the Ravenclaw crown as a Horcrux without damaging it. He put the Ravenclaw crown in one hand and activated the crystal ball with the other hand. Just like when Ethan arrived at the Ravenclaw common room just now, the sun-blue light gate appeared in front of him. Ethan walked in first, followed by Penelope and others. After everyone passed, the light gate turned into a blue light spot and dissipated. Sensing someone coming in, the magic torches on the wall of the Ravenclaw secret room were lit again. Ethan ignored the three women with excitement in their eyes and went directly to the place where the books were stored. It was on the desk over there that Ethan saw a book Ravenclaw's notes about the soul. Just now, in order not to worry Penelope and others who were waiting outside, many of the contents in it have not been read in time. Now study it first, and then deal with Voldemort's soul and Ravenclaw's crown. Mainly, Ethan is really blank in this aspect, and Hogwarts has no books on it. Needless to say, the Forbidden Book area, the library in the Ravenclaw common room, only has basic records about the soul, and there are no books for in-depth research. Nico has no books related to this aspect, and this Ravenclaw's notes contain many records about soul cutting, stripping, and imprisonment, as well as Ravenclaw's own experience in this regard. It took more than 2 hours for Ethan to finish reading such a note, and Son also had a clear understanding of the soul. After coming to the work area and finding a few small props that will be useful later, Ethan took out the crown and placed it on the workbench. A gray-black flash jumped from Ethan's wand into Ravenclaw's crown, and Ethan could immediately feel a chaotic and disordered soul inside, and it was lifeless. According to the method of using the exorcism charm, Ethan had to pull it out. Of course, according to the effect of the exorcism charm, it could be directly broken at this moment, which would be more convenient and quicker. But in Ravenclaw's notes, Ethan found a way to imprison it, and maybe this fragment of Voldemort's soul could be useful in the future. Whether it is for Dumbledore or Voldemort, the value of this soul fragment is quite high, and it is naturally worth keeping if it is valuable. It is really attached. Ethan pulled it 2 or 3 times but still couldn't pull it out. Of course, this is also because of his low proficiency in the exorcism charm. Increasing the magic power, Ethan pulled it out intermittently. Anyway, there was no time wasted. Ethan, what are you doing? The 3 women who had walked around and looked at everything returned to Ethan's side and saw Ethan and the Ravenclaw's crown staring at each other. Isn't this crown made into a black magic prop? I'm going to pull out the soul inside and restore it to its original form. Ethan continued to pull while answering their questions. After pulling out the soul inside, this crown can be used. Hearing this, Penelope's eyes lit up. At first, she felt sorry when she heard the conversation between Luna and Ethan that a legendary alchemical item was contaminated and could not be worn. I didn't expect that there was still a chance to repair it. Yes, Ethan was still very sure about this. There was a precedent in the original book. Harry and his small team destroyed a Horcrux when they saw it, regardless of whether it had value in itself. Of course, they didn't have a means. The only thing Dumbledore got was Voldemort's Horcrux is the Resurrection Stone. While the Resurrection Stone was preserved in his hands, it also lost its soul identity. Finally, after Dumbledore handed the Resurrection Stone to Harry, the Resurrection Stone still had its original effect, but was lost by Harry. 0. Asking for flowers. This means that as long as the fragment of Voldemort's soul inside can be destroyed, the main body will not be damaged and can still be used normally. You guys move away. Ethan felt that the fragment of Voldemort's soul attached to the Ravenclaw crown had loosened, and no one knew what would happen next. When the Horcrux was destroyed, there would be some movement. Suddenly, Ethan felt that the magic power left in the Ravenclaw crown loosened, and a strange-shaped thing was pulled out by Ethan. The gray-white color was a bit transparent, floating in the air, and looked similar to a ghost, but there was no abnormality. It was just that the ghost looked too strange, like an underdeveloped baby with a bald and slightly deformed head, irregular limbs, and facial features that were even more unbearable to look at. This is what Voldemort's soul fragment looks like. It is completely different from the little Tom in the notebook. This ghost thing did not move after it came out, just floating in the air in a grayish-white state, as if it was dead. It seems that except for the special Horcrux, the notebook, other Horcruxes have no independent consciousness. They just hug the Ravenclaw crown tightly and refuse to come out, probably relying on instinct. Ethan took out a silver wine glass that he had prepared earlier. This was found according to the records in Ravenclaw's notes. It was also an alchemical product she made. It was used to imprison the soul she had stripped out before. Now Ethan used it to seal this deformed fragment of Voldemort's soul, which was perfect. Using the exorcism spell, control the fragment of Voldemort's soul and make it enter the silver wine glass. Finally, activate the magic pattern on it and seal the entrance and exit tightly. Is that the soul inside just now? Luna frowned and looked at the wine glass. The moment the ugly thing appeared, she felt extremely malicious. Well, this is what turned the crown into a black magic item. After Ethan used the exorcism spell to check it again, he found that there was indeed no problem, so he was relieved. At this moment, the gems on the Ravenclaw crown were no longer dim, but emitted a faint blue halo. This is the real Ravenclaw crown. Try it and see if it works. After Ethan handed the Ravenclaw crown to the three women, his eyes turned to the panel. Collector, Ravenclaw's relic. The runes of wisdom are inlaid on it, guiding the direction of truth, carrying thousands of years of thinking. The power of knowledge flows in it, and the dust of time cannot cover the bright light of wisdom. Achievement goal: obtain the precious item Ravenclaw's crown, 1/1. Achievement reward: wisdom improvement. Isn't this a reward of a permanent Ravenclaw's crown buff? When I was assigned to the Ravenclaw Academy, I gained a triple improvement in thinking ability, spell talent, and alchemy talent, but the improvement of wisdom is the first time. Wisdom is different from thinking. Wisdom is more like an improvement in inspiration. The main difference is that thinking emphasizes logic, reasoning, and analysis. Wisdom pays more attention to understanding, judgment, and comprehension. Both can improve learning efficiency. One emphasizes logical analysis, and the other is innovation. Ethan is still very satisfied with this buff. The second week of December, Ethan and others filled out the application for leaving school issued by Professor Flitwick. During this period, Ethan also tried to find Hufflepuff's secret room and Gryffindor's secret room, but there was really no clue. But because Ethan had captured the basilisk, there were no attacks, and the popularity of Slytherin's secret room was also decreasing. Not many people are discussing this issue now, and the various amulets that were hot some time ago have been thrown everywhere. On the contrary, everyone is now immersed in the joy of the upcoming Christmas, which means a 2-week holiday. Ethan has also made plans for this holiday. Cassandra's father, Amos Worley, applied for the second-level badge of the Merlin Knights for Ethan, and the awarding ceremony will be held on Christmas Eve, and Ethan will definitely be on the scene at that time. The reason for choosing such a period is that the two products, Bafe Brain Refresher and Wizard Communication, were officially launched during the Christmas holiday after negotiation. Ethan, the youngest recipient of the Merlin Knight badge, was awarded at this time, which was a hot topic, and the European market was set off. This wave of topics was just right for advertising the 2013 products, and the Wizard Mailbox was also a very suitable product for Christmas, which could be given as a Christmas gift to friends and family far away. After class at noon, Ethan and his group came to the auditorium to prepare for dinner as usual. Just after passing through the lobby, they found that the bulletin board was surrounded by little network teachers. Seeing this, Terry hurriedly grabbed a second-year senior from Ravenclaw. Godwin, what happened in front? Terry likes to go there the most when there is excitement. The school is going to start a duel club. The first party will be held tonight. If you're interested, you can go and have a look. Duel club? I haven't heard of it, but it seems pretty good. I just don't know who is holding it. I'll go and have a look. Terry's eyes lit up after hearing this, and he hurriedly squeezed towards the notice board. Duel club was still held. In the original book, Lockhart should have applied for it under the pretext of teaching spells to fight against attackers, and the actual purpose was to show off and attract fans. But now his filter has been almost broken, and many fans have joined the anti-Lockhart side. The main reason is that his fans are losing ground in the line. It's really that Lockhart is not doing well and can't provide any help. Instead, various situations of being slapped in the face continue to occur, causing a large number of fans to turn black. Now there are no more attacks, and fans are almost defeated. Why apply for this duel club? I just met with Lockhart 2 days ago and delivered his customized alchemical props and also collected the balance of 20,000 gold galleons. During the transaction, Ethan was looking forward to Lockhart using his superb forgetfulness spell to cheat the cheaters, so that he could reverse the robbery and take all the gold galleons and alchemical items away from him. Unexpectedly, Lockhart actually traded honestly and did not make any small moves during the whole process, which was a bit inconsistent with his personality. Now it seems that Lockhart is holding back and wants to rely on the alchemical items provided by Ethan to show off again, in order to achieve the purpose of washing the ground. That's why he traded honestly and didn't dare to cause any trouble. After the transaction was completed, Ethan's gold galleons reached more than 90,000, most of which were contributed by Lucius Malfoy, and then he also gave a whole horn of a horned camel. Now the material for the magic blood is only the eggs of the runes, but Dennis got the news that the members of their Thress, who were preparing to catch bird snakes, unexpectedly captured a runes recently, and it was a pregnant female snake. Dennis has communicated with them. When the eggs are laid, 5 can be shipped over. The main reason is that the eggs of the rune snake are not worried about the market. Only 5 can be shipped. This number is enough for Ethan. According to the news, the eggs will be laid in the next few days. After returning from Christmas, the goods will definitely arrive. Ethan is not worried about this. Anyway, it will be fine as long as it is brewed before the summer vacation. Ethan, the duel club will be held in the auditorium at 8 o'clock tonight. Are you coming? Terry ran over excitedly to report the news. Come on, why not come? As for the duel club, I don't know if I can get an achievement. I don't know if I can get an achievement after defeating other little wizards. Yes, you will definitely participate with your strength. More than a year ago, he could beat 5 senior Slytherins. How long had Ethan been in school at that time? Now, it is estimated that it is enough to beat the 7th grade. It is normal to have this strength to show off. However, within the time of lunch, the news of the opening of the dueling club in Hogwarts had spread to everyone, and during the break, many young wizards discussed this issue. Many young wizards even started to argue about which professor was the strongest in Hogwarts. Dumbledore, as the headmaster, was naturally excluded. Among them, Slytherin and Gryffindor were fighting again. Ethan had seen several conflicts of varying sizes. Many young wizards from Ravenclaw also joined in and supported Professor Flitwick. At around 7 o'clock in the evening, Ethan, Cassandra, and others came out of the Ravenclaw Tower together, preparing to go to the auditorium to participate in the duel club. Now, except for going to the room of requirement when he needs to practice magic, Ethan spends a lot of time in the Ravenclaw secret room, which is quite convenient to come and go. And there is extremely rich knowledge in it, which cannot be mastered in a short time. The space is also quite large with all kinds of tools available, and it is also quite convenient to do research. For those from the outer courtyard like Cassandra and Hermione, Ethan can also pull them over when they enter the first floor of the tower. Now Ravenclaw's private room is almost becoming the second base of Ethan and others. In Ravenclaw's room, the main research is still the magic similar to the mirror space, which is the special space that Ethan was pulled into during the assessment. There are also related records in Ravenclaw's secret room, but this was also a very advanced magic in their time, and it was not so easy to learn. Fortunately, Ethan has already found some ways. The book, Nibelungen, given by Lucius Malfoy, seems to have some connection with this magic. Ethan has also taken it out to study recently. When we arrived at the auditorium, it was almost 8 o'clock. The long dining table had disappeared, and a gilded stage appeared along the wall in front. Hundreds of candles floated in the air, illuminating the entire auditorium, and the ceiling once again turned black like velvet. Almost all of the hundreds of young wizards in the school were present, each holding their own wand and excitedly telling their companions something, with a look of excitement on their faces. "Ethan, we think it will be Professor Flitwick will host the duel club this time. What do you think?" Harry walked over from the other side with Ronald, Neville, Seamus, and a group of Gryffindors, their faces full of excitement. Although Harry and others thought that Professor McGonagall was the most capable professor in Hogwarts, the experienced Professor Flitwick should still host it. "I don't think so. Take a look." Ethan pointed at Lockhart, who came to the center of the stage. At this moment, Lockhart was wearing a purple robe, his hair was meticulously dressed, and his face was full of a bright smile, while behind him was Snape in a black robe with a greasy face. The two formed a very sharp contrast. No, why would it be him? Looking in the direction of Ethan's finger, Harry immediately put on a mask of pain. Last time, he was pitted by Lockhart, and he liked to pester himself. And there was also Ronald, Lockhart's little black boy, in the dormitory. Harry didn't have any good feelings for Lockhart, and he was extremely skeptical of his ability. It can be said that as long as it is not Lockhart, Harry can accept anyone. No way. He has already played. By the way, why do you feel so listless recently? Ronald has been thin recently. His face is a little pale, and there are thick dark circles under his eyes, as if he has kidney deficiency. Did Tom suck so hard? Ethan has been waiting for an opportunity to use the compound potion to change his image and snatch Voldemort's notebook from Ronald, or knock him out and take the notebook and then cast the Oblivion spell on him. The contract that can be signed by the exorcism spell is that Ethan is interested in Voldemort's main soul. Now, he should have returned to the Albanian forest again at 3.0. The second is the soul fragment that gave birth to wisdom in the diary. Although it is not as strong as the main soul, it can be used after training, which is not bad. But until today, Ethan has not found a suitable opportunity to get the notebook. The day after Ethan captured the basilisk, when Ethan went to the Ravenclaw chamber, Ronald was seen going out once on the Marauders map. Since then, Ronald rarely came out of the Gryffindor dormitory at night, and Hagrid did not go anywhere. There were little wizards everywhere during the day, and it was difficult for Ethan to start. It was probably because the actions of collecting the basilisk and looting the Chamber of Secrets frightened little Tom, making him think that the Chamber of Secrets and he were exposed, causing him to be cautious now. "I have been suffering from insomnia in recent days and can't sleep at night. Harry, let's go quickly. It has already started." Ronald pulled Harry and squeezed into the crowd with an evasive look on his face. It was easy to fool Harry, but a smart man like Ethan was not so easy to fool. He didn't dare to face Ethan alone now. What if he was discovered and his diary was robbed? "Come around. Come around. Can everyone see me? Can everyone hear me?" Puffed. I don't know where it started, but after someone took the lead, there was a lot of booing from the crowd. There were a lot of discussions about this, and some people around Ethan were publicly complaining about Dumbledore. Why did Dumbledore choose Lockhart as the professor of defense against the dark arts, and even host the duel club, just because he was bitten into the school infirmary by the Cornish elf? The reason for this is still closely related to Ethan. If Lockhart had successfully escaped that time, he could still find a reason to fool around, but he was bitten into the school infirmary by the Cornish elf, so no reason would make sense. Every time he brought this out during the confrontation, Lockhart's fans couldn't stand it and retreated step by step, until now there was no way to retreat. Faced with the boos from the crowd below, Lockhart still remained calm and spoke to himself. "That's right. Dumbledore allowed me to start this small duel club to fully train everyone in case you need to defend yourself one day. And every Saturday afternoon after Christmas is the opening time of the duel club. After discussion between Dumbledore and me, the winner of each grade can add 100 points to the House Cup and leave his name in a section of Hogwarts school history. Students who want to participate, don't hesitate. Join the Duel Club immediately. Registration starts from next Monday and lasts for a whole week. Instantly, the whole hall burst into cheers that were enough to overturn Hogwarts. Of course, this was not for Lockhart, but for the house points. As long as they can ensure that their own house wins 2 or 3 grades, the house cup will be in their hands. Each house is full of confidence in itself and thinks that their house is the best. At the same time, Lockhart also untied the gorgeous cloak behind him and looked at the cheering crowd on the side. There are really a few little witches fighting for it, and the little witch who finally got it still has a happy smile on her face. I don't know if Lockhart had discussed this with his fans in advance. Otherwise, with the number of fans he has now, it would be embarrassing if he got the wrong person. Next, let me introduce my assistant, Professor Snape. Hearing this, Snape walked onto the stage with a cold face. If it weren't for Dumbledore, he wouldn't want to bother with this fake guy at all. I don't understand Dumbledore's criteria for choosing the Professor of Defense against the dark arts. Any wizard can take it, except me, right? He told me that he knows a little about dueling, and he generously agreed to help me with a small demonstration before class. Of course, after I demonstrate with him, I will return your potion teacher intact to you. Don't be afraid, Lockhart said to the little wizards below with confidence. Snape was specially selected by him. If he wanted to overturn the previous impression and prove himself, the best choice was to have a reference. 3 of the 4 deans were his teachers when he was in school, and they have been professors for such a long time. Their strength must not be underestimated. Only Snape is the youngest, and he has never taught me, so he has nothing to do with me. Besides, how powerful can a person who fiddles with a crucible have without casting any spells? In addition to preparing to change his image, he also prepared some. Use this opportunity to start the Duel Club, find a few players to manipulate the direction of the game, and then set up a betting table to make up for the money lost this time. And then stay away from Hogwarts, never come back. This place is a natural nemesis for me. On the other side, Snape walked onto the stage, and after hearing this, his upper lip curled up, and his eyes looked at Lockhart as if he was looking at a dead person. I don't know where he got the courage to challenge me. Who do you think will win? Ethan pushed Cassandra with his elbow. Snape didn't seem to have shown his strength in Hogwarts, and everyone didn't have a clear understanding of his strength. I don't know what Lockhart is crazy about this time. There shouldn't be any extra points for grade competitions in the original book. Could it be that I caused it again? Of course it's Professor Snape. My father said that he is still very strong. Cassandra stood on the side of her dean without hesitation. In fact, her father told her that Snape was Voldemort's right-hand man, and she should not underestimate him. It was just that there were so many other young wizards around that she couldn't say it. After all, Snape's affairs were no secret to the top officials of the Ministry of Magic. I sold a lot of alchemical tools to Lockhart, so he was not without a chance of winning. Ethan lowered his head and whispered in Cassandra's ear. In a life-and-death battle, Snape will win 100%. There is no doubt about that. But now this is too restrictive for Snape. He can't use black magic, can't use it on a large scale, and he has to take into account the little wizards around him. And Lockhart, just looking at his actions, you can tell that he is not a very rational person. And he was very cunning to cover the ring with a glove, leaving only half of his finger outside to hold the wand, although it didn't make any difference whether he used his wand or not. If you are ready, you can start now, Professor Snape. Lockhart confidently showed Snape a self-proclaimed charming smile. As for Snape's eyes, there is no need to care. I have experimented with alchemical props many times in the past 2 days, and they are really powerful. This is also Lockhart's confidence. I originally planned to leave Hogwarts, and Ethan knocked him out and used the forget spell to erase his memory and get back his hard-earned money. But after experimenting with these props, he gave up the idea. If he could sell these to himself, he would be stronger if he kept them to himself. If he failed, he would be unable to escape. After the two performed the etiquette between wizard duels, they retreated to both sides of the stage and held their wands in front of their chests like arrows. As you can see, we hold the wands in a normal duel posture. When we count to 3, we will release the first magic. Of course, neither of us will take the other's life. 11. 1, 2, 3. Expelliarmus. As soon as the words fell, Snape swung the wand in his hand, and a dazzling red light rushed towards Lockhart, who had not yet reacted. What a waste indeed! Snape couldn't help thinking secretly in his heart as he looked at Lockhart, who was still indifferent. And Lockhart looked at the spell rushing towards him, and he was also calm. The necklace on his chest was immediately activated, and the red light hit the blue barrier, only splashing ripples. Armor charm? Snape looked at Lockhart in disbelief, casting the spell silently, and the gesture of the wand did not change. Can do this and be yelled at by the Cornish elf to be hospitalized? Now, there is no time for Snape to think about these questions, because Lockhart didn't even recite the spell, didn't even wave the wand, and a gray-white spell came towards him. There was no other way. Snape could only deploy the shield charm for defense, and tried to counterattack with the repulsion charm, disarming charm, and imprisoning charm. But Lockhart was like a turtle shell, blocking all his spells. Of course, he could also directly use the killing charm, which could ignore the defense of the shield charm, but unfortunately it was not available. Lockhart was also very frightened. He had picked a tough guy. If he hadn't had the alchemy tools, he would have been beaten away in one encounter. But now I am no longer the person I used to be. I should let you experience the power of money. Professor Snape is quite powerful, but it is obvious that I am stronger. After resisting the spell from Snape again, Lockhart did not forget to show his big white teeth to the little wizards beside him. The young wizards in the audience were shocked. Is this really the Lockhart who was bitten by the Cornish elf and taken to the infirmary, and was beaten in the face for pretending to be powerful many times? This strength looks very strong. Why didn't he show it before? Could it be someone pretending with polyjuice potion, flying sand, and running stones? A blue flame was thrown out in front of Lockhart by Snape and exploded. Snape, stimulated by Lockhart's words, also began to use offensive spells. While Lockhart was blocked by the explosion, an invisible blade passed through Snape's wand, and everything was so silent. Crack! The sound of the barrier breaking came, and a stream of blood spurted out of his right arm. Lockhart looked at Snape opposite with some horror. Snape actually broke his own armor spell? Ethan, who was watching all this from below, was not surprised. First of all, the power of a shadowless blade was still very strong. Secondly, this armor necklace was just a first-year practice, and it had not been strengthened, so the defense was just SOSO. But Snape actually used the divine sharpness, which Ethan had not expected. Although these young wizards could not see what Snape was using at all, they just felt that it was awesome, but the impact was not good. It was just an arm just now. If it was aimed at his head, Lockhart did not dare to think about it. 877 in panic. A dark flame ignited from under Lockhart's feet. In the blink of an eye, a dark fire formed and wrapped Lockhart. Ethan thought the stage would be burned up instantly. After all, it was made of wood and covered with carpet, but now there was still no movement. Did Dumbledore cast a spell on it? And Snape's expression became solemn. He had recognized what it was, but Lockhart could even do this? What should he do? It was a bit difficult to get off the tiger. Fire escape protection is not like other things. If the fire spreads and the surrounding wizards are touched, they will be killed. They dare not do it at all. Ahem! The demonstration of the two professors is very successful. The demonstration ends here. Dumbledore came from a distance. How could he not watch it? But he didn't expect Lockhart to use it. Thinking of this, Dumbledore looked at Ethan deeply. He didn't expect that even the fire escape protection could be carved. During this period of time, all the people suspected by him to be related to the Chamber of Secrets were monitored. Lockhart was also one of them. Among them, he received information that Ethan and Lockhart met privately, but he didn't know what to do. Now it seems that these alchemy ways are the way. This demonstration was quite successful and was highly recognized by Professor Dumbledore. Next, it's your turn. Come to the stage in pairs to duel and accumulate experience for the subsequent duels. With the step given by Dumbledore, Lockhart took back the flame and said to the group of young wizards with his signature smile. Although the young wizards below were still a little skeptical, many of them had already applauded. Lockhart's performance just now was worthy of this applause. Seeing this, Lockhart's smile became even brighter. His goal had been achieved. This ring that cost 10,000 yuan was really expensive, but it was also useful. It's just that my magic power has been consumed too much, and my arm. Lockhart raised his right arm, which was still bleeding, and looked at Dumbledore below. There are no healing spells in these rings. Lockhart is not willing to try the tragedy that happened to Harry last time. After receiving treatment from Snape, Lockhart began to organize the young wizards to form a duel team of 2. Because he was in the limelight at the moment, Lockhart seemed particularly active. Weasley, you could be in a team with Finnegan. Potter, come here. Adrian, you come here too. You two are in the same grade. You can definitely form a team and show everyone what a duel is. Lockhart likes people who are hot topics the most. One of these 2 people is the famous savior, and the other is about to become the youngest recipient of the 2nd-level badge of the Order of Merlin. In the future, after leaving Hogwarts, you can write a book called My Years as a Professor at Hogwarts. It can be written that Harry Potter and Ethan Adrian had a wonderful wizard duel under his own teaching and command. Wait, Adrian, you stand aside first. Malfoy, you come up and form a team with Potter. Ethan, who had just walked over, was stopped by Snape and turned his eyes to Draco Malfoy, who had been staring at Harry from the beginning. Although Snape didn't know why Malfoy stared at Harry from the beginning, the 2 were of similar strength, and the duel between the 2 could give Harry a chance to learn. If it was Ethan, he would be gone in one encounter. Then all he would get was a blow, and it would not have any teaching effect at all. Although he was ruthless in mocking and deducting points from Harry, he was still the son of his goddess after all. Professor Snape, I am the head of the duel club. Lockhart walked to Snape and reminded him specifically. How could he ruin his plan? Do you have any objection? Snape glanced at Lockhart and raised his wand. No objection. You are here to assist me, so you can naturally divide into groups. Lockhart laughed awkwardly twice and chose to compromise. Just now I remembered that the opponent is a tough guy, especially the invisible spell. What if he hides and uses it on me? I really don't know how I will die. Ethan, who was watching the performance of the 2, felt that it was a little bit lacking. He thought that he could have a classic reappearance of "You regret my shadow," but the result was like this. Jerd, come and form a group with Adrian. After arranging Harry, Ethan on the side naturally couldn't forget, but there was really no good choice, so he could only find a 7th-year student in his own college to replace him. OW5 got 7 certificates, which is also the top 10 among the prospective graduates of Slytherin. I don't know if I can feel Ethan's strength. Ethan and Grovergird came to the other side of the stage. This is a tall and thin wizard with a mean face. And Malfoy, who replaced Ethan, walked to the opposite side of Harry with a proud smile on his face. He had set his sights on Harry since Lockhart announced that they could fight in pairs. On the other hand, Cassandra, who was called away because of Ethan, approached Hermione again. Hermione was originally unwilling to prepare for the Gryffindor roommate search with Cassandra. But after being provoked by Cassandra, she finally had to agree. There was no other way. There were so many Slytherins and Gryffindors around. As a Gryffindor, if he did not dare to fight against the provocation of Slytherins, he would be laughed at to death when he returned, which was more unacceptable than losing the battle. Face your partners. After everyone found their partners, Lockhart returned to the stage and shouted, "Bow!" Ethan and Gerd naturally followed the rules, as Lockhart and Snape had performed before. Raise your wands and get ready. When I count to 3, I'll cast a magic. Equals sign. Lockhart's voice had just ended, and Gerd on the opposite side flew back several meters as if he had been hit by a truck. Gerd, lying on the ground, looked at the ceiling with unbearable pain all over his body. He had begun to doubt his life. He had anticipated countless results. Both sides were evenly matched. He had won by luck, or unfortunately lost, but he had never expected to be knocked down so cleanly by a repulsive spell. Ethan, who had taken back his wand, began to observe the situation around him. The first thing he saw was the one closest to him. Harry, at this moment, turned 1,080 degrees in the air and landed in a tuck posture. It should be said that as a savior, he is thick-skinned and tough. He got up immediately after falling like this, and he is obviously more resistant than last year. Grinning, Harry, who got up, immediately threw a spell and quickly shot his eyes at Draco's stomach. At this moment, Draco was still proud and did not respond at all, so that, like Harry just now, he turned 1,080 degrees in the air and landed in a flat sand and falling wild goose posture. After landing, Draco laughed so hard that his whole body was limp and he couldn't move at all. However, Harry, like Draco, did not know the importance of finishing off the enemy. After Malfoy caught his breath, he immediately pointed his wand at Harry's knees. Tarantella. Harry's legs twitched uncontrollably under the spell, as if he was dancing a quick step. Snape couldn't bear to watch it any longer, and immediately cast a spell, removing the negative states of the two. Ethan turned his head with some disappointment. The fight between the two was like a round-based system, which was similar to the final exam last year, with no improvement at all. As a result, Ethan turned his head and found that many of them were not as good as Harry and Malfoy. Many of them failed to cast spells and fell to the ground. Some of them cast spells in vain from beginning to end, and both of them were panting and saw that the damage was 0. Just like Ronald and Goyle in the final exam last year, there were also many people who played close combat. Only the seniors were better, and the juniors were simply eye-catching. But Ronald actually solved Seamus in advance. It seems that Ronald has made great progress under the guidance of Voldemort's notebook. Cassandra is still the attacker. She is suppressing Hermione. Neither of them uses the armor necklace given by Ethan. They are fighting with their own strength. Ethan can see that Hermione is focusing on defense at this moment and seems very careful. It is estimated that she has been traumatized by the front teeth growth spell of the Earth grade. Xiao Zhang's opponent is Marietta. The two of them are fighting back and forth, which is no different from the round-based system. Although Ethan taught Xiao Zhang some things, she is the least enthusiastic about learning spells among the girls, and she usually spends a lot of time practicing Quidditch. At this moment, she has no strength to crush her peers. Penelope also ended the battle. Her opponent is Martin Jesse, who is also the 6th-year prefect of Ravenclaw, a half-blood wizard. Before this, Penelope was not sure that she could defeat him, but now it really takes no effort. In addition to these duels, Lockhart is also eye-catching. He jumped around in the crowd, constantly reminding the little wizard, "Stand up, Macmillan. Be careful, Miss Fawcett. Pinch it hard and the blood will stop immediately, Boot." Harry refused without even looking up. For some reason, when he saw the snake, the voice he heard in the corridor on Halloween came to his mind, and he could understand what the snake was saying, just like the boa constrictor he met in the zoo last time. It also told him that it had never been to Brazil. Could it be that the voice last time was made by the snake? Seeing Harry's insistence, Snape did not intervene. Anyway, he could detoxify himself and suffer a little. Hiss, accompanied by a hissing sound from Harry's mouth. The venomous snake that was in an offensive posture just now immediately collapsed to the floor and became completely non-aggressive. Can you understand snakes talking? Parcel tongue. Harry, you're a parcel tongue. Why didn't you tell me? Nua Zhao's. Ronald pointed at Harry and said loudly in disbelief. The last famous parcel tongue was the mysterious man. The surrounding young wizards also looked at Harry with horror, and they obviously understood this. And many young wizards also recalled the Chamber of Secrets incident. Salazar Slytherin was a parcel tongue, and now Harry is also. Maybe he is the heir or a descendant of Slytherin. Dumbledore was deceived by him. Parcel tongue, what is this? Harry looked at the young wizards around him blankly, and the fear in their eyes could not be concealed at all. Is it because of this parcel tongue? Being able to talk to snakes is parcel tongue. Harry, this should not be rare. Many wizards can do it. Harry looked at Ronald with a stern face, hoping to get a positive answer from him. They can't do it. This is not an ordinary skill. The symbol of Slytherin is the snake, and Slytherin himself is a parcel tongue. Harry. Ronald still didn't dare to say that the mysterious man also spoke parcel tongue. At this time, Snape came over and looked at Harry with a rather unexpected look, then waved his wand, turning the venomous snake into black smoke and dissipating it, and announced with Lockhart that this time the club activity was over. After the dueling club that night, Hogwarts has been snowing for several days in a row, and there is no sign of stopping until today. But it still can't stop the excited little wizards in Hogwarts. The vacation starts today and lasts for 2 weeks. Ethan and others also braved the heavy snow and boarded the Hogwarts Express in a night carriage. Cassandra, who had just put away her luggage and sat next to Ethan, suddenly said, after getting off the car, "You will go with me." Where to go? Ethan looked at Cassandra beside him in confusion. Even if he wanted to go to the awarding ceremony of the Merlin Knight's badge, it would be 3 days later. Inviting him to her house again? Hermione and Xiao Zhang, who were sitting opposite, also pricked up their ears, wanting to know what Cassandra was thinking. Didn't you say last time that you wanted to buy a house in the wizarding world? Do you still remember? Ethan was also a little surprised. He just said it casually at the time. The main reason was that Lucius Malfoy gave a large sum of money at that time. Ethan also had 2 sources of income: the Buffy Brain Refresher in Hogwarts and Bruno's Potion and Alchemy Shop in Nocturne Alley, which were enough for daily consumption. The magical animal products in the Forbidden Forest could also be exchanged for gold galleons. This also led to Ethan's current funds being in a very awkward position. If it was a small amount, this deposit exceeded 80% of wizard families, and it was a height that some wizard families could hardly look up to in their lifetime. If it was a large amount, it was not considered much. Those pure-blood families with a long history could crush Ethan in terms of money, and it was estimated that he was still far from achieving a great achievement. So at that time, Ethan had the idea of buying a house and talked about it with Cassandra and others in Ravenclaw's secret room. Later, thinking that he could not live there for a long time in a year, and it was not impossible to live in a muggle house, so there was no need at all. Then he gave up the idea and never talked about it again. He was ready to buy the whole manor in one step after graduation. At that time, because of Voldemort's reappearance, many pure-blood families would certainly be wiped out. It was so appropriate that Ethan could get their 1,000-year-old estate without spending a copper canute. Unexpectedly, Cassandra remembered this casual remark and even found a house. Of course I remember it. The location is in Godric Valley, also in Devon, not far from my home. When Cassandra heard that Ethan wanted to buy a house in the wizarding world, she communicated with her mother. Although she didn't pay much attention to how many properties her family had, Cassandra still remembered that her family had a lot of houses. "Okay, I'll go with you later." Although there is no plan to buy a house for the time being, Cassandra is already prepared, so it is not easy to refuse. It is nothing more than spending some gold galleons. It's just that Godric Valley is in Devonshire, and Ethan really doesn't know. Godric Valley did not say the specific location, but both are in the southwest of England. "Ethan, what do you think about the dueling club? What is your chance of winning?" When saying this, Hermione also deliberately glanced at Cassandra. This is the most discussed topic in Hogwarts recently. She feels that Gryffindor has no chance in this year's College Cup, and there is no need to compete. She still depends on the performance of Slytherin and Ravenclaw. The remaining 2 colleges are just runners-up. Other students think so, IAB. But if Slytherin and Ravenclaw want to decide the winner in the end, they still have to rely on the dueling club. Although Harry and Ronald basically did not lose any points this semester, and Hermione kept raising her hand to answer questions, but now Gryffindor's score is still the 3rd. And the gap with the top 2 is huge, almost 300 points. The main problem is defense against the dark arts and potions. The professors of these 2 classes are too weird. One is dedicated to giving extra points to Ravenclaw, and the other is dedicated to giving extra points to Slytherin. Ethan alone has added more than 100 points in defense against the dark arts from October to now. Snape also saw Lockhart constantly giving extra points to Ravenclaw, so he also started to increase the score. It is very easy for a professor to be partial to increase the score. Any simple question can increase the score, so that now the scores of both houses have exceeded 600, which is higher than the end of school year under normal circumstances when the House Cup is about to be awarded. This also made the young wizards of the other 2 houses very angry, but there was no way to change this, and it could only be left unresolved in the end. Professor McGonagall's failure to deduct points from Harry and Ronald at the beginning of the school year was already the maximum favoritism. It was still a bit embarrassing for him to give Gryffindor crazy extra points in the Transfiguration class. Professor Sprout is even more so. He is an honest man and would not do such shameless things as Snape and Lockhart. I feel that there's a lot of hope. In the first grade, Luna is very good and the possibility of winning is quite high. In the second grade, there is no need to say more about it. In the third grade, Xiao Zhang and others should have a chance to win after drinking the magic potion given by Ethan. In the fourth grade, if nothing unexpected happens, Cedric will win. There is indeed no better student in the same grade than him in the remaining 3 colleges. The twins can do everything, but they spend too much energy on research. They are not like Ethan, a cheating player, who can take care of everything. In the 6th grade, Penelope should be the strongest now, followed by Percy Weasley. When you meet Cassandra, platform 9 and 3/4. The ticket has been booked for you. It's with the driver. You know the license plate number. Go directly to the parking lot and get it from the driver. Then ask him to take you to the airport. The flight will take off at 8:30 p.m. When you arrive at the airport, find a phone number to communicate with your family. Ethan was explaining some things to Penelope, who had just returned from the maintenance. He originally planned to send her to the airport, but because he had to leave with Cassandra, he had to let her go alone. The ticket was told to his mother in advance using the wizard address book, asking her to find someone to book a ticket for tonight. Okay, I got it. Penelope was not a pretentious little girl who had to send something. She immediately pulled her suitcase and walked toward the parking lot. After sending Penelope away, there was nothing to say. The rest of Hermione and the others were picked up by their parents. Are you done? Belinda Worley came over with Cassandra and sighed inwardly. I can only tell myself that excellent men are always so attractive to women. Well, we could go now. Ethan nodded awkwardly. He was used to this in front of Cassandra, but it was still quite embarrassing in front of her mother. That's fine. I heard from Cassandra that you learned to apparate. Yes, I did. How is it? I'm quite proficient. That's good. You don't need me to take you with you if you can apparate. You can go directly to the manor later. I'll take Cassandra with you. The more people you bring, the greater the burden. Besides, the distance from London to Exeter is not close, more than 300 kilometers away. As for why Ethan learned this spell when he was not old enough, she didn't want to ask more. Anyway, her family was not from the Department of Magical Traffic Control, so why would they care so much? This was also the information she learned when she chatted with her daughter before. Otherwise, Amos, who was still in the Ministry of Magic, would have to be pulled over. I know the location, no problem. Last time at Weasley's Burrow, Ethan used apparition to return to Surrey. The distance between the two is about the same, and Ethan still remembers the location of Cassandra's home. Okay, let's take Cassandra there first. After saying that, Belinda Wallace took Cassandra's hand and disappeared in front of Ethan in a space distortion. Ethan also followed closely in apparat and appeared again at the Wallace Manor. By the way, Penelope is already in the 6th grade and has turned 17. After returning to school for Christmas, let her apply for apparition. With this magic, she won't need planes or trains to travel. Master Adrian, please come this way. Russell, the house elf of the Wallace family, appeared beside Ethan with a pop sound. He was ordered by Belinda Wallace to guide Ethan. Following Russell, Ethan came to a fireplace, and it was obvious that he was going to go through the fireplace. The location is Godric Valley number 77, Congress. Please don't read it wrong. Belinda Wally knew the location and could go directly, but Ethan didn't know, so he had to use the fireplace. I've used flue powder before. There won't be any problems. That's good. Belinda Wally walked into the fireplace first, threw down a handful of flue powder, and disappeared in a burst of fire. Ethan and Cassandra followed suit. After the familiar feeling of backlog, Ethan came to a place that should be the living room. The space is quite large. The first thing you see is the large and small magical animal specimens hanging on the wall, which are really quite eye-catching. Fire dragon skulls, winged demons, sphinxes, moon idiots, fairy elves. The floor is covered with fine carpets, and the ceiling is hung with a bronze magic ceiling chandelier. Other necessary furniture is also available, and there is no dust here, which looks quite good. This was a pureblood who mortgaged it to the Wally family 11 years ago, but he has been missing for many years. According to the agreement in the original mortgage contract, this house belongs to the Wally family. Take a look at this house to see if it is suitable. Belinda Wally stepped forward to introduce it to Ethan. If you're not satisfied, they have many houses like this one, and you can always find a suitable one. Some were built by the Wally family, some were robbed, and many were mortgaged. This house is considered a very good house. The pureblood who mortgaged the things inside did not move them at the beginning, and they were all mortgaged at once. He was going to redeem it, but unfortunately, he didn't know what happened. He disappeared a few years later, and it is likely that he is gone. By the way, there is a house elf here. Belinda Wally clapped her hands, and a house elf quickly came from the second floor to the three people and bowed, its head almost touching the floor. Ethan couldn't see his appearance clearly, but the clothes he was wearing were pretty good, and he shouldn't be the kind of abused house elf. This is Hutch, a house elf who originally belonged to the owner of this house. The moment he was mortgaged to the Wally family, his master changed to me and Amos. Now he is yours. The Wally family manor has house elves. They can use magic and manage the house in an orderly manner. One is enough, and there is no need for other house elves. So Hutch, for so many years, has lived alone in this house waiting for the new owner to arrive. Hutch meets the master. Hearing Belinda Wally say this, Hutch immediately turned around and bowed to Ethan, his strange big eyes filled with tears. The house elves have been trained to have a perverted obedience, and they are proud to help their masters, but Hutch knows that he is not needed, so he can only stay in this empty house. Maybe until the day he dies, he will still be a house elf that no master wants. Now that he has a new master, it is equivalent to finding the value of life. Get up and prepare dinner. Ethan quickly put himself into the role of the master and gave Hutch an order. It is almost time for dinner. We should go to the Worley Manor for dinner later, but now it is not bad to try the cooking skills of this house elf. The positioning of house elves is servants. Not only do they need to know all kinds of housework, but kitchen skills are also indispensable. They can also serve as gardeners. But house elves are obtained like this? Ethan remembered that they are a kind of precious wealth that is priceless. Many pureblood families have not been able to own a house elf. Many people who want to buy one, stretch. No family will sell it all. Yes, master. Hatch responded and used apparition to disappear in front of Ethan. It seems that you are quite used to using house elves. Belinda Worley said to Ethan with a smile. In the past, some naive wizards thought that house elves were not servants, but partners, and wanted to rescue them, but they naturally failed in the end. Isn't the purpose of the existence of house elves to be used by network masters? Ethan knew from history that house elves were not slaves of wizards in the past, but an independent group like goblins and centaurs, and they were quite powerful. But when wizards and house elves went to war, the wizard group won, and the surviving house elves became spoils of war, and finally became what they are today after thousands of years of domestication. As for Hermione's naive idea, Ethan would not have it. House elves are quite powerful, and their magical abilities are innate. They can also cast spells without wands, which is already stronger than many wizards now. Once they get rid of their servant status and awaken their own will, it will definitely be a disaster for the wizarding world. Then Belinda Wally took Ethan to visit the house, and the first place they came to was the second floor. This is where they live. There are more than 30 rooms of different sizes, a large library, and 3 separate study rooms. There's an eyeball that can move on each door, and it will automatically open and close the door. It is like the door lock in the Muggle world, but it is a magical version. After a command is given in the room, the door will be locked, and the unlocking spell cannot open it. The books in the library are still there, but they're not as rich as the last time Ethan went to Wally's house, and the area is much smaller. Back to the first floor, here are the living room, magic training room, potion refining room, alchemy room, reception room, kitchen, dining room, etc. The basement is used as a collection room, and there is nothing valuable in it. Master, dinner is ready. There are steaks, roast chicken, sausages, mushroom soup, potatoes, bread. I hope you will be satisfied. Is it so efficient? Ms. Belinda, shall we have dinner first? Okay, let's see what the difference is between his cooking and Russell's. Belinda Wally would naturally not refuse. It would be fine if Amos could eat the dinner prepared at home. As for the waste problem, wizards never care about it. Many resources are in excess when using magic. Ethan, Cassandra, and Belinda Wally went to the restaurant together. Dinner was already set. House elves cannot be served at the table. They can only wait on the side. Ethan and others ate well. Hutch probably learned the cooking skills from France next door, so I give him a thumbs up. Do you like this house? The three people sat in the living room to rest after eating and drinking. Belinda Wally asked Ethan for his opinion. I think it's pretty good. I'll take it. Ethan didn't have much to choose from. Compared to the Wizard Manor or the Black Mansion, it was definitely not as good, but if it were a house in a wizard gathering place, it would be quite good. Okay, I'll transfer the house to you in 2 days. It's good that Ethan likes it, so that he doesn't have to go to other houses again, which is very troublesome. How many gold galleons does it cost? What gold galleons? I'll give it to you. And the house elf, too. After Belinda Wally glanced at Ethan, she looked at Cassandra again. She only has this one daughter, and she will inherit the Wally family's property sooner or later. Is there any need to collect gold galleons? Give it to me. Ethan looked at Belinda Wally in a daze. Even if the house prices in the wizarding world are not high, such a house with a lot of spells cast on it is definitely expensive, not to mention that the books and other things inside are still there, even including a house elf. Now it's given away for free. Isn't it like eating the rich woman's soft rice? But to be honest, this soft rice is really delicious. The Wally family has no shortage of houses. Come on, I'll take you out to see this. Godric Valley is still very famous. As soon as they walked out of the courtyard, they found that the house behind them had changed a lot and became an ordinary 2-story building. This is also a kind of protective magic effect. Godric Valley is famous because it is the birthplace of Godric Gryffindor, the founder of Gryffindor. After the International Statute of Secrecy came into effect, wizards lived in Muggle villages, and Godric Valley was one of them. Belinda Wally introduced the history of this place to Ethan while walking on the road. The Dumbledore family also lived here, and, of course, the Potter family. They were the mysterious man who was defeated here. 01. Soon, several people came to the center of the village. This is a small square with a building that looks like a war memorial. There are also several shops, a post office, a bar, and a small church nearby. As Ethan and others walked in, the monument also changed. It was no longer an obelisk with names engraved on it, but a statue of 3 people. A man with messy hair and glasses, a woman with long hair and a beautiful face, and a baby boy sitting in his mother's arms. You should be familiar with this baby. Many people come to visit this place every year to thank their family for their contribution to the wizarding world and bow deeply to this statue. Then Belinda Wally took Ethan to the back of the church, and after passing through a narrow door, they came to a cemetery. Belinda Wally did not introduce it here, because Ethan had seen many surnames of pureblood families. Ethan also saw the tombstones of Dumbledore's mother and sister, and the Potter couple. How do you feel? 0. After leaving the cemetery, Belinda Wally asked Ethan. It's a very ordinary country village. Except for a few places where magic was performed, everything was so ordinary, without any special features. It's normal. According to the International Statute of Secrecy, wizards must hide completely and naturally cannot be exposed to muggles. But no matter how careful you are, the muggles living here will find some special places. So the Ministry of Magic has sent memory cancellation officers to stay here to erase the memories of those who have spied on a corner of the wizarding world. You know, the Oblivion Charm has some side effects, which is why the muggles in Godric Valley have poor memories. Amos Wallace is the director of the Department of Magical Accidents and Catastrophes. His subordinate department has the Memory Cancellation Command. She is naturally quite knowledgeable about this aspect. Ethan couldn't help but twitch his mouth. Isn't this a trap for muggles? Neville was cast with the Forgetting Charm when he was a child, which led to his frequent forgetfulness and slower learning than others. Otherwise, he would definitely be a very good little wizard. Wandering back to the starting point. Mom, I'll be here today. I'll go home when Ethan goes to receive the medal. R1308. Since it's like this, Belinda Wallace doesn't want to care too much. If she cares too much, there may be some counter effects. After Belinda Wallace left, there were only 2 people left here, but Ethan couldn't do anything. She was only 12 years old. Back in the house, Ethan first sent a message to his parents via email. I'll go back 9 days later. Then he went to the potion refining room and took out the purification potion that was being boiled together with the crucible. It will take more than 3 months to succeed. It needs to be stirred a few times every once in a while, and white fresh and sluice grass need to be added repeatedly. It is definitely not possible to put in Hogwarts. Later, it is necessary to make a door key. Ethan is going to seal this fireplace, because as long as you use the Flu powder and say the exact name, you can go to any place connected to the Flu network. Ethan doesn't want his house to become a sieve, and the Fidelius charm must be arranged. Otherwise, the spell drawn will be eaten. After making the door keys for 2 consecutive days. On the 3rd day, Ethan was told by Amos, who had Operat, that he had to go to the Ministry of Magic to prepare for the awarding ceremony. He was also handed a silver badge, which outsiders must wear to enter the Ministry of Magic. The Fidelius charm had been set up by Ethan, and no one could reach it without being told the specific location by the secret keeper. But Ethan set up himself as the secret keeper and told the Wallaces on the night of the establishment and went to have dinner with Cassandra. The secret keeper of the Fidelius charm is particularly important, and if you can set yourself as the secret keeper, you will naturally choose yourself. Although Ethan has nothing to be remembered here. I don't know what's wrong with James Potter in the original book. He didn't set himself as the secret keeper under the circumstances at that time. As long as he was the secret keeper and didn't go out of the house, it would be impossible for Voldemort to come to the door. Bill Weasley did a good job in this regard. He was the secret keeper of Shell Cottage, and nothing went wrong during the period after Voldemort's resurrection. Remember, the location is 008, Ministry of Magic. In front of the fireplace of the Wallace family, Amos Wallace instructed Ethan. There are several ways to go to the Ministry of Magic, but in general, he uses the fireplace to teleport. The fireplace of the Ministry of Magic can go to any place connected to the Flu network, but if you want to go to the fireplace of the Ministry of Magic, you can only use those specially certified fireplaces. Ethan nodded in understanding. Remember that the Ministry of Magic that Harry went to seemed to use a red Muggle telephone booth, and you had to put in Muggle coins to make a call before you could go through the telephone booth. Ethan was ready to experience it, but he didn't expect it to be a fireplace. In the green firelight, Ethan walked out of a gilded fireplace. In front of him was Amos Wallace, who arrived before Ethan. The two stood in a magnificent main hall. The floor was a dark wooden floor that was polished to a shine. The peacock blue ceiling was inlaid with glittering golden symbols that were constantly moving and changing. The walls on both sides were also inlaid with dark wood boards that were shiny and black, and rows of gilded fireplaces were inlaid in the wood boards. On the left was where Ethan had just come. Every few seconds, accompanied by a light puff sound, a wizard came out of the middle state. On the right, there were several people queuing in front of the fireplace, waiting to leave. There were really many staff members in the Ministry of Magic. Does a miniature society need so many people to work? Follow me. After greeting his acquaintances, Amos turned around and said to Ethan, and then led the way in front. Soon they arrived at the central location, which was a fountain. In the middle of the circular pool, there was a group of statues that were not sure whether they were pure gold or gold-plated. The tallest one among them was a wizard, who raised his wand and pointed it directly to the sky. Surrounding him were a beautiful witch, a centaur, a goblin, and a house elf. The centaur, goblin, and house elf all looked at the two wizards with admiration. Ethan knew the intention of the Ministry of Magic when he saw this, which was to show the wealth and status of wizards, but the goblin was the one in charge of finance. Walking into the crowd, some staff of the Ministry of Magic greeted Amos from time to time, and some looked at Ethan with curiosity and scrutiny. They naturally knew that Ethan was the protagonist today, and came here to receive the second-level badge of the Merlin Knights. "Eric, please help me." Amos Waller brought Ethan to a table with a sign saying security check, where a wizard wearing a peacock blue robe and a poorly shaved beard sat. Okay, Amos, leave it to me. Hearing the voice, Eric raised his head and greeted Amos, then put down the Daily Prophet in his hand, picked up a thin but resilient golden rod, and walked towards Ethan. Fortunately, the winged demon and the Voldemort were left at home today, and the alchemical props were not brought with them. Otherwise, it would be really troublesome. No problem. Now we need to check the wand. After putting down the golden rod, Eric stretched out his right hand to Ethan. Ethan handed the wand to him, and Eric placed it on a strange brass machine that looked like a single-pan balance. After the wand was placed on it, the machine began to vibrate, and a narrow piece of parchment was spit out from a hole at the bottom. 15 inches, the wand core is the tail feather of the Night Star, made of wood and used for a year and a half, right? Eric looked down at the parchment and said to Ethan, "Strange wand core, I have been working for more than 10 years, and I have never seen such a thing." "Right, that's fine, go over." After returning the wand to Ethan, Eric hung the parchment on a small brass nail. After passing the safety inspection, Amos took Ethan back to the crowd again and came to a side hall where there were at least 2 elevators. Amos and Ethan came to an elevator with a golden nameplate. There were only Ethan and Amos in it, while the other elevators were crowded. As the elevator door slowly opened, Amos led Ethan into the second underground floor of the Ministry of Magic. Unlike the luxuriously decorated main hall, this place looked more formal and majestic. Suddenly, several light purple paper planes flew past Ethan, with the seal of the Ministry of Magic on them. These are notes used to convey messages in the Ministry of Magic. They will retire in 2 days. Amos pointed at these paper planes and said to Ethan, "The first purchase, and also the largest purchase, was the Ministry of Magic. With the wizard mailbox, which can communicate in time, these paper planes that are not fast and even have to take the elevator are naturally eliminated. Just like the paper planes replaced the owls as the internal communication tool of the Ministry of Magic. When the owls flew in the Ministry of Magic at that time, it was really a rain of feces. At this time, a middle-aged witch with a wide figure, square chin, short gray hair, wearing a pair of monocles, wearing a purple robe, and an exquisite silver W emblem embroidered on the left chest came over. "Mr. Adrian, welcome to the Ministry of Magic. The second floor of the basement of the Ministry of Magic is her territory." "Ms. Bones, hello." Ethan went forward to greet her, and it was considered an acquaintance. Amelia Bones, born in the Bones family of the Holy 28, is also a powerful figure in the Ministry of Magic. Hufflepuff is the aunt of Susan Bones, who is in the same class as Ethan. She is one of the few Ministry officials who are not so prejudiced against Muggleborns. She is also a staunch anti-Voldemort party. Unfortunately, after Voldemort's comeback, she did not end well. "I heard about you from my niece, a genius of Ravenclaw, who has a good relationship with Hufflepuff. When do you have time to visit the Bones family?" The niece really told Amelia about Ethan. She was not making it up. "Amelia, I'm still here." Amos stepped forward to highlight his presence. Who in the Ministry of Magic doesn't know that Ethan Adrian is the son-in-law he has chosen? Although the pure-blood families control the Ministry of Magic together, there are still fights behind the scenes. It's just a joke, but they're all young people, so we can still get in touch with each other more. Who wouldn't want to invest in a young wizard who can already see the future? Now Amelia Bones can only blame her niece for not living up to her expectations. But it's okay to build a good relationship. The wizard mailbox you invented is very useful, especially for aurors and strikers. If you're interested in working in the Ministry of Magic after graduation, you can talk to me. When Amos applied for the Merlin badge for Ethan, she also helped behind the scenes. Because this wizard mailbox is really useful for his auror office, the timely communication of information is very convenient for both arrests and support, and it can also reduce their losses. For this reason, he deserves the Merlin badge. Thank you for your recognition. Okay, I won't bother you anymore. After Amelia Bones left, Amos took Ethan inside and introduced many Ministry of Magic officials to Ethan along the way. Among them are directors of various departments and office directors of the Ministry of Magic, as well as members of the Wisengamot and recipients of the Merlin badge. Along the way, Ethan's face was almost frozen with laughter. Soon, Cornelius Fudge, the Minister of Magic, also came, wearing a gold badge on his chest and a green ribbon, followed by a group of wizards. The most eye-catching one was the short, fat, and ugly woman next to Fudge, wearing the same purple-red robe as Amelia. The addition of these two people instantly lowered the status of Merlin's Order and the Wisengamot, since he was to be awarded the second-level badge of Merlin's Order. Ethan naturally looked up information in this regard. 3.1 Merlin's Order was an organization founded by Merlin in the Middle Ages. He believed that wizards and muggles should coexist peacefully, and Merlin's Order also served the British royal family. It was only at the end of the 15th century, after the International Confederation of Wizards implemented the Protection Act, that the position of Merlin's Order became awkward. Until now, it has lost its practical meaning and is more like an honorary title for wizards. And the badge awarded to Merlin's Order requires the approval of Wisengamot members. But the year Fudge became Minister of Magic, he directly gave himself 10 level 10 Merlin badges on the grounds that he had made contributions to the magic community as Minister of Magic. And Umbridge was even more amazing. He just relied on flattery to get from an intern to the current position of director and a member of the Wisengamot. Ethan, thank you very much for your outstanding contribution to the wizarding world. The moment Fudge saw Ethan, he showed a very enthusiastic look. Hello, Mr. Minister. Ethan smiled again and shook hands with Fudge. Then he took Ethan and introduced him to the sheep master behind him. Ethan Adrian, the youngest Merlin badge winner. After dealing with a bunch of members of the Ministry of Magic again, Dumbledore also came in with some wizards wearing purple robes with a W emblem embroidered on the left chest. As the chief wizard of the Wisengamot, Dumbledore must be present today. And Dumbledore attracted everyone's attention as soon as he came, and Fudge was almost ignored. Ethan, who was next to Fudge, clearly saw his face change in an instant. Although he recovered quickly, he probably hated Dumbledore to death in his heart, and smiled and greeted Dumbledore. As a politician, he still knows himself. He is no match for Dumbledore in terms of connections, prestige, and strength. Even if Dumbledore is willing, he can completely support another person to snatch his position as minister. He still has to bow his head. Soon, several elderly witches, the youngest of whom was estimated to be over 60 years old, wearing Wisengamot robes or gorgeous dresses, pushed Fudge aside and surrounded Dumbledore in the middle, just like those fans of Lockhart. I didn't expect that Dumbledore, who was already 110 years old, still had these fans. Although these fans were a little older, they were still little fans of Dumbledore. Fudge, who was pushed aside, also walked away with a smile, not daring to care about the disrespect of these elderly witches. Most of these were grandmother-level figures from pure-blood families, and they had to be worshipped in the family. If they united to make trouble, they would have a good life. Ethan, long time no see. How are you recently? Lucius Malfoy, wearing a gorgeous robe, greeted Ethan as soon as he came in. As the patriarch of a pure-blood family, he could come even if he did not work in the Ministry of Magic. Not bad. Thank you very much for your horn, Mr. Malfoy. Originally, Ethan was only going to get some horn powder, but who knew that Draco would bring a whole horn directly? Naturally, he was more enthusiastic about such a big sponsor. It just happened that there were these collections at home. It's nothing. Although he felt very distressed, Lucius Malfoy still pretended to be indifferent. Lucius, I was going to introduce you to each other, but it seems that it is not necessary. Fudge, who was always watching the scene, saw Lucius coming and immediately came up to shake hands with him. Any pure blood from a big family is his target, even Lucius Malfoy, a pure blood who is a Death Eater. After all, when the reckoning was made, it was not him who declared him innocent because of the crime committed under the control of the Imperius Curse, but the previous minister. Besides, his family is really rich, and they also support his work with real money, which can be regarded as his big sponsor. My son Draco and Ethan had some minor conflicts at school, but they have been resolved now, and that's why I got to know him. Lucius explained with a smile. Just talk it out. By the way, why didn't you bring your son here to see the world? It's better not to bring this troublesome child out to embarrass himself. As the two chatted, Lucius suddenly noticed a red-haired man who had just come over from Dumbledore. It was Arthur Weasley. The smile on his face disappeared on the spot, and his eyes stared at him. Arthur Weasley, who sensed something, also turned his head and stared at Lucius. Neither of them was willing to look away first. If they were in another place, and there weren't so many well-known figures in the British wizarding world around, the two would have to fight. Ethan felt that these two people were a bit like Draco and Harry when they grew up. They could see each other at a glance in the crowd, and they were unhappy with each other when they met, and they wanted to fight directly. Fudge noticed Lucius's strangeness, turned around, and saw the familiar red-haired girl, and immediately knew what was going on. He did not intervene, but left on his own, leaving the occasion to them. Anyway, there was no fight, so why bother with their grudges? As more and more people came, the awarding of medals was about to begin, and the scene became quiet, and everyone sat down in their chairs. Several cameras were also added, and well-known newspapers and magazines in the wizarding world had people come to record this moment. Dumbledore walked to the stage and cast a big weak spell on himself. Good morning, gentlemen and ladies. Welcome to this awarding ceremony. In the past period of time, the contributions of some wizards to the wizarding world are obvious to all. They have protected our lives with courage and wisdom and brought great changes to our world. Dumbledore looked at the manuscript in his hand, which recorded the deeds of Ethan and two other awardees. Now, Ethan Adrian, Ashburn Cole, and Miriam Clara, please come to the awarding position. Ethan left his seat and strode to the front. Like Ethan, there was a man in his 40s with black hair and a little baldness, and a beautiful young woman with blonde hair about 3,000. It was when Ethan went to tell the Wallaces the location of his cottage after casting the Fidelius charm 2 days ago that he learned that he was not the only person to be awarded the medal that day. Ashburn Cole, a clerk in the Beast Office of the Ministry of Magic, lives in Upper Flegley Village in Yorkshire. Half a month ago, when he was resting at home, he stopped 3 werewolves from attacking and saved several families. After a series of operations within the Department for the Care of Magical Creatures, he was finally awarded the Order of Merlin, Class 3. Melon Clara, the attending physician at St. Mungo's Hospital, rushed into the ward 2 months ago to stop a patient who was in a frenzy and had mental problems, saving 20 to 30 patients on the same floor. Under the joint application of all the staff of St. Mungo's Hospital, he was awarded the Order of Merlin, Class 3. It was also decided a few days ago that the 3 of them would participate in the awarding ceremony together. After all, it is not easy for the members of the Wisengamot to gather together at one time. After Ethan, Ashburn Cole, and Melon Clara took the stage, Dumbledore took out a gold badge with a purple ribbon from the box on the table and came to Ethan. On behalf of the Wisengamot and the wizarding world, I award Ethan Adrian the Order of Merlin, 2nd Class. He then helped Ethan put on the Order of Merlin badge. Ethan also shook hands with Dumbledore. Then he put on the badge for the next person to be awarded. This was something that only he or Fudge, the minister, could do. The Order of Merlin badge was made of gold, and the ribbons were different depending on the level. The first level was green, the second level was purple, and the third level was white. The previous chapter has been changed. The level is not graded by the color of the medal, but by the different levels. The first level is the most difficult to obtain, and only those who have made significant contributions can get it. Dumbledore won the first level medal for imprisoning Grindelwald in Nurmengard. Peter Pettigrew was awarded the first level badge because he used his life to stop Sirius, the villain who betrayed the Savior's family. Of course, this is what the wizard community thinks. Cornelius Fudge was awarded the badge by flattering himself. Representatives of the second level include Newt Scamander, who was awarded the second level for his outstanding contribution to protecting magical animals. Damocles Babel was also awarded the second level badge because he invented the Wolfsbane potion, improved the living conditions of werewolves, and contributed to the harmony and stability of the wizarding world. There are many third-level badges, such as Lockhart, who wrote novels to brag about how many dark creatures he subdued, and now Ashburn Cole and Miriam Clara, who solved dangerous people or saved wizards. As long as there are deeds and operations, they can get the 3rd level badge, which is not rare. As the 3 wore their respective Merlin Order badges, the atmosphere on the scene reached its peak, and the wizards did not hesitate to applaud and cheer. Until the applause and cheers at the scene completely calmed down, Ethan and others took turns to give a speech. Ethan's speech was prepared when he was still in Hogwarts. That is, his original intention of inventing the wizard mailbox and some dreams and views on the wizarding world, of course, these are all added. Underscore plus equals I equals hashtag. The other 2 were similar to Ethan, and they said that they would work harder, make more contributions to the wizarding world, and what their dreams were. After the 3 speeches, they took a photo individually, which needed to be hung up. Then they took a photo together, which represented that they were awarded the same honors. And then there were photos of the 3 people with various bigwigs. After doing all this, the entire award ceremony was considered over. The whole process was not long. It was only 2 or 3 hours from the time Ethan left home to now, but it was really tiring to accompany a smiling face throughout the whole process. Ethan, you are free now. You can visit the Ministry of Magic or go home directly. I have a meeting later, so I won't accompany you. Amos, who took Ethan to the director's office on the 3rd floor underground, had already seen that Ethan was impatient. I'll go back. There's nothing to visit in the Ministry of Magic. If he could enter the Department of Mysteries, Ethan would still be interested. Okay, go to the place where you came from. You can use the fireplace on the right. Don't use apparition. It's not suitable here. Amos reminded him that he could do whatever he wanted in private, but if he was caught in public, especially in the Ministry of Magic, it would be a slap in his face, and the matter would definitely not be a small matter. Yeah, I know. Ethan said hello to Amos and took the elevator to the 8th floor underground. Just after getting out of the elevator, Ethan sensed that there was a small thing lying on his body. It was a beetle. In Ravenclaw's secret room, Ethan found an interesting spell. The supersensory spell is used to enhance the perception of wizards. Ethan, what are you doing? I caught a very interesting beetle. It ran onto my clothes when I was still in the Ministry of Magic, and it hasn't come down for such a long time. After rejecting Belinda Worley's lunch invitation, Ethan and Cassandra returned to the cottage and immediately covered the beetle with a glass and transferred it to the table. He also added a firming spell to the glass. If someone else came, he might really be deceived, but Ethan knew that Rita Skeeter, the popular editor of the Home Journal, was a beetle in the form of a Nivigus. Her favorite thing to do is to turn into a beetle to spy on other people's privacy and publish it in the Daily Prophet. Not only that, she also likes to edit and misinterpret other people's words. In short, she is an unscrupulous reporter. Even the book, The Life and Lies of Albus Dumbledore, was published by her, which shows how courageous she is. It is only natural that they are targeting Ethan, the youngest recipient of the Order of Merlin badge. Just dig out some information and rewrite it, and it will be enough for her news to be on the headlines of Ming-Ching. An Animagus has another characteristic, that is, some human characteristics will be reflected in the animal form of Animagus. For example, Peter Pettigrew's broken finger, Professor McGonagall's glasses, and this beetle also has a pattern of glasses around its eyes. Followed you back from the Ministry of Magic? Cassandra frowned. It was snowing heavily outside. There are beetles in this weather? There shouldn't be such in the Ministry of Magic. At least my father never said that there were bugs in the Ministry of Magic. And what kind of bug wouldn't run away after being teleported by the fireplace and the apparition just now? We'll deal with it later. Hatch, go prepare lunch. The beetle can't run away after the firming spell was cast, and Ethan is not in a hurry. In the Animagus form, there's no ability to cast spells, and one can only choose to restore the original form or fight in animal form. If she chooses to restore the original form, Ethan also wants to see which one will explode first in the duel between the glass cup with a firming spell and the wizard's flesh and blood. Is this an illegal Animagus? Cassandra heard from Ethan's words that the beetle was unusual, and a little guessing knew the result. The only ones that can do this are the Transfiguration spell and the Animagus. And the Transfiguration spell doesn't need to be treated like this. It's meaningless, so it can only be the Animagus. There is no beetle form among the Animagus of the level. so this can only be illegal. Dell. Ethan nodded in confirmation and then immersed his eyes in the panel. The moment he received the second-level medal of the Order of Merlin, the achievement prompt appeared. It's normal to think about it. Receiving the Order of Merlin is the highest honor in the British wizarding world. Inheritance of honor, a symbol of wisdom and courage. The legend flows through the years. Time flows. Glory is inherited, and the glory continues until eternity. Achievement goal. Obtain the Order of Merlin 1-1. Achievement reward. Talent. Determination. Increase physical resistance, magic resistance, and mental resistance. After such a long time, the talent finally came again. After receiving it, Ethan found that this is a growth type. The better the physical fitness, the higher the physical and magic resistance added by this talent, and the mental resistance is related to willpower. Overall, it is still quite good. Ethan originally received the reward of physical improvement, and the upper limit was also raised. Now that he has obtained the talent of determination, the magic resistance is estimated to be the same as Hagrid compared it. After the magic blood potion is successfully brewed, the magic resistance can probably be improved. It is not a dream to reach the level of XXXXX magical animals. Just after Ethan and others left the room, the beetle began to hit the glass frantically. She now knew that she had gone too far. The little wizard had discovered her long ago and brought her back on purpose. As for the news, she did dig up that the youngest Merlin badge winner defied the rules of the Ministry of Magic and learned to apparate before he reached the age limit. This will definitely be on the map. As for Ethan and Cassandra, she can write a short essay for a week and publish it in the newspaper, and the sales will not be bad. But it is still unclear whether she will have a chance to go out now. She just heard the sound of Ethan Adrian casting the firming spell. As long as he doesn't take the water cup, she will die here. Ethan didn't care what the bug thought, and took Cassandra to the restaurant to wait for Hatch to prepare lunch. The two chatted about the awarding ceremony at the Ministry of Magic today, and talked about Lucius and Arthur. Weasley, Cassandra burst out laughing. These two are fathers, yet they are still so childish. After lunch and a short rest, Ethan took Cassandra back to the room where the beetle was imprisoned. At this moment, the beetle was lying on its back on the table, motionless. So was it pretending to be dead? Even an ordinary beetle would not die so quickly. The oxygen in this glass is definitely enough for a small thing like a beetle. Immediately, Ethan turned the parchment on the table into a dark, opaque basin and covered the glass with it. In the dark and narrow space, you can't even feel the passage of time, and fear will be infinitely magnified. Ethan was going to use it to add some fuel to him. The moment the darkness fell, Rita Skeeter regretted it. She had planned to play dead to trick Ethan into opening the glass, and then restore herself to her original form to cast a forget spell on him and the little girl from the Wally family. But she ended up going too far. In this small space, facing the darkness and silence, she was filled with endless despair. Perhaps this little wizard could not only apparate but also read souls. The next day, after having breakfast with Cassandra, Ethan came to the room again. He opened the black basin on the glass, and the beetle inside changed into a crawling posture. The moment it saw the sun, it flew up suddenly but hit the glass wall hard. After the crashed beetle got up, it hit it hard again and again, until it could no longer get up. Don't let her play crazy. Ethan knew the importance of public opinion. Although Rita Skeeter was not the chief reporter of the Daily Prophet, she was one of the most popular ones. It would still be useful to take her in as a dog. Immediately, Ethan opened the glass. At this moment, Rita Skeeter flew into the air and returned to her original form, with a wand in her hand pointing directly at Ethan. In less than 24 hours, she had hated Ethan to the extreme. If she didn't give him a chance, it would be fine. But as long as she could find a chance, she would never let this little wizard go, even if he was on the list of the Wally family. After the torture, she used the Oblivion Curse to clean it up. Who knew that it was done by herself? But before Rita Skeeter could recite the spell, she felt a piercing pain. She fell to the ground and curled up. She couldn't hold the wand in her hand steadily and rolled under the sofa. She kept groaning in pain and wanted to beg for mercy, but she couldn't even move, and she couldn't make any sound except groaning in pain. Cruciatus Curse. This is definitely it. There is no mistake. Rita Skeeter also experienced the Wizard War and interviewed many victims who received the unforgivable curse. The victims who were hit by the Cruciatus Curse described it in a similar way to what she was experiencing now. If it were in the past, her first thought would definitely be to publish it in the Daily Prophet. The recipient of the Order of Merlin badge, a second-year student at Hogwarts, actually used the unforgivable curse on wizards in public. Is this a distortion of human nature or a moral decline? But now, under the pain, she couldn't think at all. She just wanted to beg for mercy and ask Ethan to forgive her this time. Ethan and Cassandra watched all this coldly, and Cassandra didn't care what magic Ethan used at all. The pain of the Cruciatus Curse is basically unbearable for anyone. This is a double torture of the mind and the body. It can't be endured by willpower. After several minutes, Rita Skeeter finally recovered a little. She shrank against the wall and looked at Ethan with fear in her eyes. The silent and wandless Cruciatus Curse is suspected to be legilimency. With this combination, apparition can't escape. There is no chance at all, and the wand is not in hand. Rita Skeeter, at your command. This was the only chance she could think of to survive. No one knew about her here. Even if she died, it would be treated as a missing person at most. Although Ethan was young, he was a man who could use the unforgivable curse. Don't dare to kill people. He still has some brains. Otherwise, it would be a treat. Ethan sat on the chair, smiling and pointing at the flying winged demon. Ethan is definitely a professional in the recycling of corpse waste. Rita Skeeter shook violently twice again. She didn't want to experience the feeling of having her brain sucked alive. She immediately rolled and crawled to Ethan's feet, intending to kiss Ethan's boots. Ethan didn't stop him. Anyway, this was not the first time he was treated like this. The national conditions of the British Wizards were like this, and Ethan had no choice. Raise your head. Hearing Ethan's voice, Rita Skeeter instinctively raised her head. Then she saw a magic wand against her brain. What kind of spell was it going to cast? Rita Skeeter wanted to dodge, but she didn't dare to move at all. She could only close her eyes and wait for the doom to come. Soon, Rita Skeeter felt a cold and gloomy magic flow in her body along her forehead, and it blended with the magic in her body and pulled until it stayed in her chest. A small spell, similar to Voldemort's Dark Mark. Even if you turn into a beetle and escape to Africa and burrow into cow dung, I can find you good. After hearing this, Rita Skeeter was desperate and was ready to agree to any conditions of Ethan first, and then stay away from Ethan and never see him again after escaping. As a result, everything became a bubble. Rita Skeeter, from now on, I will follow your instructions. Rita Skeeter knew that she would never escape in this life. If I dare to disobey him, I will definitely be found, tortured by the Cruciatus Curse, and fed to the winged demon. Maybe even my family and friends will not be able to escape. This is the second Voldemort. No, he is even more evil than Voldemort. It's very simple. First, report my story widely to increase influence. The product will be sold the day after tomorrow. You can go to the store for an interview. I will contact you if I need it in the future. Any questions? Rita Skeeter's role is just that. You can't expect her to fight. Yes, absolutely. As long as you order me in the future, I will do it. Rita Skeeter immediately promised that writing reports is her strong point. Although I will be controlled by others in the future, at least my life will be saved, and I don't have to do things I can't do. Okay, then you leave first. I hope to see your report as soon as possible. I'll go and prepare. Rita Skeeter stood up with all her strength, picked up her wand, and ran out the door tremblingly. There are too many hot news here, but as long as I want to stay alive, this is not something I can expose. On Christmas Day, Ethan woke up and came to the living room to see the same pile of gifts. This is Ethan's home in Surrey. The wizard's hut in Godric Valley has set up a fidelity charm, and the owls outside can't be found at all. All gifts can only be sent here. The little O's in Hogwarts also know this address. Ethan came back almost 3 nights ago, mainly to buy gifts for Christmas, such as various candies and books. For those who have a good relationship, they also need to give the cover of the wizard's mailbox and the parchment inside. Ethan doesn't need to do it himself, as Diagon Alley has already started selling it. A total of 5 bottles of magic enhancement potion were also sent out, one of which was added later and rushed to the emergency. They were given to Cassandra, Hermione, Qiu Zhang, Penelope, and Fleur respectively. Ethan felt that it was not enough, so he placed an order for 5 more bottles on the day of picking up the goods to keep them in reserve to see if there are any targets who need to be given gifts next year. On that day, the Owl Post Office alone shipped more than 100 gifts, costing more than 30 gold galleons. This was after the discount, due to the large number of gifts. The gifts of Fleur, Gabrielle, and Nicole and his wife are the most expensive. The post office has hidden cross-border services. Pure-blood families don't need to care about the law to make money. All the goods that need to be shipped across borders on that day were gathered together, and then smuggled over with a door key, and then delivered by local owls. The speed was much faster, but the postage was quite high. This year, Ethan was not in a hurry to unpack. He had breakfast with his parents first. No matter how busy they are every year, they are at home on Christmas Day. But Philemon had a sullen face throughout the whole process, still thinking about his car. Yesterday, when Nisha asked Ethan if he needed a few more cars, Philemon 657's eyes lost their luster. Fortunately, Ethan refused, otherwise he might not be able to eat breakfast today. After breakfast, he came to the living room and opened the gifts randomly. Most of them are candies and chocolates, and books and alchemy tools occupy a small part. Among them, the most valuable gift is the 4 fangs of the Chimera beast given by the rich Hagrid. It's just that the number is more this year than last year, and it is estimated to be over 200. Last year, I gave out dozens of gifts and received more than 100. This year, I gave out more than 100 gifts. Ethan has recorded the Christmas gifts he gave last year, and this year, Ethan has returned gifts, but today, I received more than 200. What about next year? It's not an easy thing to buy gifts every year, and it could be more every year, right? I really don't know how Dumbledore spent Christmas. With so many little fans, old friends, and students who remember him, the number of gifts must have filled up the principal's office. When Ethan finished opening the gifts and sorting them out, it was already past. After lunch, Ethan went directly to the courtyard and took out the McLaren F1 that had been modified by Ethan from a box. Yesterday, Ethan contacted Penelope and the others through the wizard email, and they will go to Diagon Alley together on Christmas afternoon. The reason was that when Qiu Zhang was visiting Diagon Alley 2 days ago, he heard the clerk say that there would be an event on Christmas Day, and there would be more than 10 stores. After learning this news, Qiu Zhang told Hermione and the others about it. At the joint request of the host and the girls yesterday, Ethan had to agree to accompany them to Diagon Alley. It doesn't look any different. When Ethan took out the McLaren F1, Philemon also came here. The silver-white paint, the sharp and unique headlight shape, the smooth and dynamic body lines, the low-lying body and the wide wheels complement each other. Everything is so perfect, but it's a pity that it's not his. Come in and take a look and you'll know. Ethan opened the car door. Ethan didn't change much about the appearance. He just replaced some materials in the shell with alchemy, carved some magic patterns, and magic patterns. The real change was the interior space, as well as various functions and power. I want to see what it has done to my car. Philemon, who had just entered and was about to sit in the seat to observe, was speechless. It looked fine from the outside, but as soon as he entered the car door, he found that the seat was actually 2 meters away from him. Although there are still 3 seats, the middle is the driver's seat and the 2 sides are the co-pilots. But the space behind the 2-meter-wide aisle is larger than his own living room, and it has been turned into a leisure area. After looking around, Philemon stepped out and had only one idea. Fortunately, the wizarding world and the muggle world are separate. Otherwise, if wizards join the ocean shipping industry, I'm afraid I will go bankrupt in minutes. After saying hello to his father, Ethan drove directly to heaven and pressed the invisible button. The moment Ethan stepped on the accelerator, the McLaren F1 made a sonic boom. Under normal circumstances, the McLaren F1 accelerates to 100 kilometers in 3.2 seconds, But after Ethan's modification, his magic power burst out, and he broke through Mach 1 in 3.2 seconds at the fastest. His top speed was Mach 1.8, which directly blew this year's new light cycle, 2001 into pieces. Next year's rocket crossbow didn't even qualify to be covered in dust. Compared with the current high-end fighter jets, it is still a little inferior. After all, they have already broken through Mach 3. The key is that the magic source is not up to standard. If the magic stone is installed, the fighter jet will be left behind in exhaust gas in a minute. As for the sedan modified by Arthur Weasley, the parts have basically not been changed. Only some magic patterns have been added. The hardware of the car cannot withstand Ethan's speed, and the output power is insufficient. The speed is almost over 100 kilometers. In just over 10 minutes, Ethan drove from Surrey to Penelo's house in Plymouth, according to the address, parked on the road, and after disguising himself as a normal sports car, he unlocked the invisible mode. After taking out the wizard dress book and sending a message to Penelo, she was seen walking out with a suitcase a few minutes later. After leaving with Ethan today, she did not plan to come back during this holiday. Anyway, there were not many days of rest. Behind her were a middle-aged woman who was a little fat, a half-grown boy, and a little girl of 6 or 7 years old. Ethan got out of the car and handed the small gifts he had prepared to the 3 people. Penelope's mother was quite enthusiastic and wanted to invite Ethan to sit in, but Ethan was in a hurry and had to refuse. Her brother kept trying to get in the car. Anyone who was interested in cars knew about this year's new McLaren F1 XP4. Unfortunately, he was ruthlessly suppressed by Penelope. Even if it had not been modified, it was not something her brother should have contact with. Given their family situation, they could not afford it in this lifetime. Penelope's sister was amused by Ethan and laughed, calling him brother all the time. After saying goodbye to her family, Penelope opened the car door quite skillfully and took the gift in. Although she had never taken a ride in this car, she had come in many times when Ethan modified it. The potion you gave me is really useful. My magic power has increased a lot. Penelope was very excited after getting in the car. The increase in magic power means the improvement of strength. She will be able to get better grades in N, E, W, T, and exams in the next school year. The raw materials for this bottle of potion require more than 1,000 gold galleons. How are you going to repay me? I gave you my whole life. How about I repay you like this? Okay. While chatting, they soon arrived at the manor of the Wally family. Cassandra and Penelope were not far apart. Finally, they returned to London to pick up Xiao Zhang and Hermione. But Xiao Zhang's father still stared at her like a thief and told her to come back early tonight. Her mother didn't say much. The group still went in from the leaky cauldron. There was not much business here today. There were just a few drunks sitting in the corner, talking loudly. When they came to the backyard, they skillfully knocked on the bricks on the wall. The moment they entered Diagon Alley, the flow of people today was indeed more than usual. Ethan, look, business is still so good this Christmas. Hermione pointed to a small shop next to her. It's right at the entrance of the leaky cauldron to Diagon Alley, and the location is quite good. It's the shop that Ethan and the Wally family cooperated with. When Hermione came to buy Christmas gifts a few days ago, there was a queue here. I didn't expect that it was Christmas and the gifts were given away, and there was still a queue to buy them. Maybe someone found it very convenient after using it, so they came to buy it again. You can't expect to give a lot of parchment as a gift for Christmas. The cover costs 10 gold galleons, and a piece of parchment costs 2 gold galleons, which is not cheap. Ethan originally planned to set the price at half of this, but was persuaded by Amos. He was the only one in the business, and whether it was the parchment or the cover, if you take good care of it, it can be used for several years. If you want to make money, you have to sell it at a high price, and you can only buy it at home. When Ethan gave gifts, he also gave a cover with 10 pieces of parchment. Others probably gave about the same, or even less, such as 5 pieces. When it comes to real use, 5 cards are not enough to communicate with friends, not to mention family, and you must go out to buy them. Ethan also saw Rita Skeeter, who was interviewing nearby. She listened to Ethan's words these days and quickly attracted 10 major customers. That's true. Hermione nodded in understanding. They didn't have this worry. When they were in school, Ethan had already given several copies to each of them. Then Ethan was dragged by them to stroll around Diagon Alley, especially after entering Madame Prippenier's beauty and potion shop. The women were very excited and kept shuttling between bottles and jars. Sure enough, women, regardless of age, could not resist these things, and then went to the Tofin clothing store and Quidditch boutique. Ethan, I want to eat that. When passing by Florin's cold drink shop, Cassandra pulled Island. Although the first time she saw Ethan was at Flourish and Blots, they really met here. Ethan looked at Cassandra in confusion. Although the snow had stopped today, was it really necessary to have cold drinks in this weather? Cassandra nodded affirmatively, and Ethan walked over. He had to queue up to buy it. After the Christmas holiday, the second day back to school, deep in the Forbidden Forest, beside a diversion of the Black Lake, Ethan, who had just arrived, felt a gust of wind blowing from the top of his head, and the whole person was covered by a shadow. Ethan was not at all surprised by what happened. He looked up and saw a gray fire dragon swooping down from the sky in a standard hunting posture. If it were any other wizard, he would have started to think about his life at this moment. With a body length of about 9 meters and a wingspan of more than 17 meters, this size is also a behemoth among fire dragons. Boom! The giant dragon swooped down to the ground, causing a huge roar and splashing a large amount of snow and water. No bell. Ethan hugged the head of the fire dragon that was drilling into his arms and rubbed it on the dragon's horns a few times. Although it was raised by Hagrid, it was much closer to Ethan than Hagrid. When they met when they were young, they liked to bump into Ethan's arms every time. After growing up, Ethan didn't dare to take it head-on, which would kill him. Even though Ethan's physical fitness was much better than that of ordinary people, he didn't dare to use his body to resist the diving dragon. After training a few times, Norbert would also break suddenly. Avoiding Norbert's sticky tongue, Ethan took out a handful of energy cubes from his pocket and stuffed them into Norbert's mouth. Looking at Norbert's happy narrowing of his deep red eyes, his huge dragon mouth constantly refusing, and his tail swinging back and forth, Ethan immediately said to Norbert, "Norbert, you are a dragon here, and it's lonely. I found you a companion. What do you think? Woo! You agree? Woo! I know you agree. Don't get excited." Ethan patted Norbert's head. In fact, he didn't understand a hammer. Animal affinity didn't have a translation function, and Parseltongue could only communicate with snakes. "Okay, don't get excited. I'll let it come out to accompany you." Ethan looked at Norbert's shaking head and said soothingly, "Anyway, no matter what you do, I just don't understand." Norbert is now 1 year old. Originally, due to various external factors when he was still an egg, Norbert was weaker than other fire dragons since birth. But with the energy cube supplement provided by Ethan and Hagrid's care, he has recovered. Now he has developed quite well. His body is stronger than the Ukrainian Iron Belly of the same age, and he can breathe fire and fly earlier than normal. At about 9 months old, Norbert was already quite skilled in flying. After staying with Norbert for a while, Hagrid chose to let go and return to live in the hut on the edge of the Forbidden Forest. Norbert has grown up and can fly. He is still in the same position, which increases the chance of being discovered. If he is caught by someone by his side all the time, Hagrid will not be able to explain it. If Norbert was found alone, it could be said that he flew from outside, which would be fine. There are many magical animals migrating from the Forbidden Forest anyway. It also has the ability to hunt alone, so it no longer needs to be fed. In the wild, it would have been driven out of the dragon's nest at this size. Fluffy, the 3-headed dog, went out to work when he was less than 1 year old, so Hagrid had nothing to be reluctant to let him go. Anyway, they were all in the Forbidden Forest and could meet at any time. It was almost after Halloween that Hagrid put Norbert in the place he chose to live, which is where Ethan and Norbert are now. This is a branch of the Black Lake, with no shortage of water, many big fish and various aquatic magical animals, and rich animal resources. At the same time, it is deep in the Forbidden Forest, and the privacy is guaranteed. It is definitely a very good habitat. The Chimera beast that originally lived here chose to move to a deeper location in the Forbidden Forest under Hagrid's friendly persuasion, leaving this territory to Norbert. When Ethan first heard Hagrid's words, he didn't feel anything until he received Hagrid's Christmas gift a few days ago. Inside were 4 fangs of chimera beasts, and they were quite fresh and stained with blood. At that time, Ethan knew how Hagrid persuaded him. Chimera beasts, XXXXX level magical animals, have the head of a lion, the body of a goat, and the tail of a fire dragon. They are quite bloodthirsty and violent magical animals. In this forbidden forest, it is also considered a hegemon, and generally no one dares to provoke it. According to Ethan's estimation, its territory should not be a big problem with a fire dragon. The fish in the Black Lake and the magical animals and beasts in the Forbidden Forest are quite sufficient resources. Anyway, it will not starve. Ethan originally planned to wait until Onyxia grew to 10 meters before releasing it, but now it is almost 9 meters, which is already a large size among fire dragons. Ethan doesn't go to the Room of Requirements so often now, so it's better to release it in advance. Basilisks, winged demons, volpats, and Nagini don't take much space and can be brought with them, but dragons can't. During the holiday, Leonyxia was almost going crazy from being locked in a box. So after drawing a pint of dragon blood yesterday, Ethan came to the Forbidden Forest today when he had no classes in the morning. Ethan is also expanding the box with the Traceless Expansion spell, but the area is far from enough to raise a dragon. When he graduates, the area inside will definitely be enough for the dragon to survive, and he can bring it with him then. By then, it is estimated that he will be able to reach the level when Newt was expelled from Hogwarts. He will focus most of his energy on magical animals and boxes, but Ethan can't. Onyxia, come out. Opening the box with the Traceless Expansion spell, Ethan shouted loudly inside and then stepped aside. About 4 or 5 seconds later, a dark figure jumped out of it, flew directly into the air, and then landed on Ethan's left side, staring at Norbert with his eyes fixed. Norbert's deep red eyes were also fixed on Onyxia, his mouth wide open in an attacking posture. As the saying goes, there can't be 2 tigers in one mountain, unless they are a male and a female. Onyxia howled in dissatisfaction at Ethan. Although he couldn't understand it, he could still distinguish its emotions after spending so much time with her. Woo! Noble was not to be outdone, and he was also annoyed by the jumping dragon. Ayo! Woo! The 2 dragons were getting closer and closer, their heads almost touching. If Ethan hadn't been here, the 2 dragons would have fought. As the saying goes, there can't be 2 tigers in one mountain, except for 1 male and 1 female. But these 2 dragons are both female, and they need to get used to each other if they want to coexist peacefully. Ethan can only appease them, feeding them some energy cubes here and rubbing his chin there. The activity area of dragons in the Dragon Protection Area and Breeding Farm is not as large as that in the wild, and many of them are mixed. They can't coexist peacefully, and their wildness is not as strong as that of pure wild ones. At most, they will fight a few more times and get familiar with each other. The 2 dragons are similar in body length and wingspan. It's just that Onyxia is about half a year younger than Noble, and she only hatched in June. The body length is about the same, but it doesn't hurt when it's horizontal. Norbert's belly and body look a little round. This is not because he's fat, but the Ukrainian Iron Belly race is like this. While the body is large, the flying speed is not fast. Onyxia has an extra pair of front legs, a slender body, and wings and tail are different from ordinary fire dragons. If the 2 fight, Onyxia will have a certain advantage. It flies fast and has an extra pair of front legs suitable for close combat. After another dragon fed a large number of energy cubes, Ethan also specifically instructed Onyxia before turning around and leaving. Magical animals are like this. You can't understand what it says. At most, you can understand the meaning of some actions and calls, but magical animals lack the ability to understand what wizards say, especially those at XXXX level or above. So, seeking flowers, just turn around and walked a few hundred meters. Ethan heard the roar coming from behind him, and the flames reflecting half of the sky, with Onyxia's black flames and Norbert's orange flames. After a little thought, Ethan decided to ignore it. Living together means fighting, unless the two have grown up together. With Ethan's advice, and the fact that the fire dragon is already quite strong in terms of physical strength, recovery, and magic resistance, it will not take long for it to heal itself, unless it is a fatal injury. After arriving at Hagrid's hut, Ethan touched the dog head that was twirling its teeth at his feet, and then pushed the door open. Hagrid was baking his pancakes, or crusty pancakes, by the stove. Every night, he had to patrol the Forbidden Forest, so when there was nothing to do in the morning, Hagrid would get up late, and it was common for them to have breakfast and lunch together. Hearing the sound of the door opening, Hagrid turned around and found that it was Ethan who came. He smiled and said, "Ethan, how was your Christmas holiday? I saw the photo of you at the awarding ceremony. You look pretty good. I had a very good time. I also like the gift you gave me." Ethan sat down on the sofa beside him and poured himself a cup of tea. He didn't know how many times he had come here, so there was no need to be polite. "Zero, your gift is also very good. It is very useful to me." Hagrid was very excited when he talked about this. He hadn't received such a good gift for a long time. Last time, he received Sirius's motorcycle. He couldn't use the flying broom well, so Sirius gave him the modified motorcycle to fulfill his dream of flying. Although he now despised Sirius and even wanted to return the motorcycle to him, he was really happy when he received this gift. Ethan gave him a set of powerful, giant crossbows modified by alchemy. The crossbow arrows could be automatically strung, and 10 crossbow arrows could be fired continuously, which was even more powerful. The crossbow arrows and quiver are enchanted, and they can automatically return after being shot. Hagrid liked it after using it once. "Want to try the rock cakes that have just come out of the pot?" Hagrid brought a large plate of rock cakes to the table and sat directly opposite Ethan. "No, I just had breakfast in Hogwarts. Rock cakes are okay if eaten with a bath, but Ethan probably can't bear to eat them dry in the early morning." "Then I'll eat it myself. I haven't had breakfast yet." Hagrid grabbed a piece of rock cake and started eating. There was no need to be polite between the two of them. After Hagrid finished breakfast, Ethan started to talk about business. "I know a fire dragon, but there is no place to keep it, so I put it in the Forbidden Forest with Norbert." "Another fire dragon?" Hagrid's eyes widened when he heard this. Among all the magical animals, he liked the fire dragon the most. If possible, he would welcome the conversion of the Forbidden Forest into a dragon farm. If there are only 2 fire dragons, they will fight. Hagrid soon became worried again. Except for very few species and individuals, fire dragons are guys with extremely hot tempers. I've already told the 2 of them that they will definitely fight, but it shouldn't be a big problem. With their recovery ability, they will be fine in a few days after they're given some white fresh water. They will not fight after they are familiar with each other. "Here, right? I'm going to check it out. Don't let them get hurt." Hagrid got up quickly and ran to the Forbidden Forest. Hagrid, the fire dragon is called Onyxia. It is a mutant black dragon of the Hebdary Islands. It has a bad temper. Just go and see them more often when you have time. If they fight, as long as it's not too serious, you don't need to care. "I see. Let's go check it out." The Hebrides black dragon is a rare creature. Saturday morning, Ethan, who arrived at the Hogwarts Great Hall, had never seen so many little wizards dining together on a day off. And they were all so excited that they waved their arms vigorously when they talked about something. Ethan did not leave his roommates to find Penelope and the others today, because there were also many Ravenclaw eagles gathered around them, discussing something fiercely. "Tell me, there will only be 7 people who will win in the end. Are they so excited about their own strength?" Sitting at the long table of Ravenclaw, Terry smiled at the group of happy little wizards. He did not sign up for the duel club this time, but it did not prevent him from watching the fun. On the contrary, because he did not sign up, he really had no pressure at the moment and just wanted to watch the fun, especially those who smiled on the stage and cried after the stage. You can't say that. Except for our second-year Ethan, who can definitely win the championship. It's not certain that anyone in other grades can win the championship. Besides, as long as we can defeat our opponents, it's worth being happy. Michael is different. Although he knows that he can't win the championship, he also wants to test his level among his peers, so he signed up. In the whole Hogwarts, Almost more than half of the little wizards signed up for the Duel Club exhibition, 397. For him, as long as he is not so unlucky to meet Ethan, Cassandra, and Hermione in the first 1 or 2 games, he can accept it. According to the performance of these 3 in the spells class, he can't hold on for long. What if you are in the afternoon and it's Ethan's turn? TSK, TSK. I want to see your expression when the time comes. Terry looked at Michael with a smile on his face. It's this kind of contrast that makes it interesting. Michael is autistic. He knows that he can't win against Terry and doesn't want to say much. Although he knows that Terry has no ill intentions, he just wants to hit him. After breakfast, Ethan and the others walked out of the auditorium together. Now was the first-year competition venue. Unlike the last drill, the Duel Club officially started now, not in the auditorium, but on the field outside. During this holiday, several professors and Dumbledore used magic to build a standard duel arena, and added some magic to it to ensure the stability of the arena while not hurting the audience below. When Ethan and the others arrived, there were already quite a few people around. It seemed that everyone was quite interested in the competition of the first-year wizards. According to what I saw on the bulletin board on the day of homecoming, the first Saturday was the elimination match for the first and second grades. Every week after that, it was 2 grades until the 7th grade had a single medical student. The elimination match will be completed this month. The time of the subsequent competitions will be determined after the elimination match. Although the competition time is too tight and it is a bit difficult to turn around, there are actually not many people participating in each grade. Only 3 or 4. A duel between wizards, ignoring escape and pursuit, is completely different from the pirates' battles that can last for days and nights. Even if wizards are of equal level, the result is decided in a few minutes under normal circumstances, and being able to last more than 10 minutes is considered to be extremely durable. If it is a young wizard, it will be even faster, and dozens of games a day are no problem. After sitting down in the audience seats of Ravenclaw, it was almost 9 o'clock in a short while. Dumbledore also arrived at the scene with 4 deans and Madame Pomfrey, and sat down in the professor's seat. Lockhart also walked onto the duel arena, accompanied by a middle-aged man with blonde hair and a somewhat sturdy body. "What a happy day today," Lockhart said loudly. "I am honored to host this Duel Club competition. Now, I will introduce you to a special guest, Luke Bagman, Director of the Department of Magical Games and Sports, and the best batsman in the history of the Vimborn Wasps." Luke Bagman waved and greeted everyone. There was a warm applause from the audience. "This is Bagman. Lockhart even invited him here." Jean was quite excited. He was already very interested in Quidditch, and now he has joined Ravenclaw's Quidditch team. He admired this former star player. There are many people in similar situations to Jean. Ethan knew his background. He was a complete gambler. Why did Lockhart pull him here? At the awarding ceremony of the Merlin Order, Ethan, led by Amos, greeted him. However, he was not the director of the Department of Magical Sports and Games at that time, but a director. He didn't expect to be promoted in just a few days. Speaking of Luke Bagman's experience, it is also legendary. He originally played for the Wimbledon Wasps and the England Quidditch team as a Quidditch player. The latter is a team in the Quidditch World Cup. But when Voldemort was rampant, he provided information to the Death Eaters. After Voldemort fell, he was brought to the Inquisition. Barty Crouch, then director of the Department of Law Enforcement, wanted to put him in Azkaban. However, this move was opposed by many wizards. Even a witch in the Inquisition openly congratulated him on his performance on the Quidditch field, so that the case was left unsolved. It can only be said that when he has enough support from people, even if he commits a crime, it is no big deal. After the trial, he joined the Ministry of Magic and now sits in the position of Director of the Department of Magical Sporting Goods. Now the duel competition officially begins. It will be decided by it who will be in each group of little wizards. Luke Bagman and I will experience all the competitions together and witness the birth of the champion together. Lockhart raised a metal box, showed it to everyone, and put on the field. Then Lockhart went to the referee's seat, and Luke Bagman came to the professor's seats. Service Clarence versus Gordon Jamie. A stiff, rigid, emotionless mechanical sound came from the small box. This prop was specially prepared by Lockhart. As long as the name is thrown in, it can be randomly arranged and played with sound. Of course, it can also be freely set up. Service, Gordon, service, Gordon. The cheers and applause from both Gryffindor and Hufflepuff rang out almost at the same time, and some young wizards even pulled up the banners they had made in advance to cheer for their own academies. On the referee's bench, Lockhart was very satisfied with the intense reaction below. The young wizards were very enthusiastic about this duel competition, and with Luke Bagman, who was specially invited by him, the plan was already accomplished. As the initiator and organizer of the duel club, Lockhart was also a professor at Hogwarts. It was not appropriate for him to start a gambling game. At this time, he needed an outsider, and an outsider with a certain status. Luke Bagman was his chosen target, being able to obtain the third-level Merlin Knight's badge. Although he cannot contact the real upper class, he has some connections. He and Ludo met each other at a banquet. He also knew that Ludo was a gambler, and a poor gambler who lost 9 out of 10 times. He usually liked to take advantage of loopholes and play some tricks. If it were him, he would definitely agree to his plan. Sure enough, after he just said that, he didn't even want to care about the things of the magic sports goods department that he had just obtained, and he wanted to join in and control this gambling game together. In the audience below, watching the performance between Crouching Dragon and Phoenix, Terry burst into laughter. I said, it's not as interesting to watch from below when you're going to duel. The two people who had just finished the duel etiquette on the stage held their wands tightly, staring at each other seriously, and with the cold wind blowing, a sense of déjà vu of masters fighting came. The group of young wizards below also stared at the two nervously, fearing that they would miss any details. But as Lockhart's countdown ended, the result of the two fighting was, "You eat slugs and I stuck a stick in my front teeth." This caused Gordon to cover his stomach and vomit slugs, and Service opened his mouth wide, and his front teeth directly hit his chin. Now both of them have lost their ability to fight. One of them retched from time to time, and a slug fell out of his mouth while covering his stomach, and it would get stuck in his throat from time to time. How can he chant a spell? One of them has 2 big front teeth, so he can't even close his mouth, let alone chant a spell. Hufflepuff and Gryffindor burst out laughing. Ravenclaw and Slytherin are crazy. However, considering that these two are new students who have just been enrolled for a semester, it is understandable. In the end, the two relied on physical combat to decide the winner. Gordon lost because he was in poor condition due to vomiting slugs. The next game was not interesting. It was common to throw away the wand and directly swing the fist, and the audience below also lost the novelty. It felt interesting when there were 1 or 2 groups, but it was boring when 7 or 8 groups were like this. Ethan could see Professor Flitwick's ugly face, and even Dumbledore's smile disappeared. As a professor of charms, the former naturally felt ashamed when students used fists instead of spells. Lockhart was the same as Flitwick, but Lockhart didn't care about these things at all. Standing on the 4.0 referee's seat, he still had his signature smile on his face. Dumbledore lamented that the level of young wizards was deteriorating so fast. It was obvious that more than 10 years ago, even young wizards who had just entered school for 2 months would not use fists in fights. Then he looked at Harry again. This was also the one with poor level, not as good as James at the beginning. The reason why he agreed to Lockhart's duel club was definitely not because of Lockhart's bullshit reason. As a savior, Harry needs to grow, train, and experience enough hardships to become a qualified savior. But now it has not met my expectations at all. In the game I set up last year, although Harry faced Voldemort and took up his courage, the process was a bit unsatisfactory. He was thrown around like a sandbag the whole time and learned nothing. He only knew that his enemy was Voldemort and that he had the magic to defeat Voldemort. This school year, he was a little stronger. He spent less time fooling around with Ronald and studied more seriously, but it was still far from enough. Not to mention Ethan, there were many little wizards in the 2nd grade who could beat Harry. The morning match ended at about 12 o'clock, mainly because the duel etiquette and close combat took some time, otherwise it could have been at least an hour earlier. After lunch, the students came to the field outside the school in 2s and 3s again. Ethan, don't be soft-hearted and let your girlfriend go later. The second grade depends on you. I want to get another college cup before graduation. Rebecca Gracie, a 7th-year senior, patted Ethan on the shoulder and said, among the 7 grades, only Ethan is the most stable. Of course, the premise is not to let the little witch from Slytherin and Gryffindor go. It's impossible to let you go, senior sister. Don't worry about this. And where did I get girlfriend? Senior sister. Don't talk nonsense. Yes, you don't have a girlfriend. So can I chase you? Rebecca covered her mouth and smiled at Ethan. Of course, this was just a joke. He will graduate this year and go out to find a job. By then, he won't even see her face. So what's the point of chasing her? I don't want to be targeted by the senior's suitors. This senior has a hot body, but her lips are a little thick and she has some freckles on her face. She is not Ethan's type, but she is still quite popular in the 7th grade. Are you afraid of these? Perform well later and the senior will cheer you on. After saying that, Rebecca walked away with her hips twisted. Ethan, this is Senior Rebecca. Why don't you agree? After Rebecca left, the 3 roommates came up immediately. Ethan's luck with love is quite envious. Why don't any girls come to him? Haha, she was just joking. If you really say it, you lose. Why is it a joke? Yes, tell us about it. First of all, I don't know her very well. She was neither nervous nor expectant just now. She was just a little excited. You guys. Gregory Goyle versus Ronald Weasley. Just when Ethan was still analyzing with his 3 roommates, the second-year match in the afternoon had already begun. And the opening match was Gryffindor versus Slytherin. Lockhart would catch the eye. Sure enough, the 2 colleges were boiling now. There were cheers, applause, banners, boos, and everything else. Everyone wanted to overpower the other. They couldn't lose to Slytherin/Gryffindor. Gore went on stage with a proud look on his face. He was flustered when he heard his name just now. He didn't expect that the first match would be his. But when he heard the name of the opponent, he was shocked. The moment Ronald's name was mentioned, he was no longer panicked. There was no pressure at all. The 2 of them had just finished the final exam last school year. If Professor Flitwick hadn't stopped him, he would have beaten him to the school hospital. Last semester on the Quidditch field, Ronald cast a spell and it backfired, causing himself to hit himself. This is no improvement at all. So much so that Goyle, who had his father teach him a few tricks at home during this holiday, didn't take Ronald seriously at all. The spell was stronger than his, and he would definitely win even if they fought. How could he lose? When Lockhart saw the 2 of them on the field, he immediately asked them to perform a quick fight. As the countdown ended, the 2 of them immediately became excited. Split into pieces. Goyle was stunned, feeling something was wrong. He hadn't even finished reciting the spell yet. Ronald even cast a spell. This guy is definitely on fire. Goyle knew he couldn't resist, so he rolled over to avoid the spell. Huh, Goyle, if you can't do it, just give up. Slytherin, is this your level? The little lions of Gryffindor saw Goyle like this and immediately burst into laughter. I didn't expect Ronald, who had given up hope, to have such a performance. Goyle on the ring, listening to the laughter from the audience, his face began to turn red, staring at Ronald with resentment. However, he faced Ronald's spells one after another. Flames, leg stand still, stuck a stick in the front teeth. In this regard, Goyle could only keep running to avoid these attacks, and he couldn't find a chance to fight back at all. Ronald became more and more confident as he fought, and gradually put on a rampant smile on his face. Ethan, Ronald is much stronger than last year. Michael frowned and looked at the 2 people on the stage. Before today, he had not taken Ronald seriously. The impression he had before was that he was the follower of the savior Harry Potter, who would embarrass himself from time to time and make everyone laugh. I didn't expect that he would have made such great progress now. This level is already very strong in the 2nd grade, and I am not sure if I can face him. It cost my life. Are you envious? Ethan said with a smile. Using the diary, the magic and vitality will be absorbed. Otherwise, how can Voldemort's soul fragment communicate with Ronald, and how can he get magic to control Ronald? It's just that the speed and efficiency of this absorption are far inferior to the absorption of Quirrell by the main soul. Michael looked at Ethan in confusion. He traded his life for it. Did he mean that he trained hard or something? Ronald Weasley wins. Lockhart quickly announced the result of the game. He then stepped forward and used a spell to petrify Goyle. Fortunately, he bought this alchemy tool from Ethan. Zinghart really had no other choice at this moment. Ronald! Ronald! Gryffindor had already shouted Ronald's name loudly. Several masters had surrounded him the moment he stepped down. On the contrary, Slytherin was sluggish one by one, looking at Goyle, who stepped down with his face covered, with dissatisfaction and disdain in his eyes. Ronald Weasley, who lost to Gryffindor at the beginning, was a fool second only to Neville among purebloods. He was simply a waste. Theodore not versus Neville Longbottom. No matter how the little wizards discussed below, the game had to continue. Neville walked up with a boy who looked sickly and looked thin. Neville didn't want to participate at first, but after communicating with his grandmother, he had to sign up at her request. In the duel between the two, Neville was always a step slower and was finally knocked to the ground by the stiffening curse, losing the ability to resist. After Theodore won the game, Slytherin could finally speak loudly. The second-year duel went on in an orderly manner, and Professor Flitwick's face looked better. At least so far, no 10th-year student has dropped his wand and rolled up his robe. Ethan Adrian versus Blaise Zabini. Hearing his name, Ethan quickly walked towards the ring. The cheers of a Ravenclaw behind him were deafening, while the Slytherin opposite him seemed silent. Let's not talk about last year's record. Just look at Grover Gerd, the 7th-year Slytherin this year. He was already quite good at fighting, but he was still defeated in 10 moves. This Blaise Zabini was just a gift. There was no hope, so why cheer? When Ethan came to the ring, he was facing a tall guy. Ethan was not very familiar with him, but anyone who reads entertainment magazines or major newspapers will be familiar with Blaise Zabini. She was a very beautiful and famous witch who had just killed her 6th husband last year. And these 6 widowhoods brought her huge wealth, because the death of each husband left her with a legacy. Ethan had also seen photos of Blaise Zabini. She was indeed charming and had a body whose but was bigger than her shoulders. After performing a wizard duel ceremony, after Lockhart's countdown ended, Ethan casually threw out a repulsive spell. Bang! A blue magic barrier appeared and successfully intercepted it. Another Kryptonian warrior? Ethan didn't think that Blaise Zabini could learn the shield charm now. This is a spell that can only be learned in the 6th grade. Although it can be learned in advance, it is quite difficult. Many young wizards can't learn it until graduation. Blaise Zabini doesn't have this talent. If his mother hadn't been on the newspapers and magazines frequently, who would know this little Slytherin? Seeing Ethan return in vain, Blaise Zabini breathed a sigh of relief and looked at Ethan with a provocative look. Last time at the duel club, he knew that Ethan could cast spells silently and without a wand, so he was 217 ready for defense at the moment of the start. Now it really works. He can't break my defense. It's my turn to fight back. But he's just a muggle-born wizard. It's time to show off for so long. Slytherin also got excited. If Ethan can't break the shield charm, they can go back and ask for an alchemical item like this. At that time, they could just step on him. However, it turned out that they thought too much. Blaise Zabini didn't fight back. A large ball of lightning fell from the sky and hit Blaise Zabini, who was complacent. The shield charm collapsed at the touch of a button. Blaise Zabini danced in the blue lightning, and his hair stood up. As the lightning dissipated, Blaise Zabini fell down with black smoke coming out his mouth. He was electrocuted like an African chicken. There were some burn marks on his skin, and there was a pool of water under him. Originally, he was quite happy. The faces of the Slytherin snakes immediately fell. This was just Mjolnir after being controlled again, and even the hammer was not formed. On the referee's bench, Lockhart rushed to the scene as soon as possible, checked it and found that it was fine, and immediately announced the result of the game. Ethan Adrian wins. Lockhart couldn't tell whether Ethan brought alchemical props or could really cast spells silently and without a wand, but he was more inclined to the former. It also made him more certain that he couldn't provoke Ethan, who knew how many equipment he had not yet shown. Please send 2 students to carry him down. Madame Pomfrey is ready. Lockhart looked at the indifferent Slytherin and could only warn him. The spell can only remove the effects of some spells, but there is no way to deal with this kind of person who has been electrocuted unconscious and incontinent. The healing spells. I didn't choose these alchemical items at the beginning. The subsequent games were uneventful. Hermione faced Pansy. There was no doubt that the strengthened Hermione won. Cassandra also easily defeated Lavender Brown. It was February, the snow began to melt, and the sun began to shine faintly on Hogwarts. In the herbology class, Professor Sprout happily said that the mandrakes began to become moody and taciturn, which meant that they were quickly leaving their childhood. But now no one paid much attention to these things. The attack on the Chamber of Secrets only happened once, and it might have been solved long ago. Who would care about the petrified Filch? Some little wizards didn't want it to mature so quickly. It was so cool without Filch. No one cared about the spells in the corridors, and no one patrolled night. When he came back, the happy time was gone. At the same time, the preliminary rounds of the competition held by the dueling club had ended. After that, there was 2 weeks of rest and preparation time, and then the elimination rounds. Since the dueling club began, Lockhart's popularity has also risen, and now he has a lot of fans. As a result, his mood was particularly high, and he loved to show off more and more. Of course, he didn't forget to give Ethan extra points, but instead he had a fight with Snape. The 2 of them added points more and more fiercely, and they had surpassed the 3rd-place Gryffindor by more than 300 points. Many young wizards are discussing whether this year's house score would break the highest house score record in Hogwarts for 1,000 years. February 14th. When the young wizards came to the hall and prepared to eat, they all widened their eyes in surprise, wondering if they had walked into the wrong door. The 4 walls were covered with large and dazzling pink flowers. Not only that, but there were also royal heart-shaped colorful paper ribbons that kept falling from the light blue ceiling. Ethan, today is Valentine's Day. Terry, who was sitting at the Ravenclaw long table, looked at Ethan with ill intentions. He wanted to see how Ethan was going to spend the day. Usually, he made his brothers very envious, but today he might be chopped into several pieces. So what? Ethan calmly shook off the paper scraps on the smoked meat, sausages, and bread, and started to have today's breakfast. As for the oatmeal porridge, forget it. Aren't you panicking? Terry stared at Ethan with wide eyes, as if to see if Ethan was pretending to be calm. Why panic? Ethan had already passed this level, and used alchemy to make roses in advance, the kind that never faded. Each person was given 9 flowers. Last night in the Ravenclaw secret room, Ethan sent the flowers out just after midnight, and also a greeting card. The main reason was that if they were given in the hall, it would not have a good impact to send flowers and greeting cards to several little witches at once. Ethan still had to have some face and didn't want his topic to be passed down in Hogwarts, or even recorded in a part of Hogwarts school history. Ethan even sent an owl to the post office that was engaged in international business to deliver Fleur, who was far away in Beauxbatons today. As for Gabrielle, forget it. If the Delacour family saw it, they would probably beat her to Hogwarts. Copper refining is not allowed. It is a serious crime. Okay, you're awesome. Terry really couldn't see anything, so he decided to give up. If he couldn't watch Ethan's fun, he couldn't watch other people's fun? Who do you think decorated this today? Jean was eating breakfast while thinking. He had never heard of any banquet or event at Hogwarts on Valentine's Day. Who else could it be? Didn't a professor say yesterday that he would give us a surprise? Terry swallowed the smoked meat in his mouth and reminded everyone. Yesterday, all the little wizards who had taken the defense against the dark arts class were reminded by Lockhart at the end of Get Out of Class that there would be a surprise today, including Ethan and his second-year students. That's right, except for him, no one else can do this. Jean nodded in understanding. Other professors would definitely not be able to do it, but Lockhart would do whatever was conspicuous. But Ethan couldn't understand how Lockhart convinced Dumbledore to agree to his plan. As a professor, he didn't have a right to decorate the auditorium without the principal's consent. Just when Ethan and others had almost finished eating, Lockhart came to the teachers' seats in a pink robe that matched the decorations and waved his hand to ask everyone to be quiet. The professors who arrived before Lockhart all had stern faces at this moment. Professor McGonagall's cheek muscles bulged, which was obviously suppressing his anger. Snape also had a dark face, as if he was going to kill someone. It's not surprising to think about it. Several deans of Hogwarts have been bachelors for many years. What kind of Valentine's Day is this? Dumbledore can still run to Nurmengard, but they don't even know where to go to meet June. I guess the last thing they want is someone mentioning today, let alone being offended by Lockhart like this. Lockhart can still stand here now, thanks to the magnanimity of these deans. Everyone, happy Valentine's Day, Lockhart said loudly to the little wizards below with his signature smile on his face. So far, 55 people have given me greeting cards. I would like to thank them. Yes, I took the initiative to arrange this little surprise for everyone. And there is more. Lockhart clapped his hands and strode into the 12 gloomy dwarves from the doors leading to the hall. And each of them was arranged by Lockhart to wear golden wings and carry a harp. My friendly little Cupid with greeting cards, Lockhart said happily. They will be wandering around the school today, delivering Valentine's Day cards to you. The fun doesn't end there. Why don't you ask Professor Snape to teach you how to mix love potions? If you are interested, Professor Flitwick is more proficient in psychedelic magic than any wizard I have ever seen. This cunning old dog. Ethan looked at Lockhart's little Cupid and didn't know how to complain. How can this short, fat, and ugly thing look like Cupid? Hearing Lockhart's words, Professor Flitwick buried his face in his hands. How did he teach such a thing? Ravenclaw graduates. Why is it like this? Professor Flitwick has begun to doubt his life. Snape looked at Lockhart coldly, and then glanced at the little teacher below. I guess anyone who asks Professor Snape how to make a love potion will be used as a medicine man to experiment with new drugs. Professor Sprout and Professor McGonagall breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, they were not mentioned, otherwise they would be really embarrassed. After breakfast, Ethan and others also prepared to go to the classroom for class. The 10th class this morning was Transfiguration. Just as he walked up the stairs, Ethan heard a burst of hurried footsteps behind him. He turned around and saw 3 dwarves running over quickly, with their wings behind them shaking. But Ethan suddenly had a bad feeling. Their target wouldn't be him. Hey you, Ethan Adrian. The little AI, who was running in the front, shouted loudly, and kept using her hands to separate the crowd and squeeze towards Ethan. Cassandra and Hermione also stopped and stared at Ethan with a look of watching a good show. They were very dissatisfied with Ethan's fooling around yesterday, but they couldn't explode. After all, if you explode, others will accept it and comfort you. Isn't this giving assists? The others around him also looked at Ethan with gloating, without any sense of urgency for the upcoming class. I have a message for the music to be delivered to Ethan Adrian in person. One of the dwarfs came out of the corridor and fiddled with the harp in an aggressive manner. Ethan closed his eyes and said, F***KU. All 3 dwarfs were hung on the ceiling on the spot, and the wings and harps behind them were scattered all over the floor. The sudden change made the dwarves struggle violently, and they made a humming sound. I don't know what they were saying, but it was definitely not a good thing. The inverted bell and the tongue lock were used to easily solve the dilemma. The little wizards around left one after another when they saw that there was no more fun to watch. No one dared to say anything, otherwise there might be one more person hanging on the ceiling. As for the corridor spell, Filch is still strong now, and no one cares about these 10 pieces. Today, Professor McGonagall taught how to turn mice into cups. But when Professor McGonagall was demonstrating, the door of the classroom was pushed open, and 5 dwarves walked in expressionlessly. These were not the 3 that Ethan had just hung up, and I don't know if they have been put down now. Professor McGonagall was interrupted in teaching and frowned at these uninvited guests. Ethan suddenly felt something was wrong. Could it be that this was coming for him again? But young wizards of his age were in class and had no time to write greeting cards and hand them to the dwarves. The premonition came true. It was still coming for him. I have a... Before he finished speaking, The window on the left was suddenly opened, and the dwarves floated directly in the air and were thrown out by Ethan like a gourd. Falling from a second floor would not kill these tough guys. Very good levitation spell. Maintaining order in the classroom, Ravenclaw alone. Professor McGonagall said as he waved his hand. The door was closed, and a spell was added casually. She had already made preparations. After class, she went to the 8th floor to ask Dumbledore if he was old and confused. He agreed to Lockhart's every request. What benefit did he give you? By noon, Ethan couldn't stand it anymore. After the Transfiguration class, Ethan encountered the dwarfs sending greeting cards again. How many gold galleons did Lockhart give you to work so hard? Fred, George, think of a way. These things are too annoying. It's very simple. Just send a lot of greeting cards to other people. Anyway, as long as you give them greeting cards, they will accept them. As long as you have enough greeting cards, they will have no time to look for you. Not only you, Cedric was also chased today. Fred and George were about to cry as they talked. Ethan and Cedric were annoyed by the mess, but the two brothers didn't even receive a greeting card. They didn't even have the opportunity to experience it. That's it. Since this is what Lockhart did, then write to him. Ethan also agreed with this idea. Just like sending a courier, when there are too many things to deliver, they can only leave it until the next day. But tomorrow is not Valentine's Day, so this will naturally be invalid. And Snape, the Stuttling Quidditch team, also needs it. The twins are looking forward to what Snape's expression will be when he receives these letters. They have a potion class in the afternoon and can just see it. As for the Quidditch team, they are old rivals. How can they not think of them when there's a good thing? Soon the three of them took out the shorthand quill pen, which can make simple sentences become fancy and fancy, which is just right for such a scene. In the afternoon, the dwarfs still kept breaking into the classroom, but this time the target changed from Ethan to Draco. He didn't have Ethan's ability, so he could only be disgusted by the dwarfs again and again. As for Snape, I heard from the 4th grade that he cast a petrification spell on them when the leprechaun came in front of him, and he didn't remove it until the end of Get Out of Class. It was early April, and the competition held by the dueling club had decided the top 8 in each grade. The top 8 in the 2nd grade were 2 Ravenclaws, Ethan Adrian and Michael Corner, 3 Gryffindors, Harry Potter, Diane Weasley, and Hermione Granger, 2 Slytherins, Cassandra Wallace and Draco Malfoy, 1 Hufflepuff, Ernie Macmillan. Tonight, Ethan went to the room of requirement. Sitting on the sofa in the training room, Ethan held 2 tubes of potion in his hands. One was as blue as the sea, and the other was as red as blood. The blue one was the purification potion, which had been brewed almost half a month ago, but was not used by Ethan. The red one was the magic blood potion, which was just finished this afternoon. A few days before Christmas, he got the last potion material, the Rincebuff snake egg from Dennis and his friends, but Ethan only started brewing it after returning to Hogwarts. For 3 months, Onyxia had to draw a pint of blood every week, which was 568.26 milliliters. For a giant creature that had grown to 12 or 13 meters, it was nothing at all, just a little more energy cube. Put away the magic blood and release Nagini from the box. The moment it came out, the huge snake body wrapped around Ethan. The snake head was placed on Ethan's shoulder, and the tail was still shaking. Hiss! Get down, lie on the ground. Ethan touched Nagini's head and gave her an order in a snake voice. Nagini nodded her snake head and quickly slid down from Ethan, looking at him expectantly. Ethan also knew what she was expecting, took out a handful of energy cubes in his hand, and fed her. This was probably the last time. After turning into a human form, Ethan would definitely not be needed to feed her anymore. Ethan, do you think she will turn into an 80-year-old woman in a while? Qiu Zhang asked curiously while watching Ethan feeding Nagini. This question suddenly occurred to her. Ethan said that Nagini was about 18 to 20 when she turned into a snake, and she had been a snake for about 60 years. In other words, her real age is 80. Maybe she will turn into an old lady when she recovers, or her body will suddenly weaken and die. A few days ago, they were also quite surprised when they heard that Nagini was a blood-cursed orc. After checking the information and understanding that no one has ever been able to remove the blood curse, they can come to watch. They said they wanted to witness history. The possibility is still very high. Penelope also agreed with this statement. You can't say that the time a snake lives doesn't count. Don't scare me. Ethan's hand trembled. Nagini is undoubtedly a beauty, but if this beauty is 80 years old, it is impossible for her to be gone. Think about it again. If this 80-year-old beauty entangles you from time to time, then the only thing left is horror. Haha, how is it impossible? How can I not know what you are thinking? Cassandra sneered and looked at Ethan. After receiving this news, they discussed it. If this snake is a male, do you think Ethan would go to such great lengths to brew this troublesome potion, which requires things like phoenix tail, feathers, and phoenix tears? Ethan has no shortage of the snake's fighting power. In a fight, this snake is not as strong as the basilisk. Just look at how the basilisk is treated. If this snake becomes a human form and looks more handsome, the competitive pressure will be greater. What can I think? I just feel sorry for her. Think about it. A living person turned into a snake, lost his hands and feet, and can only crawl on the ground. He also needs to prey on rats, birds, lizards, and other animals. Isn't it pitiful? You know what you think. Feed the potion quickly. Cassandra didn't want to say anything more. Everyone in Hogwarts knew that you, Ethan, as a hat embarrassment, joined Ravenclaw with bad intentions. You are a standard XSB. One person occupied the resources of several people. If he couldn't beat them, he would have been hit on the road. At least there were many people in Slytherin who wanted to beat Ethan. Using Parseltongue to make Nagini raise her head and open her mouth, Ethan slowly poured the azure potion into her mouth. As soon as she drank the potion, the effect started. Nagini twisted her body on the ground dizzy, as if she had drunk fake wine. And red flames were burning on her body, and there was a layer of white halo in the flames. A painful female voice came out of the snake's mouth. It was not the hissing sound of a snake, but the standard painful groan of a human female. But as it twisted, Ethan felt something was wrong. In the flames and white light, the snake's tail turned into a white patch. These legs are really G white. No, they are really G long. But this scene is still very scary. The lower part is a pair of white and slender legs, and the upper part is simply hard to describe. From the thighs to everywhere, there are snakes, and the snake head is still swinging back and forth, and the mountain fluid is thrown down. Ethan, are you still looking? Hermione went up and glared at Ethan. It was so shameless. This snake has no clothes when it turns into a human form. Aren't you taking advantage of it here? I made this potion. I have to see the effect. If there is any accident, I can also remedy it. 11. Ethan found an excuse for himself. In the original book, Ethan remembered that when Nagini changed from snake form to human form, she was wearing clothes just like an animagus. But looking at these big white legs, the sun is cut off, and it is impossible to be the 80-year-old woman that Xiao Zhang said. With the skin condition, she is definitely a young and beautiful lady. I don't know if it is because of the blood curse that caused the human body to stop or the effect of the unicorn and phoenix potion materials, which are materials with huge vitality and healing effects. I don't care about you. Hermione turned her head angrily. Obviously, her father was eaten by her mother, and the same was true for Cassandra's family, but she couldn't control Ethan. Under the effect of flames and white light, the snake characteristics of Nagini were disappearing bit by bit. Finally, all the snake characteristics were shed, and she became a human beauty curled up on the ground. Soon, Nagini stood up. She was only a little shorter than Ethan, just over 1.7 meters tall, with a pair of very long and strong legs. When she turned around, she exposed the peaks and valleys directly to Ethan's eyes. Coupled with the delicate face of Asians, the lethality was extraordinary. In terms of the size of the mountain, it was estimated to be larger than Penelope, but Penelope still had room for growth. She was only 17 years old. Nagini at this moment had a little confusion in her eyes. Was it because she had been a snake for too long and didn't react? She took 2 tentative steps forward and stumbled and fell directly on Ethan. Was it because she hadn't walked for too long? Or was it intentional? Master. Nagini looked at Ethan in confusion when she raised her head. This was her name when she was in snake form. Just when Nagini was about to use her habit as a snake to wrap around Ethan's body, Hermione and Cassandra pulled Nagini away from her on the left and right. They could see that even though the snake had returned to human form, it still hadn't changed its habits and had no sense of shame as a human. Penelope was already difficult to deal with, and now there was another snake friend. Ethan, take out one of your wizard robes. Don't say you didn't bring any. Qiuzhang looked at Ethan with a smile. They all came empty-handed, and only Ethan was carrying a box. There was no way Ethan had women's clothes in his box, but there was definitely no shortage of wizard robes. And a wizard robe was enough to cover the body. Ethan didn't refuse this, because he had seen what he should see anyway. He immediately took out a wizard robe from the box. It might be a little big for Nagini, but he made do with it and returned to Ravenclaw. Penelope's clothes are completely fine. After taking Ethan's wizard robe, Qiuzhang ran directly to Hermione and Cassandra to help Nagini put on the clothes. When Nagini was still in snake form, she was docile without orders, and now she will not resist. If you want to see, you can ask the school to save me. While the three were dressing Nagini, Penelope lay directly on Ethan's back. He felt the pressure on Nagini. Ahem, I'll see you next time. Ethan felt the softness of his back and nodded affirmatively. Whenever you want to see, just tell me. Senior sister. As expected of a 17-year-old girl, she is not comparable to these 12 or 13-year-olds. Seeing Cassandra and the others coming over, Penelope also got up from Ethan's back directly, with a smiling look, not caring about their eyes at all. Nagini, do you remember what happened before? Ethan looked at Nagini curiously. There was nothing wrong with this reaction. Normally, after returning to human form and getting rid of the torture of the blood curse, the mental state cannot be so stable. Eating rats in the Albanian forest. Nagini answered tentatively. She didn't know what Ethan was asking about before. Before that, the memory of being a human. That is, the memory of your current appearance. Hearing this, Nagini looked down at herself and lifted up her wizard robe again, but was quickly suppressed by Hermione beside her. After a moment of silence, Nagini shook her head. She only remembered that she had eaten mice, birds, lizards, and the like in Albania a long time ago. When Ethan first met Nagini, he asked her that she had no memory of being a human. At that time, Ethan thought it was normal. After all, if Nagini had memories, she would not have mixed with Voldemort. She knew Dumbledore, who knew that even if the blood curse was lifted, this memory could not be restored. He took out a wand from the previous trophy and handed it to Nagini. Can you use it? Nagini took it doubtfully and finally waved the wand gently, and a dazzling white light was thrown out from the tip of the wand. If Ethan was not mistaken, this was a crushing spell. Do you remember how to use the spell? Well, when I got the wand, I had some more ideas in my mind, and I knew how to use it. Nagini nodded affirmatively. Stand away. Cassandra and the others looked at the blood-red potion in Ethan's hand and pulled Nagini back on the spot. Ethan had explained before coming that anything could happen after taking the magic blood potion. After all, it was the blood of magical animals. After they retreated far enough, Ethan did not hesitate and drank it directly. The first feeling was a strong smell of blood, and the second was that it was hot. The pain from the throat to the stomach was so severe that it was like drinking a mouthful of magma, and then it spread to the whole body, from muscles to tendons. There was no place that was not itchy and painful, and the empty bottle in his hand fell to the ground involuntarily. In the eyes of Cassandra and the others, Ethan's face was red at the moment, and he also looked a little hideous because of the severe pain. Ethan, what's wrong with you? The women ran over quickly and touched Ethan's forehead with their hands, but they shrank back at the moment of contact, which was definitely above the upper limit of human body temperature. Clear spring water. A stream of water emerged from the tip of Qiuzhang's wand and poured towards Ethan. You go out first. Ethan pointed to the door and said to them with difficulty. At this moment, he felt that his magic power was somewhat out of control. Once it broke out, the power would be absolutely terrifying. Ethan was not yet 13 years old, but after the superposition of talents, the bonus of system magic power, and the improvement of magic potions, he was definitely far beyond the level of normal adult wizards. Go out first. Penelope grabbed Hermione, who was about to say something, took Ethan's box, and led everyone to the door. They knew nothing about the potion Ethan had just taken. Staying would not help at all, and it might even distract Ethan. At this moment, listening to him was the best choice. After Penelope took the people out, Ethan could no longer bear it. The powerful magic power erupted with Ethan as the center, like a hurricane sweeping through the surrounding practice targets and the sofas in the rest area, and everything else was lifted up and torn to pieces. After the release, Ethan felt better, and he felt that the magic power was increasing at an astonishing speed, and at the same time gave Ethan a feeling that he was omnipotent. Is this an alternative state of magic awakening? The pain was relieved, so that Ethan could also observe himself. Suddenly, a white, blazing flame erupted with Ethan as the center, directly sweeping the entire practice room, turning it into a sea of pure white flames in October. The room of requirement also continued to expand and grow under this explosion of magic power, striving to accommodate it without being destroyed by the expansion of the flames. Ethan also discovered this, and the flames began to roll and shrink. In an instant, a giant with magma flowing all over his body, holding a giant sword like a flame, stepped out of the sea of fire slowly with the ceiling on his head, and his eyes were burning with blazing flames. On his side, there was a 300-meter-long golden ship that was emitting endless light and heat and slowly sailed out. Ethan, who had just completed this step, was breathing heavily, and the sea of fire also receded like a tide until it completely dissipated. Sure enough, omnipotence is just an illusion, but wizards in the state of magic explosion are indeed the peak of the current period. Just like the movement caused by a little wizard's magic explosion, you let him be in a normal state, even if he has several years of growth time and has learned to control magic, but still to the original level. The pain has passed, but there is still a sour feeling all over his body. At this moment, Ethan just wants to find a place to lie still. After restoring the room of requirement to its original state, Ethan came to the rest area and lay on the sofa. Looking at the panel, the bloodline has changed from a wizard to a dragon vein wizard. Under the action, just now, the transfiguration has also been upgraded by 1 level to the level of 8. At the same time, an achievement was accidentally triggered. Name, Ethan Adrian. Age, 12. Bloodline, dragon vein wizard. Talents, excess soul, strong body, heart of darkness, focus, animal affinity, fire affinity, snake mouth, lightning affinity, determination. Spells, killing curse, 10, cruciatus curse, 10, imperious curse, 10, fiery flame curse, 10, Gulliver's fire, 10, fiery flame curse, 10, Vulcan clearance, 10, occlumency, 9, legilimency, 7, Mjolnir, 10, grinder, 10, armor charm, 9, traceless stretch charm, 7, siphon energy, 9, shadow stealth, 6, wolves, 8, crowstorm, 6, apparition, 6, transfiguration, 8, potions, 6, alchemy, 7, final flash, 5. In addition to the improvement on the panel, the improvement of magic power and physical fitness is quite large. At the same time, I feel that my control over fire has been further improved, and the conversion efficiency of magic power to fire has also increased. It is probably related to the special organ in the fire dragon's body, which can convert magic power into flames and spit them out. I'm not a human anymore. Human abilities have limits. I've learned one thing from my short life. The more you scheme, the more you'll find that human abilities have limits unless you surpass humans. Achievement goal. Get a fundamental change, 1/1. Achievement reward, blood sublimation. Immediately, Ethan received the reward and immediately felt like he was thrown into a hot spring. It was a little hot, but very comfortable, and the soreness in his body was also fading. The whole process lasted about 10 minutes, and Ethan finally opened his eyes. The moment he stood up again, he felt so refreshed. If he upgraded, there was a new skill called Dragon Transformation on the panel. Ethan's magic power and physical fitness were greatly improved on the previous basis. Without magic, Ethan felt that he could tear down giants and trolls. With the talent of resoluteness, his magic resistance is probably higher than that of a real fire dragon. He is definitely qualified to compete for the title of the world's strongest magical animal. The changes in other places are not noticeable at this moment. His bloodline is still that of a dragon wizard. This has not changed. The dragon transformation ability unfolds. During this process, his body feels itchy. His strength and physical fitness are improved again. A layer of fine black scales begins to adhere to his arms. With a hiss, the wizard robe breaks directly, and two black dragon wings stretch out from it. Until the itchy feeling disappears, Ethan's hands become sharp dragon claws, but he still stands on his feet. All the places on his body that Ethan can see are covered with fine dragon scales. Asking for Flowers 00 Dragon Transformation represents the Dragon Man form, not the transformation into a giant dragon. Flapping the wings, Ethan's entire body was like a black meteor, punching the target of the experimental magic and smashing it directly. The improvement is indeed huge, and with the addition of the Dark Dragon scales, the defense bonus is estimated to be even greater. The only drawback is that his hands have become dragon claws, and the wand is not easy to hold. But the problem is not big. Ethan can still cast spells without a wand. After removing the dragon state, Ethan walked towards the door, and Cassandra and the others were still waiting outside. "Ethan, are you okay?" The moment the door was opened, several women began to grope Ethan. After all, the wizard robe was tattered, and there might be some damage to the body. What if something is missing or something is extra? "I'm fine, really." Stopping the hands of several women groping down, Ethan directly pulled them in. "I feel you've grown taller." After being caught by the hand groping down, Penelope stood. Ethan gestured around him. "I felt this way when we just met. Really, this is a good thing. Yeah, it's probably this much taller." Penelope gestured in front of Ethan with her finger, about 2 centimeters. Ethan really wanted to remind him that if this was exposed, he would probably lose the market in a certain country. But after thinking about it, forget it, and there is no market in that country. Back to the rest area, several people sat on the sofa. Nagini wanted to get close to him, but was pulled by Hermione and forced to press beside her. "Ethan, what happened just now? The half hour I waited outside just now was really scary. If I wasn't worried about affecting Ethan, I would have to come in and take a look. It's similar to a magic burst, which is considered secondary development. The physical discomfort caused by the sharp increase in physical fitness and magic power in a short period of time. Is that so?" Cassandra nodded in understanding. They understood when she said it was a magic explosion. After all, they had experienced it personally. "Ethan, what abilities did you gain?" Ethan had told them at the beginning that taking the magic blood potion would most likely give them one or more abilities of the magical animal. It's magic, magic resistance, physical fitness, and a little bit of control over fire. That's all. After all, the fire dragon doesn't have any other abilities. The fire dragon's strength is based on its physical fitness, the advantage of flying, and the ability to spit fire. Using its blood will improve hard power, and the stronger you are, the greater the improvement. If it comes to functionality, it is naturally other magical animals. This is the first choice for those who are not strong enough, such as the petrification of the basilisk and the poison gas of the poisonous leopard. By the way, you can also choose what kind of magic blood potion you need, and I can make it for you. Ethan tried it, the effect is good, and it will not bring any changes to the body, so he can naturally give it to his own people. As for materials, it's not a big problem, but I have to wait until summer vacation to collect magical animals. After hearing Ethan's words, the girls immediately started discussing. Saturday noon. After lunch, Ethan and his group walked to the duel arena. Today is the quarterfinals, the first and second grade competition. The first grade finished the competition in the morning, and it took less than an hour from start to finish. But the betting in the front took a lot of time. There was no such thing in the previous competition, which only started this morning. And the host of all this was Luke Bagman, who opened the odds directly outside the arena. Each college had a senior student as his assistant, responsible for record-keeping, collecting money, and maintaining order. When Luke Bagman came, Ethan guessed that this day would come. After all, in the original book, Luke Bagman appeared twice. Both times were related to gambling, and both times he lost a lot. He was the kind of player who was addicted to being a loser. I bet on Ethan Adrian to win 500 gold galleons. As soon as I walked near the arena, I saw a Slytherin squeezed in from the odds not far away and slammed the gold galleons on the table directly. How about you consider someone else? Ethan Adrian has the lowest odds. Look at Ernie McMillan. He has a 50-1 odds. Ludo Bagman wiped the sweat from his forehead. It was only April and the temperature in the Scottish Highlands was not high. Why was he sweating so much? Just bet on Ethan Adrian. Are you still good? If not, just shut it down. Holt Avery looked arrogant. He is one of the 28th Holy Tribe. Who should he give face to? Ernie McMillan is also a pure blood and one of the 28th Holy Tribe. But everyone knows that he has no hope of advancing to the next round. He performed worse than that idiot. Betting on him, isn't that crazy? On the contrary, betting on Ethan Adrian is a sure win. Even if the odds are low, it's still money. Okay, Paul, help him log in. Ludo could only smile. There was no way. If he didn't take it now, he wouldn't be able to unfold it later. This bet was a straight 8-4, no match table. Everything was purely based on vision and luck, and the odds for the 8 people were different. He was puzzled since Ethan's odds had been lowered so much, and the odds for the others were so high. Why didn't these gamblers know how to bet? The odds were arranged by Ludo based on his performance in the competition during this period. Ludo had already given Ethan face for his reputation as a genius and his performance in the past few days. The odds were 1 minute and 1.05 seconds. It was to prevent everyone from betting on Ethan Adrian, and it would be best to exclude him and let these little wizards be gamblers. It was equivalent to betting on Ethan, betting 100 gold galleons, and only getting 105 after winning, 100 of which were the principal, which was basically impossible in gambling. When this was just announced, Ludo was ready to be picked on and criticized. After all, even he had never seen such outrageous odds in his decades of gambling, and it was estimated that the young wizards in Hogwarts would find it difficult to accept. But who knew that not only did no one criticize, but everyone bet on Ethan Adrian to win. This was outrageous. The first-year game was fine in the morning, but it was like this in the afternoon. The son of AB ***CH Lockhart didn't explain it to him clearly. If he had known, he would have lowered it a little bit. Anyway, no matter how low it was, these young wizards could accept it. Ethan Adrian, 1,000 gold galleons. The little rich woman Daphne Greengrass came over closely, and her words made Ludo's legs weak. This was another 50 gold galleons. Daphne was eliminated in the last game. The one who eliminated her was Cassandra. It was a rare internal battle in the school. Ethan, why don't you bet a little bit? Fred, George, and Cedric saw Ethan from a distance and walked over with a bright smile on their faces. You are laughing so happily. Did you pick up money? Isn't it true that I picked up money? Fred glanced at Ludo's handicap. Dare to open a second-year game. What's the difference between giving money? Unless they can make Ethan play a fake game. Otherwise, no matter how low your handicap is, you will lose money. As for the little wizards, except for those who want to take a chance, most people still seek stability. How much did you bet? Ethan looked at the 3 curiously. Seeing that they were laughing so happily, it was estimated that there were quite a few of them. Now Fred and George are not the poor ones at the beginning of the school year. Although the Buffy Brain Refresher is also available outside, it has not stopped in Hogwarts, and the price is still the same. For the little wizards, it is naturally more convenient to buy it in school, which makes the twins earn a lot of money. There is also the Pygmy Puff, which is quite popular among little witches. It looks cute and can be put in the pocket. When you are angry, pinch it a few times to vent your anger. This little thing will not get angry. It has been popular for a while and made them a lot of money. Originally, Hermione and Xiu Zhang also wanted to play one, But Ethan told them that this thing likes to use its tongue to drill into your nostrils and eat your boogers when you sleep, so they gave up the idea. We both bet 200 gold galleons, and Cedric bet more, 300. The profit of 10 gold galleons per person is not small. Before they met Ethan, they went to school at Hogwarts for 2 years and did some purchasing business for Hogsmeade Village, but they didn't save enough gold galleons. You still play this? Ethan looked at Cedric with surprise. This is a good student in Ethan's mind. I didn't expect him to gamble too. Why not? We just saw Professor McGonagall and Professor Flitwick placing bets. Fred nodded, confirming what Cedric said. Actually, this is normal. I also saw Professor McGonagall betting on the last Quidditch World Cup. Okay, it seems that everyone in the wizarding world is a gambler. Even professors in the school are involved. No wonder the odds are set without any reservations. Then I'll go and play some bets. By the way, can the players place bets? Ethan, who was about to walk over, stopped. It's definitely not allowed in the Muggle world. It's okay to do it secretly, but you can't show it. Ethan has never participated in the wizarding world and doesn't know the market. Of course not for you, but you can ask others to place bets for you. Fred looked at Ethan as if he was a fool. Then I'll go find Penelope. Wait, Ethan, how much are you going to bet? George grabbed Ethan, who was about to leave, and asked curiously. They knew that Ethan was a typical rich man. Not to mention that he made the most money from the Bafe Brain Wake-Up agent in the school. He also made a lot of gold galleons from the cooperation with the Wally family outside the school. They have seen this. 100,000. Ethan casually spit out an amount that shocked the three people. Easily earning 5,000 gold galleons. This is not worth taking. You have made 100,000. How much money does the wizard mailbox make? Cedric was surprised and a little incoherent. Although he was born as a pure blood, it was just a small family, and the pocket money was not much. His father was just a small clerk in the Ministry of Magic. Even if everything in the family was sold, it would not be able to make up 10,000 gold galleons. Fred and George also thought of this. Their family was not as good as Cedric's. Now the three of them were autistic at the same time. The efforts of dozens of generations are not as good as Ethan has been working hard for more than a year. It is true that there is some money to be made. Ethan nodded affirmatively. At present, the dividends are more than 60,000 gold galleons, and the foreign ones have not yet been counted. If they are counted, even if they have to share with foreign forces, Ethan will probably get more than 200,000. But there will not be so much later. This is not a consumable. One can be used for many years, unless you squeeze toothpaste and replace it to cut leaks, just like Nimbus 2000 and 2001. Penelope this way. Ethan saw Penelope walking from Hogwarts from a distance, and immediately waved to that side. Your boyfriend is looking for you, why don't you go? Enid Hansen patted Penelope on the butt and teased. Single dog, Penelope said, and walked quickly towards Ethan walked away. Seeing Penelope's back, Enid Hansen was so angry that her teeth itched. It's not that no one wants her. On Valentine's Day, someone confessed to her with a dwarf. She just didn't like it. Why are all the people who find her ugly? When will love come to her? She grabbed her hair fiercely to vent her dissatisfaction. Watching me have fun? Get out of here. Turning around, she saw several little wizards around watching her have fun. Enid Hansen would not give them a good face and scolded them on the spot. The moment he saw Penelope, Ethan handed her a purse directly. There were 100,000 gold galleons in it, which Ethan had specially saved and prepared to use to cheat the goblins. Now he used it first. Are you sure you want to bet so much? Aren't you afraid that he will run away? Penelope took the 1.5 purse handed over by Ethan and was a little unbelievable. Where can he run away? Just go and place your bets. Ludo was invited by Lockhart. If there is no connection between the two, Ethan will make them eat shit. In the original book, the reason why Ludo ran away was that he cheated the goblins of a large sum of money and could not repay it. So he had to run away. Otherwise, he would be torn to pieces by the goblins. Why would he give up such a decent job as the director of the Magic Sports Goods Department and become a wanted criminal? Besides, this has just begun. There are still 5 grades, as well as the top 4 in the finals. How could he let it go? Then I will go. At the table of the odds, Ludo's eyes bulged out directly with an incredible look on his face. You are talking about 100,000 copper nuts. In fact, 100,000 copper nuts is not a small amount. Golden Galleons 10 million. Penelope pushed the purse over with a smile. Ludo's face looked uglier than his mother's death. That little wizard took the family property with him when he went to school. This is simply unreasonable. After asking someone to clean up the amount inside, Ludo ran directly to find Lockhart. I can't bear this. Don't panic. I'll advance the money first, but you have to pay me back first, and then we can calculate the profit. After listening to Ludo's words, Lockhart's face became quite ugly, but it was difficult to stop the plan after it started. Lockhart knew that Ethan was very strong and had a very high reputation in Hogwarts. The arrogant Slytherin group was obedient in front of Ethan, but I didn't expect it to reach this point. Under this odds, more than 70% of him advanced. This 7th level is the 7th level of the number of people. If it is replaced by gold galleons, not counting the 100,000 provided by Penelope, more than 90% of the funds are bets on Ethan. The opening of the market in the morning only made a small profit. After the game this afternoon, it will be settled, but the money earned is not as much as the change in the afternoon. Lockhart, do you think it is possible to attract Ethan to our gambling game? To be honest, Ludo is greedy for this profit. When it comes to the finals, there will be more bets. If Ethan lost the bet, and the profit was enough for him to live a carefree life for the rest of his life. Don't think about it. He bet the 100,000 gold. Apart from Ethan, which little wizard in Hogwarts could come up with so much money? And I guess a lot of the 100,000 gold galleons were provided by me. Ludo only came to Hogwarts for the competition, and I have been a professor for almost a year, so I don't know anything. Besides, Penelope, Ethan, and several other girls didn't hide anything. Did he bet? No, I want to refund him. It's not like that. Ludo was about to turn around and leave. Although Lockhart paid the money, he had to deduct it from the profit first, and it was his own money. It's useless for you to find him. When you were a batsman for the Wimbledon Wasps, you did this a lot. He doesn't admit that you have a way. After hearing Lockhart's words, Ludo stopped where he was and turned his head. Just watch it. Here are 5,000 gold galleons. For the sake of the later plan, you can only bear it. If you can win him over, go, but if you want to find fault, don't mention me. Lockhart spread his hands. Although he often pretends to be powerful and gets slapped in the face, he thinks one thing and does another. But it doesn't mean that he is a fool. Otherwise, he can't fool others with so many stories and erase other people's memories. And he hasn't been discovered until now, and he even got the Merlin Jazz badge. After suffering a loss, don't think about revenge. Don't provoke those you can't afford to provoke. This is also the survival rule that he has no strength at all, but could be safe until now. Okay, I know. I will find a chance to talk to him. In fact, after calming down a bit, Ludo did not dare to cause trouble. In addition, Lockhart was right. The later games were the key points, and now they were just warm-ups, and the bets would only get worse. In order to maximize their benefits, they had planned that the 7 grades would have the finals on the same day. When Lockhart was still in the elimination round, he selected a little wizard from each grade and used money to win them over. Provide him with alchemical props to help him advance. Each grade is separate, and Lockhart can take advantage of this gap to lend a few to them to use in turn. Except for the second year, who had not had time to use the alchemical props and was beaten down by the Little Witch of Gryffindor in the last game. The others are still there, as long as they can make it to the finals. At that time, they have their own people who can cheat. No matter how much the other side bets, they can win. Even if they lose the second-year plate, the rest is enough to earn, but Ludo still wants to fight for it. Cassandra Volley versus Hermione Granger. At 2:30 in the afternoon, the game finally started. Hermione's body stiffened when she heard her name. Since they first met on the Hogwarts Express, she had always been the one who suffered. On the contrary, Cassandra's mouth was already grinning. She couldn't suppress her smile at all, and she didn't want to suppress it. She was afraid that she would meet Ethan first, or Hermione would meet Ethan first. Since she couldn't win a championship anyway, why not tease Granger again? Amid the cheers of Slytherin and Gryffindor, The little witch with two completely opposite emotions came to the stage and started the duel during Lockhart's countdown. Flying sand and rocks. The end is over. Shattered into pieces. Hermione, who had finally eliminated the blue flames, could only dodge sideways in a panic. She wanted to use the necklace with the iron armor charm, but it was agreed before that no one would use these tricks. And if she could use it, Cassandra could also use it, and the result would not be much better. In just 20 to 30 seconds, the two of them fought several times, and the magic spells with various colors of light filled the entire ring. But the result was still the same as before, one attacking and the other defending, and the game fell into a stalemate. Hermione also knew that this couldn't go on. Flame. Seizing an opportunity, Hermione dodged a blow and threw a fireball with her backhand. Hermione didn't ask for a direct hit on Cassandra, as long as the shock wave and high temperature of this fire spell could delay time. Fire escape protection. Cassandra smiled contemptuously and gently scratched the ground with the wand in her hand. A dark wall of fire appeared instantly, protecting Cassandra tightly. The hot orange flame was swallowed and assimilated when it came into contact. Hermione felt desperate. She knew that Cassandra knew black magic, and she had learned a lot from Ethan, and fire escape was one of them. However, Hermione really didn't expect Cassandra to use it. You can't beat her, and you still use black magic. Isn't this bullying? If Cassandra knew Hermione's idea, she would definitely laugh out loud and let you not learn black magic and hold on to a few spells in the book every day. The professors who saw this scene were also stunned for a moment, and Professor McGonagall stood up. Hermione is one of the few good students in Gryffindor who can make her worry less, so she can't get into trouble. Minerva. They know the division of villages. Dumbledore comforted her. With his life experience, he could see the relationship between Ethan and the others clearly, especially after experiencing the Mirror of Ariste. Just because Ethan was sitting next to her, Cassandra would not kill them. It can only be said that Ethan had them under control. Albus, I think we should ban the use of dark magic in duels. McGonagall was still very convinced of Dumbledore's words and sat down immediately, but he was still a little worried. The two of them knew the limits, but if someone else faced them, they would be burned. If they were burned by this fire, they would have to sweep the ashes. They will face it sooner or later, right? At least, we are here now. Hogwarts does not teach dark magic because all the wizards here are graduates of Hogwarts. They teach dark magic and offer dark magic classes. The number of dark wizards is probably not comparable. But they did not explicitly ban dark magic, they just did not encourage it. The definition of dark magic is too broad, and there are too many channels for contact, so it is impossible to prevent it, especially for pure bloods. Many of them are proud to learn and use dark magic. So Hogwarts has set up a defense against the dark arts class to teach them to protect their own safety. And if you want to use the defense against the dark arts well, you need to face the dark magic. It is better to face it in school than outside the campus. So, as long as there is no big problem, professors generally don't pay much attention to some fights. Of course, this premise is that the 3 unforgivable curses cannot be used. The sight returns to the ring. Stuck a stick between your front teeth. Looking at this familiar spell, Hermione felt a burst of despair in her heart. It would be better to be hit by anything than this. But she was paralyzed and couldn't move at all. She could only watch the spell she hated the most flying towards her. Cassandra revoked the dark flames and looked at Hermione with excitement in her eyes. At this moment, Hermione's hair stood up, and there was a trace of burnt black on her face. This was the result of being struck by the weather spell just now. Cassandra has mastered the weather spell quite well now. She can strike wherever she points, and the power can be controlled well. Just like now, Hermione was paralyzed by lightning, but the injury herself was not serious. Cassandra volley wins. Lockhart looked at Hermione, who closed her eyes and covered her mouth, and announced the result directly. Although Hermione is still on the stage and has not fallen, it is obvious that she can no longer fight. Ravenclaw on the stand, Ethan stood up and cast 2 spells from a distance. The moment the 2 spells, one white and one red, hit Hermione, The dirt and burn marks on her body disappeared. The paralysis and enlarged front teeth were also lifted, and only the hair that stood up after being struck by lightning was left. Ethan was powerless to do anything about this. Draco Malfoy versus Ethan Adrian. I give up. Amid the cheers of Ravenclaw, the two walked to the ring, and before the duel etiquette was performed, Draco raised his hand. Although the two reconciled and could still talk to each other, Draco still didn't dare to do it. He had nightmares about being beaten by Ethan for several months. And the full-blaze Zabini a few months ago, who attacked Ethan and showed a look of contempt, was seen by the little wizards below. The result was that he was electrocuted and shit and P*********D on the spot. And now he has become a joke in the whole Hogwarts. So much so that during this period, whenever Slytherin and whenever the Gryffindors quarrel, this matter will be brought up by the other party. It will probably last until Blaze Zabini graduates. If it were him, he would have transferred to another school long ago. Draco doesn't want to experience this kind of high-standard treatment. If someone calls him a coward, it's simple. If you're awesome, go and fight Ethan. Harry Potter versus Ronald Weasley. Harry and Ronald looked at each other, both with a stern face. It turned out to be a civil war in Gryffindor. Harry! Amid the cheers of Gryffindor, Harry and Ronald stepped onto the stage at the same time. But Ronald's face was quite ugly at the moment. There was not even one person in the entire Gryffindor who supported him. His brother and sister also supported Harry. He was so outstanding that he made it to the quarterfinals like Harry. Why? The countdown ended. Ronald took the lead in launching the attack. Shatter into pieces. Expelliarmus. Two spells, one white and one red, collided and exploded in the air. Burning flames. A scorching flame appeared on the tip of Ronald's staff and swept towards Harry. Ronald now had only one thought. If he could defeat Harry in the ring, would all the cheers be directed at him? The end. Harry frowned and looked at Ronald, not understanding why he was so violent as soon as he entered the ring. Petrification. In the flames, a gray-white spell attacked him, and Harry had no choice but to bend down to avoid it. Expelliarmus. Harry was not without temper. Being pressed step by step by Ronald, he also began to take the initiative to attack, wanting to end this battle as soon as possible. The sudden change made Ronald panic. He had learned a lot during this period, but he had not experienced much real combat. He also blasted the opponent with a few spells when he entered the ring. Compared with a natural combat player like Harry, the difference is still quite big. Quickly repel. The spell was used successfully, but it was too late. The explosion of two magical powers directly made Ronald retreat several steps, and then he stood firm. His hair and face were also blown black by the explosion of magic. The little wizards of Gryffindor cheered again. After all, if they didn't applaud and cheer for Harry, would they applaud and cheer for Ronald? Although Ronald has performed well recently and made it to the quarterfinals, he has added a lot of style to Gryffindor. But Harry is the savior. As a player in the quarterfinals, he has a huge reputation before entering school. Many wizard families are very grateful to him. Many Muggle-born little wizards also admire Harry. These 2 points are particularly prominent in Gryffindor. In addition, Harry is also a member of the Quidditch team, and he is the biggest contributor to the last victory over the Slytherin team. No matter how you compare them, Harry is more popular. Usually, they seem to have a good relationship. I didn't expect them to fight so fiercely. Terry watched the performance of the two people on the stage with interest. F***K. Suddenly Terry yelled and stood up. Just now he was just fighting fiercely and without mercy, but now he was going for his life. Many of the young wizards around yelled or stood up, especially the Gryffindor side. After a period of silence, there was a shocking noise. They couldn't believe their eyes. What did Ronald do? This was the biggest accident in the duel competition so far. Ethan only electrocuted the person to incontinence, but Ronald beat Harry to death, and it was a fight between two friends from the same college. Harry fell on the ring at this moment, his face pale, with a big hole in his chest, and the blood flowing out dyed the ground red. Ethan also saw the scene just now. Ronald, who had dodged Harry's disarming spell in a panic, waved his wand, and a crossbow arrow with only a little dark light was thrown out, directly piercing Harry, who didn't have time to react. I didn't expect Ronald to choose such a magic. Dark light crossbow. This magic, Ethan also knows it, and it is in the black magic book, the most toxic witchcraft. Its lethality is not strong among black magic, and the damage caused can also be treated with a healing spell. It is a relatively common black magic, but it is quite practical with a fast condensation speed and relatively secretive. After use, the firing speed is even faster. Those with poor perception can hardly see the dark light crossbow after firing. It is generally used for sneak attacks. For unprepared wizards, it can be regarded as a sure kill. No, this is not. I didn't think so. Ronald panicked when he saw Harry lying in a pool of blood and the wand in his hand rolled to the side. He immediately knelt down beside Harry and stretched out his hand to stop the blood from flowing, but there was a big hole in it. How could it be stopped by hand? Instead, the prisoner's robe was dyed bright red. Lockhart was stunned by this scene happening under his eyes, and he stepped forward a little at a loss. If Harry Potter died here, this is definitely a big deal. The duel competition has been going on to this point. Won't it be stopped? Think about the European international competition, such as the Triwizard Tournament, which was stopped because it was too dangerous and there were many deaths. Thinking of this, Lockhart looked back at Dumbledore in a panic, but he saw that Dumbledore was not in the teacher's seat at this moment. When he turned around, Dumbledore, Snape, and Madame Pomfrey had come to the ring. There was also a flying turkey beside him. Ethan and others also rushed to the ring, only to see that Snape's face was so gloomy at this moment, and he strode forward and pulled Ronald away and fell to the ground. Then he drew out the wand and pointed the tip of the wand at the wound on Harry's chest. Under the effect of the healing spell, Harry's bleeding was obviously reduced. Madame Pomfrey also took out 2 bottles of potion from the medicine box she carried with her and handed them to Snape. Taking the potion, Snape poured 1 bottle on the wound and poured another bottle into Harry's mouth, using a spell to help him drink it. In just a few moments, the potion took effect, and the bleeding from Harry's wound completely stopped, and new flesh was growing on the wound. Dumbledore, who was standing by, was relieved when he saw that Harry was fine. If his heart was pierced, nothing could help. They set up a teacher's seat on the scene to prevent accidents, but they didn't expect that the accident would happen to Harry. First of all, they didn't expect Ronald to use this black magic, and by the time they wanted to stop it, it was too late. This spell was much faster than ordinary spells. The protection on the ring was not aimed at the little wizards on it, but mainly to prevent the spell from leaking and accidentally injuring them. It had no protective effect on the little wizards inside. After doing all this, Snape suddenly turned his head and stared at Ronald. If it wasn't for the wrong occasion, Snape would have wanted to kill him. The young wizards present also gathered around at this moment, looking at Ronald with some surprise, as if they were meeting him for the first time. The Weasley family are all Gryffindors, and they are staunch anti-Voldemort parties and have never used dark magic. But Ronald's performance now is not like a Gryffindor, nor like a Weasley. If it was a Slytherin who beat someone half to death, everyone would just exclaim and then do what they have to do. Isn't that how they are? Ravenclaw is still acceptable, but Hufflepuff and Gryffindor used dark magic and almost beat their classmates to death, which is not in line with their cognition. I need to take Harry to the infirmary. He needs to recuperate for a while. Madame Pomfrey ignored the atmosphere on the scene, used a spell to bring Harry up, and then walked towards the infirmary. This is Harry's second time in this school year. Unlucky child. I didn't mean it, really. Ronald was shaking all over, looking at everyone with fear on his face. I didn't think it would turn out like this. I thought he could get away with it. Ronald didn't know what was going on. He just wanted to win, wanted to knock Harry down and take back his own honor, and then he used it in a fit of excitement. It wasn't until Harry fell in a pool of blood that he came to his senses. What did you think? Can you get away with it? Have you ever thought about the consequences of killing someone? If you were a little bit off, Harry would have been killed by you. Snape stared at Ronald with his eyes fixed, and the malice in his tone was really undisguised. I said, I didn't think about killing anyone, and I didn't want to hurt Harry. I didn't. Ronald yelled at Snape in a daze. If you didn't think about killing anyone, why did Harry go back to the infirmary? Who taught you the dark magic, Wei Kai? Ronald, a bad friend, was of no help to Harry, and now he has seriously injured Harry, and he is hiding the dark magic. Snape doesn't want Ronald to have such an unstable factor around him. Even Professor McGonagall, who had come over, was so angry that his lips were shaking. He obviously had no intention of speaking for Ronald. I learned it from the book myself. Ronald's eyes were a little evasive. He must not tell anyone about the diary. Where did you get the book? Without using legitimacy, Snape knew he was lying. I found it at home, Ronald said with a stiff face. It was definitely not okay to say that he read books in the library. There were records of reading books there. If he said he read them secretly, Snape would not let him go. The famous Weasley family also has books on dark magic and gave them to their children. It seems that you're not as honest as you thought. Maybe you should come to Slytherin instead of Gryffindor. There's another possibility. Do you have any purpose in going to Gryffindor? Snape sneered at Ronald with a rather disdainful expression. The Gryffindors who heard this also left the wizards of the Weasley family one by one and looked at them with suspicion. Percy and the others were speechless. There were many books in the family, but they had never seen any books on dark magic. Ronald's dark magic could not have been learned at home. They were sure of this, but no one was listening to their explanation now. Okay, Severus. I think Ronald needs to go down and calm down. Gilderoy, I remember there should be another game today. Dumbledore couldn't let Snape continue, otherwise Ronald would be ruined by him, and the other little wizards in the Weasley family would also be greatly affected. The only way was to let the competition continue, and then issue a statement to reduce the subsequent impact of this incident. You are the headmaster. You have the final say, but Weasley seriously injured his classmates. I don't think it should be so easily exposed, otherwise the Slytherin students would not mind taking this as an example. Snape watched Dumbledore coldly after he left the stage after a threatening remark. Minerva, Ronald is in your hands. I think you can handle it. Dumbledore sighed and looked at Professor McGonagall. Dumbledore could hear what Snape meant. If he could not give him a satisfactory explanation, Slytherin would only say a few words when they treated other students in this way. He and Snape were just cooperating. He relied on Harry to control him. When it came to Harry, Dumbledore did not dare to provoke Snape too much, otherwise he would really do what he said. At the end of last year, Snape had a quarrel with him. Ronald, you come down first. Professor McGonagall looked at Ronald with a complicated look and took him away. The last time such a serious accident happened was Ethan. But Ethan was the provoked party, and although he was ruthless and sent someone to the school infirmary, his life would not be in danger. Ronald almost killed Harry. If no one treated him, Harry would bleed to death in a few minutes. Okay, the game continues. Everyone go back to your seats first. When the two protagonists left the stage, Lockhart jumped out immediately. He thought the game was over, but Dumbledore actually let him continue. He was really surprised. But now everyone's focus is obviously not on the game. Everyone is talking about Ronald and the Weasley family. Percy gathered with his brothers and sisters. His face was quite ugly. He was going to graduate as the student council president and then enter the Ministry of Magic. But now this happened. Who else in Gryffindor would choose him? The long-term plan was interrupted directly, causing him to be quite irritable now. And the reputation of the Weasley family was even worse after Ronald did this, which was also very unfavorable for his future work in the Ministry of Magic. After dinner, more than half of the students in Hogwarts walked towards the venue outside the school. The bets of the first and second graders during the day were now settled. Ethan, Penelope, and Cassandra also followed the crowd and walked out. Cassandra also participated in it, but she bet on herself, not more than 3,000 gold galleons, which was her pocket money. 1 minute and 1.5 seconds, net profit of 1,500 gold galleons. Ethan, can you believe that we really didn't learn black magic? Halfway through, Fred and George came over a little depressed. They had been explaining all afternoon, but to no avail. Except for some friends who had a good relationship with them on weekdays, no one believed them at all. Ronald, their younger brother, was the one who said this, which was equivalent to a hammer. Of course, your interest is not in this at all. If Percy learned black magic, I would believe it a little bit. Fred and George rarely put energy into things they are not interested in, and they don't care much about black magic, which is purely to improve their strength but has no help to their props. On the contrary, Percy is much more ambitious and is also a top student. It's good that you can believe it. I explained it many times this afternoon, but few people believed it. George sighed. Usually, they would greet each other with a smile, but now they all stayed away. Fred and I are fine. Percy can probably adjust himself, but his sister Ginny will probably be isolated. She is only in the first year. As for Ronald, to be honest, they all want to expel him from Weasley. He is not so bad as to betray his family. It's actually not a big deal to know the dark arts. I know it, and I know quite a bit. Ethan said nonchalantly, not afraid of the little 003 wizards around him hearing it. Slytherin and Ravenclaw are not opposed to the dark arts. There must be some Hufflepuffs who know the dark arts, but they generally don't fight or show it. For example, when Draco escaped from the cave by mistake, the little poisonous snake he summoned was the dark arts, which shows that the dark arts are really not a big deal. Is there anyone in Gryffindor who knows the dark arts? Ethan believes that there are some. The division of schools is not based on this point, but it is just well hidden. Just like Dumbledore, when he was in school, he said that he didn't know the dark arts, and no one would believe it. That's true, but you know that Gryffindor is very opposed to the dark arts, and no one wants to be the next Harry. It will be fine after a while. Didn't they still suspect that Harry was the heir of Slytherin last year and opened the Chamber of Secrets? Look, no one mentioned this year. Ethan comforted him. As long as Ronald didn't continue to make trouble, Harry wouldn't pursue it. It was estimated that no one would mention this matter after a while. However, Ronald's popularity was probably ruined. He didn't have much popularity anyway. I hope so. Fred and George didn't have any better way. They couldn't prove their innocence anyway. By the way, how is Ronald? Ethan hoped that Ronald could withstand the pressure and not hand over the diary. Students couldn't see anything, but professors would definitely be able to see some clues. In Dumbledore's hands, it would be even more difficult to hide. We haven't seen him since he was taken away by Professor McGonagall. The Weasley brothers and sisters also went to find Ronald after the game, but unfortunately, he didn't come out of Professor McGonagall's place. They didn't even see him for dinner. So, after we go to collect the gold galleons, we will go to your Gryffindor common room to wait for Ronald. He must come back today. It's impossible for him to sleep in Professor McGonagall's office. Even if there is any punishment, he should come back later. This matter must be resolved as soon as possible. We must find out where Ronald learned the dark magic and cut it off at the root. Otherwise, no one can guarantee whether Ronald will learn more dark magic or use it to hurt people again. If there is a next time, the Weasley family will probably be labeled with dark magic. Ethan felt that he could not wait any longer. He had to get the diary first, otherwise if Ronald was not exposed today, sooner or later someone would find out. You are right. We really need to force Ronald to find out where he learned the dark magic. We went to find Ronald in the afternoon to find out this, but unfortunately, we did not find him. You will go with us later and call Percy and Ginny together. Fred and George agreed with Ethan's statement. They were originally thinking of going to Ronald tomorrow, but after listening to Ethan's words, they decided to do it sooner rather than later. Even if they couldn't wash off the dirty water on their bodies this time, they couldn't be splashed again. They had to know how Ronald learned it. I thought Ronald had learned after getting into trouble at the beginning of the school year and changed his bad habits, but I didn't expect that he was worse than before. At least Ronald only hurt himself at that time, but now he has hurt his family as well. Ginny is still young. Forget it. Let her rest early. Knowing that these are useless to her, it's better to solve the problem quickly. Okay, we'll go directly to the Gryffindor common room later. Percy is used to checking it out at night when he goes to bed, so just tell him then. It doesn't matter whether Ginny brings it or not. Maybe they have to use some tricks on Ronald to make Ronald tell the truth, which is not convenient for Ginny to see. Think about it. Ronald would rather throw dirty water on the whole Weasley family today, but he has to cover it up. Even if he and others interrogate him, it is estimated that it will be difficult to pry his mouth open. Percy also checks the common room at night. Ethan looked at Fred and George in a strange way. What is there to check? He mainly warns those who are still in the common room not to go out at night and break the rules. Otherwise, he will report to Professor McGonagall. The twins shrugged with some disdain. If you don't go out at night, you're still called Gryffindor? Very good. This is very Percy. Ethan remembered that in the original book, Percy also passed the Gryffindor house points because Harry cast a spell in the corridor. While chatting, they also came to the place where the gambling was opened. At this moment, the place was full of people inside and outside. Make way. Ethan led a few people and pushed the crowd in front of him. You? Please, you first, you first. A Slytherin who was pulled aside by Ethan was about to greet the other party's 18 generations of ancestors. Only he could cut in line. How could he be cut in line by others? This was totally intolerable. But when he saw that it was Ethan, his face changed immediately. He really couldn't afford to offend him. Just a while ago, on the ring, the unlucky guy of his own college was beaten to incontinence, and Ethan didn't receive any punishment. If he had cursed him, he would probably have received an electric treatment. He didn't want to die socially. Those who heard the noise in front saw that it was Ethan coming, and they also made way, leaving a small path leading to the front. Following the path, Ethan came to Ludo and several of his temporary teachers. Penelope took out his certificate and handed it to Ludo. It was marked with a magic anti-counterfeiting mark. Ludo, who was already bitter, was even more miserable at this moment. I couldn't earn that much even if I didn't eat or drink for 3 years of the Ministry of Magic. I really didn't want to give it away now. Then it was Cassandra who gave away another 1,500 gold galleons, and my heart was bleeding. Adrian, I've been wanting to talk to you since we met at the Ministry of Magic last time. Do you have time? Seeing that Ethan was about to leave, more than 100 horses shouted from behind. Although Lockhart didn't recommend that he contact Ethan, Ludo was still reluctant to give up such a large profit. Just tell me if you have anything to say. Ethan didn't give him face. Anyway, he wasn't his fan. As for the identity of the director of the Magical Sporting Goods Department, it was the least powerful of the 10 departments. Let's go over there and talk. Ludo didn't care about Ethan's attitude. He smiled and greeted him and walked towards an empty corner. Do you want to make money? Ludo got straight to the point. Everything is virtual. Only gold galleons will accompany you in a real way. What kind of way? You know, I'm not short of money now. Ludo was about to curse in his heart. You're not short of money, but you're still trying to make money from my 5,000 gold galleons, but he could only smile. You've also seen how hot the gambling is today. As long as you can let it go a little bit in the finals, I'll give you half of the entire second grade's profit. Originally, Ludo wanted to say the third level, but he was afraid that Ethan would not agree, so he gave half. As for Lockhart, just give him some soup and let him drink. The second grade's plate is gone, and he didn't participate this week. Even if I don't give Lockhart a share, he's still making money. After all, the second grade on the day of the finals, according to today's results, is a pure loss. I don't need this little money. Let's not cooperate. I'm not really looking forward to winning the College Cup this year. Ethan refused immediately. Not to mention the impact of fake games on his future. Even if he might lose all his achievements, Ethan was unwilling to accept this. As for the gold galleons, they are enough for now. When you want more, isn't there a money box in Diagon Alley? Why don't you just go and get them? You want the House Cup? Just let Lockhart give you extra points. Wait! Ethan ignored him and left without looking back. Just now, he used legilimency on Ludo, and he knew their plan clearly, such as the finals that have not been announced yet, and the 7 grades have 10 days. Which chess pieces did the two find to participate in this wizard competition? The second graders have been eliminated by Hermione, and it is unknown how many of the remaining 6 can make it to the finals. Also, starting from the next period, the bets cannot exceed 3,000 gold galleons. There is no doubt that this is aimed at oneself. I don't know how much they can earn. If it is more, Ethan does not recommend being a yellow bird. When they arrived at the gate of Hogwarts, Fred and George were already waiting here. Like Ravenclaw, the Gryffindor dormitory is on the 8th floor of the Gryffindor Tower, corresponding to the male overlooking the earth. Pig nose. Seeing Ethan was there, the fat lady didn't bother to do anything and immediately opened the door of the common room. As soon as the three of them walked in, the common room, which was originally quite lively, was immediately empty. "Ethan, welcome to our Gryffindor dormitory." Blackley Jordan greeted Ethan enthusiastically.
Hello, everyone. As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500+ novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.